Let's get it.
Who's coming with me?
This is Shoreside. The source now. Taking over the game, put it on padlock. With a better roster, sixes to play the lobster. Let them niggas hate, but revenge will never stop us. This is Shoreside. The source now. Taking over the game, put it on padlock. With a better roster, sixes to play the lobster. Let them niggas hate, but revenge will never stop us. Kill the cancer, you can call me a sick assassin. Cut the chains, you can call me LeBron James. Make a decision, but you never had me in derision. Changing the vision, but mark them that cause division. For real, never in submission like I need permission. Niggas steady telling lies like a politician. Nigga need to cool it down, but we the new edition. Yes. Yeah, the name is the source. Check the reinvention. For real. You think we not prepared for the fallout? Watch us stack this information.
Yup. SUC in the building. Source gang. We back in full effect. Y'all already know what's up. Oh, we got 10 in the building already, man. Shout out to the family. Shout out to all the supporters of the Source. Hit that like button. Press that subscribe button, man. We in for the goodie. We in for the goodie, bro. Man, I was just on the phone. I was just in the meeting with them Lions, with them Lions, and they brought some information my way and let me be privy to some situation that happened with our boy Garfield. You know, I smacked Garfield up last year. I beat dog shit down his legs. Excuse my language. That brother got beat so bad in that debate. I don't even know why he's still doing what he's doing. You feel me? But you know how I go. Y'all know how we do, man. Scholastic Bully, aka the Source Terrorist. But this show ain't gonna be about me. This show gonna be about what the brothers did to this nigga. You know how if you're in a gang war or whatever, you catch them niggas lacking and you let off them rounds. Well, Garfield got a couple rounds. He caught a couple high points, man. 2-2-3s. These brothers lit this brother up, and we gonna talk about it today, man. You understand? Because you know the Hebrews, the intellectual Hebrews, we forming like Voltron on you niggas. You understand? Y'all don't even know what we got coming for y'all, man. So y'all gonna have to come out them little holes y'all hiding in and face the music, or we gonna smoke you niggas out. Hey, with no further ado, we got our brother YAHUCHANNAN in the building. Introduce yourself. Tell the people who you are, family.
Yo, what's up? Y'all should know me. You know, so it's like my 5th time up on this panel, man. You know what I'm saying? This is YAHUCHANNAN. You know what I'm saying? The young lion in the building. Shout out to the Source League. Shout out to the champion, Scholastic Bully. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jihad Israel on the panel as well, man. We're gonna talk about how Garfield Reed ran today. He ran so bad he took the video. He made the video private.
Brother trying to hide and cover up evidence, man. We don't do that right here. This is the Court of Appeals right here. We don't hide evidence. We present it to the discovery, and we're gonna let the lawyer fight his case. And we got, speaking of lawyers, we got the Johnny Cochran of the Holy Prophets in the building. What's going on, Jihad? Talk to me.
Yeah, man, it's your boy Jihad going on to New York with a bear report called Johnny Cochran of the Holy Prophets, you know what I'm saying? Much love to the Source, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Josh Hughes, the Bay League champion, and YAHUCHANNAN for whooping up all Garfield, you know what I'm saying? I had kind of caught this, last part of it or whatever, but hopefully y'all brothers can fill me in, I know we're going to have fun. We're going to have a good time, baby. It's a Source, my nigga. It ain't a debate. It's a stick. You know what I'm saying?
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey. It ain't a debate. It's a stick up. Garfield, you got lit up. Yo, my brother YAHUCHANNAN went in on him, man. Garfield, you's a fluke, man. Hey, the whole community that whooped this dude ass. He was a punching bag. Oh, man. Hey, man, shout out to the family that came through. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the Source Debate League. We amped. We in here. Let's get it. Let's go straight to the footage. You understand? It's like Chauncey said, oh, don't be a menace. Wait till they see this tape. Remember that scene, YAHUCHANNAN?
I remember that.
Wait till they see this tape. All right, man. Let's get right to it, man. Let me share my screen. And let's see Garfield get beat up like he always do. Garfield, you the punching bag of the community, man. Oh, before we start, shout out to my brother Orthodox Moore. You know what I'm saying? All for you. You know what I'm saying? Jose Vega, stop hiding. I want to smack you up on Debate Talk for you. You feel me? And all your little flunkies too, brother. Let's get to it.
Just show before you go. Hold on. Hey, Jihad, was it me or did it sound like your show was dragging a little bit? It's like you.
What, this one?
No, I'm saying it sounded like he was going in and out. I'm just trying to make sure it's like not my internet because it sounded like he was dragging a little bit. So not now, but just a little bit earlier.
You see, that's gonna happen right now because I'm at work and on my laptop. You know, so that's why I got my mic muted.
Oh,
this
okay.
is headphones, they my Apple. So I gotta wait till I get on my laptop before you can hear me clearly. So I'm not gonna be talking that much.
If it happen again, just text me. And I just use my phone.
All right.
Okay.
Let's get into it.
Hey, shalom, Garfield, man.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, what's
you laughing at me?
Hey, oh no, I was gonna say, I know you spoke with my other brother, Anonymous Hebrew, the other day. Now he actually went down to Savannah and actually took pictures of a number of views, and so from my understanding, from what he told me, there's several different languages on there. Now, maybe you should take a trip down to Savannah as well.
I don't need to. We had the #1 Hebrew scholar go down there. I don't need Anonymous Hebrew or any other Negro to tell me to go anywhere. I'm not being disrespectful, by the way.
See, he already hating, and what he's doing is hiding from information that contradicts his. Now, the scholastic community calls this special pleading. You special. Let me get the definition for the people, man. Let me show you what Garfield does, and what all these basement dwellers do, these sewer rats do on the internet. This is what they do. Special pleading. See this? An argument in which the speaker deliberately ignores aspects that are unfavorable to their point of view. So he's like, I'm not going to even look at that information because I know it contradicts my ass. So I'm not going to even look at it. We got you pegged, man. Let's get back to it.
The #1 Hebrew scholar went down there. Why do I need to go down there? I don't read the languages. You got to go to somebody who knows the languages. This is the guy that translated the book of Enoch for almost everybody in the world. So why would I want to listen to Anonymous Hebrew or any person?
No. I didn't say.
I'm not being disrespectful.
That is being disrespectful because you're belittling the brother by saying I shouldn't listen. Who are you? You're just somebody on the internet. So Garfield, why should we listen to you then? Ain't you just somebody on the internet? This is self-contradicting, bro. You're going to have to argue around here, man. You're going to have to make arguments based off reason. You got to look at data points. You have to look at the data point and face the data point. You can't just ignore the data point because you're afraid and you cower and you're Garfield the cat for a reason because you're a pussy. I ain't going to bite my tongue on you.
I'm just saying I'm keeping it real.
Oh, no, hold on. Listen, I didn't say that, you know what I'm saying, you have to listen to Anonymous Hebrew. What I was saying is this. I recommended maybe you go down there and see.
Oh, why? The documentary is done. I don't need to go down there. I don't read the language. Why do I?
If you don't read the language, why are you online creating a career for yourself, quote unquote, scoffing? I'm not going to say quote unquote. You used to just scoff on Hebrews all day. The majority of your channel content is based off scoffing at Israelites. You have built your name off of it. You're still doing YouTube videos about it. That's your whole reputation. You are forever reputed as an Israelite scoffer. That's where you get most of your views from. That's where you got your fame from. Understand that. Without us, you ain't shit.
And then come on and talk about crippled people. That's messed up. I saw that video. Talk about tell Jesus to give you your leg back. That you don't do that, bro.
Right. You told our brother to tell Jesus to give him his legs back. You the most disrespectful cat on here. That's why I ain't got no respect for this little flunky, man. You understand? That's why the brother blocked me on Facebook, because I let his ass know on the chats whenever we in the rooms together. I let his ass know. You don't get no respect over here. You're one of the most disrespectful people on here. And your scholarship is trash. This brother will say the same argument 10 times and get smacked up 10 times and go back on YouTube and argue the same shit.
Yeah, yo, they ain't nothing without us. Like I said, like his whole panel, bruh, they can't live without us, yo. Like they can't even leave the book alone, bruh. Like the man is an Israelite stalker.
Yeah. You one of them crazy, insane fans. You a stan off of Eminem. You know what I'm saying? Y'all remember that video? He lived out Eminem's lyrics and killed his girlfriend. Like, that's what Garfield is. He is stan. He follow everything we do. I remember the brother would hit me up and say, "Why did you put this video out?" What? You watching my videos, brother? The hell you follow my? I don't watch your shit. Hey, anyway, man, let's play this, man.
I'm a what do you call it? All right, let me ask you this, bro.
What about you?
Let me ask you this, brother YAHUCHANNAN. Let me ask you this. Why? Let me ask you this, right? What does the church say it is?
They had mixed feelings. At one point, they said it was cursive Hebrew, and at another point, they were saying that it's West African script.
Okay, all right. So now they said it was Hebrew. Now, if I go on their website right now, what's going to tell me? I'm curious.
On the website right now, it says, if I'm not mistaken, it says it's West African script, like kind of like Arabic.
Okay, all right, cool. All right. Okay.
No, then my other point they have. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir. This is your show. I'm sorry.
So let me ask you this now.
Mm-hmm.
If that's the case, should we start with the church and what the church is saying right now? If they change their mindset, was it the reason why they changed? Did you guys do that research?
I mean, no, I didn't really go in depth with the pews because I don't have a dog really in the fight in the pews.
I know. But do you think it's Hebrew?
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Because from what I was told, that there's several different languages on the pews. So my next question to you:
who said it's several different languages?
Hey, this is why we need to use the power of theories. Theories are for situations just like this when we're unsure about something. And we need to make an inference to the best explanation. That's the abductive reasoning. And a lot of us use theories and don't even know it. You gotta let people know that's our theory. You understand? It has strong evidences to back up our theory. All you're doing is being a contrarian and trying to scoff at the information. That does not defeat the theory. You cannot refute it. Therefore, STFU.
Said that.
Hold on, can I get my other question?
No. Who said that? I got you say one by one.
I've heard of Boo. First of all, said that there's no definitive language or definitive writing on there. That's one.
I'm saying there's any language there. We forget about Abu, right?
Brother.
You just said that somebody said, hold on, brother. You just said, and by the way, the reason why I'm pressing you, because my channel, I'm having a lot of scholars on, and I gotta set a foundation to
set a foundation. You've been on YouTube as long as I have. When have you started setting a scholarly foundation? Where did this come from, Garfield? You've been pseudo as long as I've known you. You Barosis ass nigga. You sit up there and try to tell the people that the commandments and the 12 tribes come from the Greeks. That is pseudo. When the 12 tribes and the commandments, evidences of that existing is prior to the Greeks even being established. You understand? And when I say Greek, I'm talking about the Alexandria period onward. And if you go back to Persian, what you going 5th, 6th century BCE? I did check my debate against DJ. Our history go back to 11th century, 12th century BCE. Why? Because we have the material culture, you pseudo.
How we deal with things. So if you make a claim, you're going to have to defend that claim.
Garfield has the audacity to tell YAHUCHANNAN, if you make a claim, you're going to have to defend the claim. Garfield, when have you defended any of your claims? Huh? You tried against me in our debate, and I smacked you from New York all the way to Dallas. With that haplogroup J shit.
On the spot. So if I cut you off, I'm not disrespecting you or stopping you from saying anything.
He is disrespecting YAHUCHANNAN, and you are stopping him from saying anything because you're trying to control and dictate the narrative like you always do on your channel.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you lied on me and said I made up a page in J.A. Rogers' book. I don't have to make up shit. I own these books. You understand? I had to show a picture of the actual page. I said, Garfield, you lied on me. Now, is you going to go on your show and tell the people you lied on me? Brother ain't never did that because he's a snake, man.
They got a narrative to push. And so, see, and what it is he got together with Abu now. So that's why he don't want me to mention Abu's name. Because it was Abu who they're going by. A lot of them is getting their information from Abu on these pews, which that don't make or break us. Israelites still came to the Americas, whether the pews got Hebrew writing on them or not.
Exactly.
You understand
it's
what I'm saying?
inconsequential. It's inconsequential, Garfield. Right. We got so much history backing up prior to the Americas and after the Americas that ain't even funny. I got a video that ain't even been released of me smacking you up about haplogroup E being in the Levant for 20,000 years, man. You sat there and you had egg on your face.
Clarity on the spot. So the first thing I'm asking you, what you just said, you said that there's several different dialects or languages. I would like to know who said it and what standard or what give them the permission to go around and say something like that.
Okay, so Abu is not a language specialist. I guess he does it for his hobby. Now, Abu said that there's no definitive type of
Hold on. I'm sorry, bro.
Hey,
I'm sorry. I can't do this, brother. I can't do this.
See, he's trying to dictate the narrative. When you're trying to make your point and establish and make your point concrete, what does he do? He does what the Philistine did in the Bible. You build a well, he comes and throw rocks in it. He doesn't want you to make a point. That's why I don't go to these idiots' channel, because it's not about you going over there and making a point. You understand? And you know what? Off topic, EMAC came over here and said, "Oh man, you let me speak." I'm like, "Of course I'm gonna let you speak. I'm not an asshole."
Right.
If you don't agree with me, I'm gonna let you get your point out first. How am I gonna refute you or debunk you or rebut you if I don't hear you first?
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. I mean, you guys told me before these guys ain't looking for no truth, man. They don't care about the truth. They have a narrative that they gotta push, and that's all they care about. And so he asked me the same question twice, and I'm trying to, complete my thought and give him the name of the people who said this. You understand what I'm saying? Because one of the people who said it, he rocks with. He rocking with Abu and Faithful them on this. So he was trying to control the narrative and trying to, basically try to keep Abu out of the clear.
Right. Just like a pseudo, right? King Pseudo, Garfield the cat.
With you, I'm sorry.
What are you talking about? I'm answering your question. I cannot have a legitimate conversation with someone.
How do you know that? You didn't let him say a sentence. You didn't even let the brother get a sentence out. I can't have a conversation with you because you know what? You're not agreeing with me. So let me just get my dictator on and not let you say shit so I can lambaste you for the next hour. And he want to talk about being scholarly. Is that very scholarly, Garfield? No, that's very Negroid of you.
One who doesn't follow basic instructions. I said, who is the person that makes the claim that there's several different languages on the pews? That's all I'm asking.
And what are the languages?
I'm trying to give you two names, but you're not.
Abu's not in this. You can't bring up because I never said there was a bunch of languages. You can't bring Abu. He's not in this.
No.
How are you going to tell somebody you can't what they can and can't do? All you can do is listen to the man's information and then respond when he's done making his argument. You can't dictate and tell people what they can and can't do. That's not scholarly, Garfield. That's not scholarly. That's some ghetto scholarship. Sonetta stuff where you just try to dominate the conversation. You don't want anybody to get in your ass on the information. You understand it? That's why after I beat your ass on your channel in front of your fans, you know what I'm saying? We were supposed to have a follow-up debate for money. You never cashed that check, boy. You know better. You know who to play with. Keep your ass over there in a little hole before I smoke you out.
I'm telling you what Abu said, and then I'm trying to tell you what Anonymous
said. Tell me what the other brother said. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, Anonymous been there as well, too. So he said that there's several different languages on there. There's different people who wrote, on those pews. It's not just one person have written on there. Now, my other question was going to be to you is, and I'm not arguing with you about the scholars you brought on to, look at the pews. I didn't come to argue with you on that. What I was going to ask you is, did these guys look at every single pew, or did they just chose a number of pews to translate?
Okay, yeah, they pretty much went through all of them, my brother.
Okay, no, I mean, there's no argument.
Hey, Yahuchannan, you should have told them they went through all of them. Can we just go over the data points right now? That's how you shut a liar up. Let's just go over the data points right now and read directly from it. That's what we do on the source. We go straight to the source, cut a nigga throat off right there. Let's see what the source actually stated, and then we can move on and progress. But Garfield doesn't do that because you know why? He's not a scholar. You understand? That brother not a scholar, man. We got shout out to the chat, 22 people in. Shout out to the chat. Yeah, man.
Garfield trying to say.
You said what?
I'm sorry. I said Garfield trying to sell them books.
Yeah, he
sell books. So
that book that ain't gonna never come out. That he gonna plagiarize like Polite did. Polite made all those books. Those are plagiarization works. He should have been sued. Is that scholarly, Garfield? To plagiarize another man's intellectual property? Dude's a clown, man.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Defenders of the Defenders of the faith, or who? I don't know.
Hey, my brother Sam Addison. Shalom, Aki.
All right.
Shalom.
Defenders of the way. What's up, my brother?
Shalom, bro. Peace, bro.
Peace
to everyone that's on the panel. Mm-hmm. All right. Question for you guys. Let me first deal with the actual topic. I think that the whole pew issue is futile. It's a waste of time. Number one, the scholarship that itself is there's no consensus amongst the scholars. Some say it's possibly Arabic. Some say possibly trail, Arabic, and all of these things. I think.
Can you stop for 1 second? 1 second. Sure.
Again, don't let him build on his point and solidify his foundation. Because Garfield sees that you're going to make a point and create a foundation for your argument. And he's like, let me cut this nigga off. Because I'm not here for other people to make points. I'm here to railroad the conversation and dictate the narrative. That's all he does on this channel all day, all long. You're a fraud. You're a Sonetta wannabe.
Scholars. Which scholars is saying?
Wait, now you want to say which scholars, but when YAHUCHANNAN was trying to present the scholars to him, you wouldn't let the man get 2 words out of his mouth before you cut him off. What, playing games?
It wasn't no scholars that was trying to get to him. Anonymous actually went to the church, so he dealt with it. Now, Abu, he was supposed to be like some kind of person who studied languages or whatever. So that's the two people I was, you know, giving him names to. So, you know.
All right, I stand correct.
Yeah.
Well, scholars, they're not saying that it's a definitive solar trail. They're saying that it is a possibility, that there is no definitive.
I just asked.
I don't have the scholars offhand. Can I finish?
Do me a favor.
Can I finish?
Hold on. This is how we
remove the brother from the chat, because you want to dominate and try to make it seem as if you're winning an argument or conversation. Not going to stand if the brother's being unruly. He wasn't being unruly. He was just trying to tell you, hey, I don't have the information off bat. You know what I'm saying? Let's continue. And then you just cut him out. You said, well, you can't bring this shit up. All right, Garfield, hold yourself to that same standard. Because I never see you pulling sources. You always do this shit you're doing right now. You never pull sources. And that's why you ain't going to come over here, because you know that's all I do. That's all I do is pull sources. So, like I said, man, you know who to play with.
We do that Dagger Squad. People don't know. You cannot make a claim.
When do y'all start doing that at Dagger Squad? Garfield, I've been knowing you for the last 10 years. Every year I've known you. You do not pull sources, man. You don't. You play like you know some shit. Until you get around somebody that actually knows the information, and you get your head cut off.
Unless you have something to back it up. So please don't say it. So that will avoid.
So Garfield, that will mean you have to shut down your channel, because I've heard you on numerous accounts making erroneous statements with no sources to back up your claims. So you can't bring anything up, Garfield.
You're questioning. This is all I'm saying. You could speak as long as you want, but make sure you have a source to what you're saying. Because the solar trio argument is what Benaiah Israel came up with, and he had tried to get it in with Bunis, and that was a whole mix-up. So, my brother, I'm asking you, please, you could talk. It's now 3:52. You could talk for 5-10 minutes. I don't care. Please.
He could talk for 5-10 minutes. You heard what he said? You could talk for 5-10 minutes. I guarantee you, when the brother come back, he's not gonna get to talk for 5-10 minutes.
Don't say anything on my channel that you cannot back up, that a scholar said it or somebody who knows the language. That's
well, damn, Garfield, you gotta cancel your whole account.
All I'm asking. Go ahead, brother. Okay, bet. First and foremost, like I was saying, if you'd have heard the conclusion of it, what I've heard from Abu himself.
And now watch what he did in the panel. He added Chris. He added another brother. Why he do that? Why you do that? You trying to ambush the brothers?
Is that there's no definitive. He's not there. That the scholarship, and this is what I've heard secondhand, like I said, from the folks that's in the argument. As far as Richard Katz and Brunis and whoever else, my point being is this, is that the Pews does not negate the geological, the archaeological evidences that support a Semitic origin for the Bantu people. I'm at a loss to understand how we negate.
And that's a fact, because we got genetic and we have the culture. Material culture. Who was the first people to eat chicken? The people of Palestine. Where do we see that material culture manifest? In West Africa. By these people that we call the Bantus. By these people carrying the E markers. Metallurgy. Where did metallurgy come from? When you look at West Africa, they just jump straight to iron. No, it's a natural progression. Because the early iron smelters, it was meteoritic iron. Iron coming from asteroids. You understand? And meteorites. And then they had to learn how to process the ore and all that good stuff. Metallurgy came from the Middle East and worked its way into Africa. You understand? Or the Biafras. How did not the Biafras, but the tribes that the Arabs attribute to first finding those lands, they brought in palm trees and the cultivation, right? Irrigation, the signs of irrigation and all that. Where did farming come from? Agriculture come from? The Middle East. And who carried it into West Africa? The people with the E markers did. The Natufians. So we can make an argument from DNA and material culture. That's why you don't want to have that conversation for real, man. You see us and you see Freddy Krueger, man. You wake up in cold sweats, man. So stay on your channel playing your little games.
The writings of European Arabic historian Idris, I forget the guy name. I could get it for you if you like. Arabic historians and European cartographers and historians, colonization.
Hold on, I gotta say this too while he building on that. Where do Asiatic languages come from? E markers. We proved that when we was on here discussing it with EMAC. And the geneticist Muteza Ibrahim, right? A geneticist from the Sudan did the work on that and traced it back to people with the E markers who are the fathers and the people responsible for bringing in all Asiatic languages.
In Africa, and them and their primary source references to a Shemitic or Shemitic tribes, I should say, in Africa. You know, as far as the language itself. Can I ask you a
question? Now, as far as this show is concerned, I'm not here to debate who is a Jew or who is Shem, because if you don't know already, I don't believe Shem, Ham, or Japheth are actual people. I accept them as eponymous ancestors, which most scholars do. Now,
and he's misusing eponymous. Eponymous doesn't mean they're fake.
Hey,
go ahead, brother.
Nah, could you put the link in the chat for Anonymous? He wanted to jump on too.
What chat he in? What chat he in?
Let me see. Hold on.
Send it to him. Hey, can you send it to him?
Yeah, let me see. Which when you gave it to me, which one you was in? Which hangout? Was it 7 branches? Or was it the source?
I'm gonna text it to you.
Okay, all right.
It was 7 branch. It was 7 branch. Yeah, we want this brother on here anyway. Yeah, get him on here, man, so you can roast this nigga too. Told you we farming like Voltron on you niggas, man. Like how y'all niggas do on y'all channel, y'all get a bunch of goofballs that come on y'all panels. We gonna get nothing but the intellectual Hebrews, and we finna farm like Voltron on you niggas, man. And smoke you niggas out the holes y'all hiding out of. And Garfield, you already caught high points. You done already been hit, man. You already know how that feel, boy. Tell Garfield how that hot shit feel. You already been hit, man. Sit down somewhere.
I'm going to ask you a simple question. I don't care about the outside world right now. I'm just talking about the pews, my brother. If you want to come on my show and say, Garfield, I want to go 2 rounds with you. I mean, a couple of rounds with you, 2 minutes each. You talk for 2 minutes, I talk for 2 minutes, and I'll prove to you, Garfield, there's a Jew. I will give you that opportunity on my channel anytime you want. But today,
and I want to say this to y'all, brother. Stop going on this dude channel and giving this nigga clout, man. Make that nigga come to us. That's our problem. Like, we be giving these niggas our juice. You know what I'm saying? We don't need to be giving these channels our juice. Satnetta built his name off of Hebrew interactions, man. Having Hebrews on this channel. Garfield, the same thing. Talking about Hebrews and having Hebrews on this channel. Start starving these niggas. They want to talk to us. They need to come to our channels, man. Come to the source. Come to the debate talk for you. And you come get that work over here, man. Nigga gonna tell you to come. Man, listen. Stop giving our juice to these fake pseudo scholars like Garfield, man. And you dagger swines, y'all not even using dagger swines. We've been told y'all name. Y'all a butter knife swine, man. Y'all don't cut shit.
All we're talking about is what these folks are saying, is that the pews have Hebrew words.
And look, now he's trying to reduce the argument. And all we want to talk about is because he know he'd get his ass whooped if you start talking about material culture and genetics. That kills everything Garfield's saying. Because why is he bringing up the pews? He bringing up the pews and trying to debunk the pews to try to say ain't no Hebrews over here. You've been saying this for years. It's the same argument over and over again. This is what they used to say. No Hebrew got off the no black person got off the boat claiming to be Hebrew. Then I showed him a black person that did that. Oh, he's a convert. But he didn't say he was a convert. Would not he be the primary? He would be the primary. Whatever come out of his lips is primary. People don't even know what a primary source is.
I think most people, linguists who have looked at it.
Hold on, real quick, man. Let me shut Garfield the cat up real quick. What's a primary source, man? Because we read from the paper that gave that had an interview with him. Let's get the definition of primary source. Look, here we go. Let's go to here. The Haley Library, University of Massachusetts, Boston. Look, let me blow it up so everybody can see. For Garfield, we'll know what a primary source is. Primary sources are immediate, first-hand accounts of a topic from people who had direct connection with it. You understand? Would not Billy the Jew be the damn primary source? And he's not the only one. He's not the only one. I was finna give Rob Bourne all that work. You understand? And then don't even let me get started with the Moors that were called Saracens, and Saracens denoted what? The sons of Sarah. Who's the sons of Sarah? So primary sources can include texts of laws and other original documents, newspaper reports. We learn about Billy the Jew from a newspaper report, man. And they're speaking to him and learning about his life. He never said he converted. He said he came from a tribe of Hebrews. Who are you 200, 300 years later to tell him who the hell he is? Silly Negro. Tricks are for kids.
That there's no words there. What the gentleman who's the leading Hebrew scholar, Black African scholar that's in America, Mr. Isaac, we better put some respect on Ephraim Isaac's name. Dr. Ephraim Isaac.
You don't put no respect on scholars' name. You understand? Because if we bring Muteza Ibrahim up, you ain't going to respect what he say because it go against your doctrine, man. You's a doctrinaire. Let me show y'all what a doctrinaire is, because Garfield is that, man. You know how we do up here at the source, man. This nigga's a doctrinaire. Look at this. Look at this. Look what it says. Seeking to impose a doctrine in all circumstances without regard to practical considerations. Isn't that Garfield? Yo, who just stepped in the building? Oh, we got the brother Anonymous. Hey, Daryl, the name was Billy. His name is Billy the Jew. He came over here speaking Hebrew and writing Hebrew, and he understood his customs and cultures and who he was. All right. Hey, what's going on, Anonymous? What's going on? Talk to us.
Yo, peace. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Ain't no echo or nothing, right?
Nah, you good.
All right, bet. Yeah, shalom. You know, I'm kicking it with the family, but I got the headphones on, and I just wanted to step in for like 10, 15 minutes because I didn't know my brother had went on there and tried to tell him that I seen it, or that I've been there. So I just want to give some quick background, and then I agree with you wholeheartedly. Like, stop jumping on the brother channel, man. Like, I ain't even gonna call him a brother at this point because he don't act like one. Stop jumping on the cat panel, right? The only reason I jumped on there the one day because he kept running his mouth, and I ain't never really even interacted with him. So I just wanted to let him know what it was. First off, YAHUCHANNAN smacked him up tonight, right? So I got interaction with all of these languages, from Arabic to Amharic to Hebrew. And what you see now, mind you, I went on this joint. I went on a tour. I took my wife to Savannah, I guess, like August of last year, right? And we was like, since we out here, let's go check it out. So we rolled up in there. We took the whole tour. So first point, he's never been there. You're bringing on people, we don't know if they actually took the tour, whatever, right? I've been there. I got pictures there. I got pictures of me and my family there. Like, we walked through there. When you go through there, right, they take you up to the upstairs. You go through the joint. You clearly see various languages on these pews. You see what we would consider some form of Arabic or a Western script of Arabic. You do see some form of some Amharic, but it's very hard to make out. And you see some type of cursive Hebrew, right? It's clearly what you see on there. I'm not going to sit here and tell you can make out words, but you can tell these people was leaving some type of marks on these pews. This is not just, oh, we just want to draw lines and squiggly things. So to come out and just try to say it's only Hebrew, that's fallacious, right? But to come out and act like you don't see multiple languages on here and that every scholar to a man will attest that, you got multiple things on there, it's hard to make it out. The tour guides will tell you this. The tour guides will not just say that it's only Western Arabic, right? Like I said, I took the tour. I got the tour on tape. Like I can call the dude and make sure if it's cool if I share it, or I could actually try to get in touch with him. I got his number. And these tour guides aren't just, at least my tour guide. These people he's going through college. He's finishing up his degree in studies in West Africa. Right? These people are getting on there, getting there and going in. So my concern is that whenever you deal with these cats, they never want you to talk. They never want you to bring out your sources. When you do, they either say that it's a lie, or they don't give you enough time to talk, or they try to take one part of a portion of something you say and misquote that, scope that in a certain way. Nah, make all these cats come over here, come to Debate Talk for You, come to any other channel where we can have unbiased moderators to let everyone speak. And you're going to see the more you go through this video, he wouldn't let the brother speak. He don't want anybody to speak, because once you do, like when I was on there, right? Once you do, they just want to keep cutting you off because you proving your point, and it shows that they have no real knowledge of what they speak. Don't be afraid of none of these people, right? I know some of y'all done dealt with them, but some of y'all haven't, right? Don't be afraid of these cats. Do not play games with them. Make them show you, and then make them allow you to speak. And the only way to do that, like the brother is saying, is make them come off of their echo chamber and actually have conversations. And even when they do cite their sources, like they'll show sources, they'll do all this stuff. The unfortunate thing that you see is they take those sources and then they misquote it, they form it, and then they mold it to make it say what they want to say. When you're dealing with a surface level scholar, that's what you get every time. They're going to give you the top portion of it, not give you any real context behind it, any nuance behind what you're dealing with. And unfortunately, every time that's what you see, right? Streams like this need to be done. I ain't even going to say the dude's name, right? But I did want to get a chance to come on here and tell you, like, I'm the cat that YAHUCHANNAN is talking about. And, I ain't finna say I'm the man and all of that, but I wouldn't advise you to try me on this one, right? So I'm not going to speak on nothing that I haven't studied extensively and actually can give you some form of real understanding, right? And it's simple. Even when we deal with DNA, it's clear we see that they lying, they playing games, and that's why they'll agree with 80 or 70 to 80% of what you say, but then that last 30 to 20%, they try to muddy up the waters. So the brother was trying to tell him the truth. Even Sam, when you see Sam getting on here, there is no consensus from scholars of anything that you see on there other than you see a variety of languages, and they all stem from, and here's the funny part, they all stem from something that's coming from the Levant. Because I heard a few of these guys say you have no Levant languages in West Africa. Now, Garfield ain't saying that, but he has people on there that say that, and he's not correcting them. Right? That's a problem, bro. You can separate various tribes and where they come from by the loan words in the Bantu languages alone. Right? Do loan word study, LOAN, like words that are loaned that make it from a sister language into a current language. You can actually track the shift in ages from the Bronze Age, Iron Age, so on and so forth, by the various adjustments of the language in this area. Test me, try me on it, right? So it's clear. And then, I said, I stopped running my mouth after this. It's clear when you're dealing with this cat, he don't want you to speak. He wants to create a narrative. That's why that video ain't up right now, right? That's why he took that video, because YAHUCHANNAN got on there and scraped him. I went on there and just played with him. Two-hand with both of them. Him and Ngozi at one time. Him and Chris at one time, right? It's obvious to me now at the time that it's time for us. Anybody that considers themselves truly scholastic, like now, if you're not really coming with real scholarship, you're just kind of speaking from a state of emotion, I'm not mad at you. But those of us that really are doing research, coming in, you got sources, just like the bat signal at this point, right? Because we're so powerful as a community that we are literally fueling every single stream 80% of the week. Y'all got to understand that. 80% of the conscious community during the week is talking about us on somebody's channel. It's time for us to unite, start having the real conversations, lay out all the scholarship, and make sure that we have everything in order, right? The scripts tell us to do everything in unity, that we need to be teaching the same things. So in order for us to do that, we need to have these conversations and we need to lay it all out on the table. I'm committing to that. I have other brothers that are committing to that. And I know that these brothers are committed to it. You know what I'm saying? I love all these brothers over here at the source. It's a couple of brothers that I might want to come in and see if we can get their work. You know what I'm saying? Specifically King Seth. Not calling you out of no bad thing, but I would love to see if we could intellectually spar. We figure that out. You know what I'm saying? So what it is, family night. Family gave me, you know what I'm saying, quick okay to come in and just chop it up with my brothers real quick, because we did have an amazing conversation earlier. I'm letting y'all know, man. These cats is playing games, and it's time for us as a community to go ahead and step up, chop the head off the snake, and don't even look back, and don't even be we don't even gotta be arrogant about it at this point. We just stay calm, humble. You know what I'm saying? Come in and do our Jedi thing and keep on moving. You feel me?
Well said, brother. Well said, man. If any of them niggas want to come over here with that smoke, we got it for them. You know what I'm saying? Garfield, Kyle. Any of you dagger frauds, man, Ngozi, anybody from Team Osiris, we got somebody for you, man. You know what I'm saying? So we ain't running from nothing. We ain't ducking no fades, man. Y'all gonna have to come over here, debaters on the source, a debate talk for you, and see if you about that, man. See if you know that scholarship stuff you keep hollering about. You know what I'm saying? But real quick, you know, shout out to the brother Anonymous. He came through and showed love. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got to respect that, man, because until you go on that tour and come with a counter, man, I don't want to hear nothing from Garfield, because the man said he would not do it. He just not going to look at any evidence that could contradict his. That's special plea. So we dismissing Garfield. But real quick, Daryl, I'm going to show you something real quick about Billy Simmons, man. He not the only one. And then we're going to get back to the footage. All right, so I'm going to share my screen if you're still there, Daryl. So Billy Simmons, this is page 4 of Billy Simmons, the Black Jew of Charleston. Check this out, man. This is how legitimate he was. He was able to admit himself into an Ashkenazi synagogue because he could solidify his Jewish ancestry. Right? It says right here that Uncle Billy was admitted to membership in the Kahal Kodesh Bet Elohim is a testimony to the ability of individuals to disregard the unjust rules they themselves had formulated. The congregation constitution explicitly stated that, let me blow this up, this congregation should not encourage or interfere with making proselytes under any pretense whatever. So you can't say that he's a proselyte or a convert. It says, nor shall any such be admitted under the jurisdiction of their congregation until he or she they produce legal and satisfactory credentials from some other congregation where a regular chief or rabbi in Hebrew consistory is established, and provided he or she, look at the end of this, he or she or they are not a people of color. So how did Billy Simmons get admitted here? It's going to tell you how. Right here. The admission of Billy Simmons to the congregation was ostensibly in violation of this rule against accepting proselytes without proper credentials, and particularly if they were a people of color. But Uncle Billy, here it is, Uncle Billy claimed Jewish ancestry as a descendant of the biblical Rechabites, a family who, in following God's commandment, to live aesthetically. Now, why is this powerful? Why is this powerful? Because if you read Nahum Sloot's book, Travel of North Africa, he'll tell you about the Rechabites and their existence in Africa, a Jewish tribe of Rechabites. How did Billy Simmons know this? Huh? How did he know this? It says, Uncle Billy related how his father frequently told of their descent from the tribe of Rechabites that had settled in Africa. Identifying himself as a Rechabbite, he further claimed to have been purchased in Africa and brought to America by a Jewish master. This later claim may in fact explain Billy Simmons' Jewish identity, there being a likelihood of Jewish settlement in Madagascar. So from the man's own mouth in a mission that he's a Jew coming from Rechabites, how did he know about the Rechabites in Africa? Y'all got to explain that. And who are you 200 years later to tell who this man descends from and where he come from? Come on, man. Y'all fugazi, man. Y'all fugazi. Let's get back to the footage.
Been represented at Princeton University. He's now at Harvard University. We need to put some respect on that man's name. The man said it's like somebody chanting some sort of magic. You could see like certain like ba la 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 la. He's trying to say that there's no words there, but there might be some sort of magical type of saying or something going on. He said there's no Hebrew words there. So the Hebrew stuff is out the door. If you are going to come now...
You see that he made a statement and didn't even bring a source? He just said it was so. He said so-and-so did it. Pulling a source, that's not how you cite sources. You understand? Shout out to D-Red. He do not cite sources. That's not citing the source.
There's Hebrew. Let me finish, because I made you rant for 2 minutes. Let me rant for 2 minutes. If you're saying that it's Hebrew, I would like for you to present the case to me that it's Hebrew. That's all we're discussing today. I don't care about the Arabic sources.
And Garfield didn't even do the same thing that he's requiring his brother to do.
Because none of you guys, let me just tell you straight up, you cannot prove that you have some connection to the Middle East. And I could dagger you to death right now. Right now.
Are you sure about that, brother?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, hold on, Yohanan. Let me respond to that. Let me respond to that real quick. First and foremost, it's your platform, bro. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I would like for you to prove to me, make your case that is Hebrew. That's what we're talking about. The pews. We're not talking about nothing.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. I respect that, and like I said, I respect your platform, and that is the conversation. That's why I preferenced it with I don't really get into the whole pew thing. I don't make an argument for Hebrew. I think that or Aramaic or what have you. I think that the preponderance of evidence of scholarship, I mean actual concrete stuff, archaeology, linguistics, philology, all of that stuff says that it's inconclusive and that no one has any conclusive evidence. So that's my position on it, and I don't waste time on it. But as far as your challenge, that you just issued and said you could right now
come on, man, y'all tripping.
The challenge of proving that Bantus go back to the Levant and that their culture and language go back to the Levant.
Yo, I'm on the live, bro. I'm live. You hear me? Yeah. Live. We getting on. Who you trying to debate, bro? Who you trying to debate? Hold on, y'all. I'm live. We getting on this nigga Garfield ass, man. Hop on the live. Hop on the live. Nah, he ain't on. My nigga YAHUCHANNAN shot. My nigga YAHUCHANNAN put the beats on him yesterday. All right. My bad, y'all.
And the archaeological, we can trace Bantus archaeologically to the Levant. I'll take up your challenge on that.
Before we do that challenge, I have one question for you. Do you have evidence of anyone coming off a slave ship claiming to be a Hebrew?
No, pause it.
Slave ships.
We have plenty evidence of people coming off of slave ships and claiming to be Hebrew. We just gave you Simmons.
Repeat, that wasn't even his initial question.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? This is what they do. They'll ask you 3 or 4 questions. You lay them out, or you immediately say, yes, I'm ready to deal with whatever it is you lay out. Instead of staying right there, he runs to a whole nother point.
You know what that's called? I thought he was scholarly. Scholarly people don't do what he just did.
I know what you finna show. You finna show this Gish Gallop. I call it the double G. You know what I'm saying? I call it the double G maneuver, right?
Look,
because what you see happening is is you're not running away. You're showing, okay, let's stand in the pocket right now. And all praise to the Most High, the brothers that we deal with, they ready to stand in the pocket. We've been pressed so much, so hard for the last 3 or 4 years. We not finna open our mouths about anything that we can't prove, right? Listen, when you go back, if you go back, his immediate question was, I got daggers for you. You can't prove you got no connection to the Levant. Sam, who was a very well-learned brother, immediately says, I can do this basically through the Bantu, right? He's telling you, I got ways of doing this. I'll take you up on that. Instead of dealing with that, he immediately moves to another point. That's not scholarship, family. Stop allowing these people to pretend as though they are coming with some form of scholarship. Right? I'm talking about put them on the hot, examine everything they say, just how they do us. And I promise you, put it through the wash, you put it through the fire, we come through refined and they don't. That's all I got for that.
Man, that's a fact, man. The Gishgal King. Let's rewind it back a little bit.
The Levant, and that their culture and language go back to the Levant, and the archaeological, we can trace Bantus archaeologically to the Levant. I'll take up your challenge on that.
Before we do that challenge, I have one question for you. Do you have evidence of anyone coming off a slave ship claim?
He moved the goalpost all the way to Canada. You know what I'm saying? We in the United States of America. He moved the goalpost to Europe. Like,
right.
You know what I'm saying? I thought we were going to Dallas, Texas. Now you talking about go to Scandinavia somewhere like
that. Right. I want that smoke now. Let's go to Newfoundland.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Garfield's a clown, man. Dude's the clown.
Yeah, bro. Exactly.
Yeah, Hebrew Israelite.
Slave ships is a red herring argument. It's a logical fact.
Listen, bro, if you're going to talk to me about a slave ship is a logical fallacy, I don't need to have a conversation with you. You're not that intelligent.
Now he's going to insult you and find a way to get out of that ass whooping. I don't need to have a conversation with you now. Because the brother sound like he knew what he's talking about.
Right. He sound like he ready to go to battle. And trust me, he got his head beat in a couple days back. So then he got on and wanted to do a few videos. Then YAHUCHANNAN came on and beat him up today. And then Sam came on and was ready to run his pockets. He was like, I want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to you, brother.
Oh, man. Hey, man, the Jamaicans ain't looking good out here, man. We got to get some brothers to represent Jamaicans because y'all brothers is messing it up, man. God, bring shadows back. God.
Your argument, you're oversimplifying a conversation. Now, do you believe the transatlantic slave trade happened? Do you believe it happened? Yes or no?
Yes, I believe it happened. The sub-Saharan one as well.
What did they come over on?
On ships.
Okay. Now, did any one of those ships ever claim to be a Hebrew or an Israelite?
The ships or the people in the ships?
All right.
You heard the question, right? Right.
He said that any of those ships claim to be Hebrew.
Right. So the brother like, the ships or the people? What you talking about?
Listen, and he gonna kick him off because he was scared of Sam. Watch what he do. He kick him off, and Sam just wanted clarification.
Right. Because he was being petty, but the brother Garfield did say verbatim that the ships. He said the ships. You know what I'm saying? So that's
hey, look, real talk. You know why you got to ask that question though? Because these brothers move the goalposts so much. You never know where they going.
Right.
I'm being serious. Like you'll be on something completely different, and they'll take that and run it to a whole nother point because you got to get clarity on everything that they talking about.
That's true. Especially when you're dealing with a snake oil cell.
Right.
No, Garfield, don't run. Don't run, Garfield. Don't run, Garfield.
Anybody want to talk about the pews? Anybody want to talk about the pews?
Garfield, they want that work, man.
Wait, wasn't he just talking about Levant smoke though?
Right. He
was just talking about Levant smoke. Then he went to the slave ships. Now he want to jump back to the pews. I'm telling you, bro. That's that scholastic hopscotch you got to watch out for.
That brother just did the electric slide. Shuffle.
He did the Cupid shuffle, bro.
Oh, man.
I ain't messing with you tonight.
Because literally y'all got the bump. If you're not coming up here to talk about the pews, get up off of here. If you're not up here to talk about the pews, and if you don't have evidence to refute what Garfield just brought out here.
Garfield didn't even bring any evidence. He just said it's so. That's word of mouth.
Bro.
What do you call it evidence?
Don't get me started on Mike Allstott. How she come in and start running fullback for this brother?
She built like a fullback.
Bro, how you a Christian and you come running fullback, full-fledged blocker for somebody that don't even like the Bible? That's how much you hate Hebrews?
Yep.
Don't the book tell you not to be unequally yoked? You're not supposed to yoke up with people like this?
Cut.
You know what I'm saying? But you want to jump out here, put your shoulder pads on, and start blocking for this. Come on, kid. Like,
you know why that's funny? Because she is built like she built like LT.
He coming with that smoke. You don't want to see her with them pads on. I'm done playing with these cats. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Like,
she
you know what I'm
like
saying? Yeah, bro. Like these cats, because all they do all the time is come with dishonest scholarship, ad hominem after ad hominem, and then tell you just supposed to be good. No, y'all playing games. You blocking, like you literally come on here blocking for somebody who being deceptive.
Exactly. She talking about we ain't talking about the pews. This brother just asked him, can he prove an Israelite that came off of the slave ships? He just changed the subject. So how you gonna tell this brother don't talk about nothing else but the pews, but the damn host is talking about other things? Hypocrites.
And salute to the brother Sean Harris. Look what he say. Like, I appreciate you, brother. You know what I'm saying?
What are you talking about, the comments?
Yeah, he say, you know, he was watching. He was watching what happened yesterday. He watched them be scholastically dishonest. Like, they didn't want to deal with nothing. I'm sitting there with both of them, him and Ngozi at the same time. And then he gets to the point where he get mad at Ngozi because Ngozi agreeing with me. He got shut Ngozi up for a second. How you gonna tell me that my DNA is not EM180?
Right.
And then when I show you that my DNA is older than yours, then I jumped off for a second. You hear him, brother, how is that his DNA? When both of them were just saying, nah, you can't be EM180. You know why? Because we your daddy. That's why. Let me stop, fam. Let me stop.
Hey, there you go again, Garfield, trying to tell a grown man who he come from and who he is.
Right.
You did it with Billy Simmons. Now you're doing it contemporary. With somebody that's contemporaneous with you, you're going to tell him who he come from and who he can't be.
Right.
Get the hell out of here, man.
Right. How my DNA older than yours? By your assertion, my DNA is older than yours.
Right.
This is what you're saying, right?
Well, Sebastian, EP2.
Bruh. Come on, man.
Sebastian cool with them. They know Sebastian. Sebastian, EP2. I seen his DNA.
That man tried to tell me that wasn't my DNA. And so then when you find out that's my DNA, well, no. See, some of them subclades, they come from Cameroon. But then earlier you told me that my oldest ancestor could be told by, you know, tracking it back. So my oldest ancestor is somewhere in East Africa.
Right.
On the paternal side. Right. Then I got all these connections to North Africa, to where you see all of these Jews and these, quote, what you call Jews, we know to be Israelites.
Right.
Why are we playing, bro? Come on, man.
And Garfield, I saw his DNA. Well, let me see if I can pull mine up. If you got DNA on 23andMe and you're one of the E1B1A subclades, it tells you that you're related to Ramsey III and you share a common male paternal ancestor.
Right.
that may have been from North Africa or guess where else? Western Eurasia.
Whoa.
And I'm looking at Garfield's thing and it says it right there. I'm like, why is he not looking at that? Did he even read that shit?
No, because he's an echo chamber, bro. You know what else? Look. Let me.
It's got a narrative to play.
No, let it out, man. Don't hold back.
I don't want to shoot all these bullets yet, but I'm gonna tell you when they talk to you about that molecular clock, and YAHUCHANNAN deals with this on tonight. There is science that proves that this concept that he's going to with this molecular clock is nonsense.
I have a whole presentation loaded up talking about that. So.
Exactly, man. Like that is nonsense. Do not like these cats do not know. Just because you memorize a bunch of haplogroups does not make you a genetic expert.
Thank you.
You have to show me that you understand gene expression before we really get here. Do you understand?
Hey, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you got it. What's up?
Now, before we move to the next subject, I was gonna ask the 23andMe DNA thing. Does it have the RH factor on there? The RH factor. Is RH on the paper?
No, it don't. Yeah.
Okay.
No, and see, and this is why you got to do something like you got to get these, and then you got to do multiple joints if you want to do your JED match. You know what I'm saying? But you got to do something where you can start to trace back to your true tribes and where you really are originating from. Like this is why JED match is an excellent source, and they want to try to discredit it. It's not going to show you connected to somebody who you not connected to. And the more we look and study and find out who we connected to, we find out that we not all from West Africa.
That's a fact.
I'm sorry, fam. That's just not what my DNA saw. I'm not being disrespectful to West Africa. I'm being disrespectful to my ancestors if I don't talk about where I come from.
Facts.
And yeah, you can't hold them to a region. They wouldn't let me get it out today. I'm like, yo, listen. West Africans is just a region. What tribes in these areas am I connected to? What tribes in East Africa am I connected to? What tribes in Southwest Asia am I connected to? You understand what I'm saying? Like the 23andMe and the other DNA tests, they're just giving you a broad spectrum of regions.
Like what I'm supposed to do when their genetic scholar tells me that West African DNA is a hybrid DNA. It's literally what Ngozi tells me. It's a hybrid DNA. Number one, like I didn't know it, but cool. I'm gonna sit back and let you say it. You know why? Because that's truth. I say I want to talk to you because at least you're gonna tell the truth. So what Garfield do, instead of letting him finish and all of that, you know what he want to do? He want to say, look, and I got him on record saying this. Nobody has any other connections outside of the last 10,000 years in West Africa. So he's saying you only been in West Africa for the last 10,000 years. That's what he told me. Like migration and migratory patterns don't exist. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, he been saying that for the last 10 years. He think we were landlocked.
Bro.
Dude dumb.
Right. So it's time to stop playing with all of this garbage scholarship. Like he may make some decent points sometimes. Right, but a broke clock is great 2 times a day.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's amazing. Twice a day, fam. But at the end of the day, my DNA don't look like kids. My DNA don't look like some of these brothers. Y'all DNA don't look like some of these brothers. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason that we linking up and coming together. Now, do you want to talk about epigenetics? Because then we can get into that.
They ain't ready.
We really spend time reading because we didn't want to just be saying this out the side of our neck.
Thanks. You mean we don't do what them niggas do?
Right. And then try to shut people up.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm like, how you gonna tell a brother that he need to establish the facts first, and you never do that? I've never seen Garfield. All right, I'm gonna open up, and this is where I'm getting this information from. These are my references. Here's this scholar. This is what he said exactly, verbatim. I don't never see him do that shit, bro. Never. And you gonna try to hold somebody else to that standard? Man, get off the gas.
Man, bro. Look, I got a dip. I'm gonna put this one last point. If y'all keep listening, you're gonna see YAHUCHANNAN scrape this cat, right? But the other thing you're going to see is another point. So at the end, he going to say, Anonymous Hebrew, you stupid, you this, you that. You want to debate me on DNA. Now, if you want the DNA debate, I'll give it to you. I got other brothers who really, that's what they want to debate. So I would love for them to debate in the areas that they want to debate in. But if you really calling me out for that, I'll give you what you want, right? But what we agreed upon, Moore went on there yesterday or the day before and said, I want to set up a debate with you and Anonymous on the Exodus, right? The brother said, yeah. But tonight he want to try to change it to DNA and all of that and say I'm stupid and you don't want to. Though that's emotional, fam.
Exactly.
That's emotions. You say you want to debate the Exodus because that's even what I came on your panel to talk about was the Exodus, right? Now we could do this. I would much rather watch YAHUCHANNAN or Moore or just shoot the other brothers chop you up. I ain't got no problem with it, right? I want to debate the Exodus. That's what I'm passionate about right now, right? So you say it didn't happen, whatever, and then when we get into the conversation, it was ugly. But anyway, like, don't let these cats fool you. That's the real point that I wanted to make. Don't let these cats fool you. Right. Look what Sean say. And then when Anonymous got Ngozi to agree with him, Garfield had a tantrum, fam. Brother lost it. Put me in the back all type of times and all that. I ain't getting irate on people panels, man. That's just not what I do. Only time you're going to see me stop, you start talking about my family. Right? I didn't have to deal with all of that. That's the only time you're going to see me get at you. Other than that, the rest is just information. So it's love. You know what it is, Yasu. We finna build. YAHUCHANNAN, you already know. To the other brothers, the Jahid, you know what I'm saying? Other brother on the panel is love. It's love to everybody, man. But stop playing games because, yo, it's the rise of the Jedis. It is what it is.
Right.
I love y'all brothers, man.
Same here, man. Feel it's mutual, man. I can't wait till these brothers stop hiding so we can smack them up, man. That's all.
Shalom, family.
Shalom, brother. Plumantis, he said, my Jed match showed me that I was close proximity to the Limba. Now, the crazy thing about the Limba, primarily South African tribe, but with the J infusion or introgression, that proves that the Limba had migrations, a migratory history to the Western Eurasian areas. Because how else did they get that clade within their clan and their tribes? You understand? Also, the Motaman, which is EP2, which is the paternal clade of E1B1A and E1B1B, goes back to Western Eurasia as well. You understand? So we got connections. When people try to landlock you to Africa, that's a false dichotomy. You understand? And they not following modern scholarship. They not up to date with the information. That's why he will not lay out his references and cite sources like we do on the source. And I'm about to go to 23andMe and show you what anybody who has a subclade of E1B1A should see, a paternal marker, right? Should see on 23andMe. Let me share this with y'all real quick. Y'all not gonna see my government name, so y'all cut that out. Let me pull it up, man. Let me pull it up right here. You see this? You share an ancient paternal lineage with Pharaoh Ramses III. Now, when we get to the video with Anonymous Hebrew smacking up on Ngozi and Garfield, you're gonna see he pulls his DNA up, and this same paragraph and this same information pulls up on his string. Now, he doesn't have EU290 like I do. He has a different paternal clade, a different paternal marker. I mean, haplotype. But it has this, we both go back to EV38, the haplotype of Pharaoh Ramses III. So it says, Pharaoh Ramses III defended Egypt in 3 consecutive wars during his approximately 30-year reign, but provoked dissent within his administration. Catalyzed by mounting internal strife, one of Ramesses' lesser wives' time. Okay, I'm going to get straight to the point. Let's see right here. However, a modern CT scan of Ramesses III's mummy revealed a deep slit in his throat, reopened a case long thought closed. The Obamas went to great lengths to cover other wounds, yada, yada, yada. For 1,000 years, Ramesses' burial adornments concealed the wounds of that mark, one of the most famous royal dramas in history. Here it is. Ramesses III's paternal lineage belonged to haplogroup EV38, from which your line also stems. You and Ramesses III share an ancient paternal line ancestor who probably lived in North Africa or what? Western Asia. He's not going to read this because this destroys that we're just sub-Saharan African and we've just been sitting over there for thousands of years. We didn't do no migrations. We did no trade. We just sat over there like the damn pygmies. The brother had this on the screen. I'm like, why is he not reading this? Come on, man. Come on, man. Let's get back to the video. Yeah, Plumantis, I'm EU 290, man. I'm EU 290, man. Shout out to the viewers, man.
Yeah. Anybody, I'm saying it again. Does anyone have evidence that it's Hebrew on the pews to discount what Dr. Ephraim Isaac presented? That's all I care about.
Okay, look, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm not refuting any evidence that you brought out. Anything you presented, I am not refuting. Now, I was trying to clarify to you.
Stop. Don't say another word. Gideon, do you have evidence?
See? Dominate the narrative. Don't say another word. Don't say nothing on my channel that may contradict my stance against you. Even though I didn't move the goalposts, I didn't gish gallop, and I did everything to you guys to violate you. Don't say nothing else.
Evidence to refute what Dr. Isaac presented.
You know, I stand with it. There's no evidence either way. I don't much bother with the proof.
All right, stop. Let me talk to the next person who is on the panel. Chris, do you have any evidence?
No, I don't.
All right.
And then he asks Chris, knowing Chris don't believe that he's a Hebrew or whatnot. He don't believe in the Israelite worldview. So why would you even ask him? That's bias. That's bias. And you want to call yourself scholarly, but you're doing everything anti-scholarly. You pseudo, man.
All right. Who is Kyle? I think that's Kyle.
But you know I ain't no Hebrew.
Why would you? Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Chris. And why would you ask Kyle? And Kyle don't believe he's Hebrew. So why would you ask people that aren't in the worldview? That's just like asking an atheist if he believe in God. He's an atheist. Of course he's going to tell you don't believe in God.
Hebrew either, so no, you asked me.
But anyway, Kyle, go ahead, Kyle.
No, I have zero evidence, but I think the issue is we're taking a.
Why would you ask Kyle? Kyle is against the Hebrew Israelite paradigm. He's against the worldview. This is what we call stacking the deck. You're going to ask people that clearly don't believe that they're Israelites, that have a natural bias against it, right? And they are diametrically opposed to that position. Why would you ask them? Because you're trying to paint a narrative. You can't build an argument and defend it scholastically. So you play games like this. That would never work at the source. Just like in our debate, I ripped you to shreds because you tried to play games like this. And I twisted your cap back.
Fallacious argument. So if there is no evidence for something, how can you take the position that something else has been substantiated? That's the problem with y'all's argument. Y'all are saying, hey, he didn't say that it was not Hebrew, so it's got to be Hebrew. And y'all rolling with it.
That's not what was stated. And I'm glad Anonymous came on here because Anonymous pretty much stated that not all of it's Hebrew, but some of it's Hebrew cursive writing. They just couldn't make the words up. So Kyle, you need to get in the ring, man. Stop all this fake dagger fraud stuff, man. Because you was a dagger fraud too. You understand? You know, over here, you earn your respect in the ring. Not all this Wendy Williams stuff y'all be doing over there at the dagger fraud show.
The narrative without any facts, bro.
Well, with that narrative, I have not come up here and said that today. So
he said without any facts. Garfield is the one making the argument. Listen, this is called, let me show y'all. Because, we're trying to educate while we disseminate this information. This is called, and these are people calling themselves scholastic. You see that on the screen? The burden of proof reversal. That's what we want. Reversal fallacy. I mean, it's self-explanatory, but why not? Shifting the burden of proof, a special case of argumentum agnosticarum, is the fallacy of putting the burden of proof on the person who denies or questions the asserting being made. The source of fallacy is the assumption that something is true unless proven otherwise. So you're gonna stick on your on your swear and on your position. Don't give any facts to your position, and then make the other person prove you wrong. That's what that's called, man. Let's get back to it.
Y'all cannot. Listen. If you want to debate me about something else, stay on the panel and defend off the way. If you want to come back, you could come back right after this because we're going to get it in right now. I'm sick of you fake Hebrew Israelite claims.
This is why you don't go on his channel. The whole purpose is to destroy you, demean you, try to make you like an idiot in front of the audience. That's the whole purpose. You don't go to these people's channels. If every Hebrew Israelite, pulled their participation from Sonetta and Garfield and those of the like, they would not have content. They would not have a channel. They would not have traffic. You're the reason their people are watching their channels. When the hell y'all gonna wake up and see that? They come to these channels to see y'all, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was my first time on there, and probably be my last. Sam,
hey, Josh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm almost. Sam will tell you he kicked Sam off the thing and blocked him from coming back in. So now he's trying to act like, oh, well, Sam, if you want to come back in, but he knows he already blocked from what Sam told me. Sam told me he blocked him from coming in.
He did me the same way 2-3 years ago. He did me the same way. What he did, I came on there because he said I was making information up from J.A. Rogers' book, right, where it says that the descendants of Jamaica, John Bigelow, seen the descendants of Jamaica, and they said they were Jews. He said these were Negro Jews. He was like, oh, that's not even in the book. I took a picture of it and showed everybody it is in the book, but he got the digital copy. Now the digital copy. Everybody knows if you have digital books and physical books, the pages are not the same. So tell me why when I call in to get on his show, I'm telling him what's going on, and then he trying to get irate with me. I'm going in. James hit me up and say, nobody can hear you. The nigga had me on mute. So no one could hear my side of the story on his goddamn channel, man. He muted me. I had no idea I was muted. I'm just talking, trying to defend myself because you have made a lie and spread a rumor about me, and then you give me a chance to clear it up. And then booted me from it, and I could not go back into the link, just like he did that, brother. That's why I don't have no respect for these niggas, man. And a lot of you niggas want these niggas to treat us like this, and we supposed to just take it. We not taking that shit. Garfield, you want to see us? You got to come bring your ass over here and get smacked up again like you did, man. Hey, what that battle rapper said? Act up, get smacked up like your mama in this bitch. So
yeah, hey, remember when you said Butterfly Squad? Hey, that's Bulldagger Squad. That's the Bulldagger Squad.
Yo, I'm jacking it. Bulldagger Squad. Y'all the Bulldaggers. Because y'all niggas bitches, man. Hey, I'm sorry, family. This is going to be X-rated. I'm not holding back on these brothers, man. So if y'all offended by the language, y'all can click off, man. But these brothers need to hear this. And we got to come at them. I feel personally I'm coming at them this way because they've been disrespectful their whole existence on YouTube against Israelites. You understand? Newtonian physics. Every action has an equal and what? Opposite reaction. So I'm only going to give you what you give me. Let's get it.
Let me ask you a question, bro.
Will you disrespect Africa?
No,
I don't think Africa is the place.
Hold on. Let me ask you.
No, don't ask any question.
Nobody has no connection to the
excuse me. Yes, you do have permission to speak when it's your turn. Relax. This is not a rah-rah, let's run for the hills type of thing. We're going to have a conversation. We're going to have a good conversation.
How long is this video? What's the minute mark? We 30 minutes in this video, and there has yet to been, there has not been a conversation this whole time. It's just been you monologuing and cutting brothers off. It's not a conversation, man.
Is the whole thing with the pews over? Are we done talking about the pews? Anybody else in the audience wants the link to talk about the pews? Come on.
I think it would be good if we could get a consensus that there is no evidence that would show that the pews is written in Hebrew. Like, if we get these brothers to just acknowledge that, you know.
No, brothers don't have to acknowledge what you're saying. Just because you believe one thing doesn't mean I have to come over there and say, yeah, brother, I'm not acknowledging the shit. You ain't proved nothing. Fuck wrong with you niggas? You ain't bringing the goddamn data.
Right, and I have to see it for myself. Like I said, if I'm that interested in it, I'll go to Savannah and see it for myself and get my own research.
Right. Talking about some, we want these brothers. No, ain't nobody going. You ain't punking nobody, man. I want you to concede. And this is why these people will not come in here and debate, man. Because you come over here with that fool shit, you're going to get knocked out for 3 rounds, knocked out, dragged out. You might get knocked out in the first round. You might want to quit because when you see them sources coming out and the perfect citation hit your ass, you're going to be stuck. You can't do that in the debate. What you do on here, what you're doing on your panel, you can't do that in no debate, man. That ain't going to save Garfield. You tried that and you got your ass whooped, man. You tried that when we debated and it did not work. That sensationalism is not going to win you a debate, man. You better come with it or go home.
That's all I'm waiting for. Finally, yes, Yasharala said, just wait a Richard Katz, please.
Hey, Garfield, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the problem is, and I think, let me clarify what Garfield's trying to do. Many times when you gentlemen get on the show, you guys want to support, like, trying to support the stand to say that it is Hebrew.
Hey, Chris, you can't even use that argument because your man presented it as if it was false already. So the burden of proof is on him to prove it false. You can't sit over here and present something and say, prove to me that this is real. Do you got anything? And you don't present anything. That's the burden of proof reversal fallacy. Nigga, prove to me it's fake. Oh, you can't? We had a standstill then, nigga. Let's move on. And then, Chris, you know better, man. Don't even do that, man. I don't even know why you're doing that.
Or you guys come in here with these talking points, and what he's trying to do is get you all to say who are the scholars. You guys use blanket statements, which are not.
Garfield used blanket statements. Sometimes y'all be having y'all blinders on because y'all don't like the Hebrew paradigm. Just say, I don't fuck with you niggas. I don't fuck with the Hebrew paradigm. Don't come in here and dress it up. Don't dress it up, man. Jihad got y'all pegged, man. Y'all the bull daggers, man. You know what I'm saying?
Nothing but talking points. You guys got to start talking.
This nigga came up with nothing but talking points. Garfield, from the beginning of this clip, it was rhetoric on rhetoric with a dash of rhetoric, with a taste of rhetoric. Chef Ramsay on him. You know what I'm saying?
More and presenting your argument more objectively and not being so.
Wait a minute. Garfield is not being objective. He's just saying it's completely false. You ask him why? Why do you think it's false? I don't know. Prove it to me that's right. That's not how you make an argument. You don't tell other people to prove. If I'm going to debate a topic, I already got the evidence and locked and loaded in the clip waiting for you. If I'm going to bring something up, as soon as you say, oh, hell yeah, I got the evidence right here. Boom, right here. Here it is. +1 right here. Here's the article. Boom, we're finna read it right now. Verbatim. Boom, this is where it say it. Paragraph 3. You know what I'm saying? So, miss me with that. Chris, you wrong. You wrong. Garfield, if Garfield's going to be the antagonizer and he's going to present arguments, he has to give the proof. The burden of proof is on him to prove it false. Y'all hate doing that because y'all don't know how to do it. Y'all don't know how to construct arguments. Like if I'm debating, like I'm trying to debate everybody on evolution. Guess what? I'm saying evolution. I got an echo.
That's me. My bad. I got you.
Shout out to the CEO. CEO just stepped in the building. And if you just look at my last debate, it was a negative. I argued the negative. I brought proof to disprove evolution. I brought proof to disprove cellular genesis. I didn't just say it was false. You niggas is weird. You niggas is not scholastic. You're not scholars. Because if you was a scholar, you would make a foundation argument. You would show how it's false. It would be demonstrable. You understand? You can't demonstrate it, then STFU and GTFOH. That's what you can do.
Vague with it and saying stuff like what the scholars say, and then when he stops and say what scholars, because
Garfield did the same thing. You understand? And that's what appeal to authority is, when you just say a name. You ain't even tell us what the work was and what, you didn't even break it down. You just said this man said it. Okay, can you give me the credentials and can you show me the data points? You ain't even showing no data point. You're just saying it is because you say it is. This shit's silly, man. This shit not scholarship. Garfield has never been a scholarly cat. He's never been on scholarship. His whole existence on YouTube. You understand? This guy, all he is a contrarian to the Hebrew Israelite paradigm, to the American Israelite paradigm primarily, because that's who he's dealing with. You understand? He's not going against Ashkenazis. He's not going against other Israelite groups that claim to be Israelite. He primarily focused on you, and he has made a reputation from it.
He ain't going against the Ashkenazi because he's got 3.9% Ashkenazi DNA.
Hey, man, this nigga a Judas, man. Because he got an E mark, man. When I found out he got an E mark, I was salty, man. I said, this nigga got to be J or something, man. Let him be A or B. Why he got to be E? We got a Judas in the monks of the E markers, man. He was a traitor, man. Let's keep playing this.
then we can get into a real scholastic conversation.
Chris, you can't bring scholastic conversation up because your man can't get into a real scholastic conversation. That's why I punched him all in his head on his own channel. You understand?
That's what happens a lot of time in these conversations.
You're right. That is what happens a lot of times on Garfield's show, on his conversations, because he's fallacious. He's facetious. The brother speaks nothing but falsehoods. So, Chris, you're trying to direct it to these brothers, but you need to be directing it to Garfield from Dagger Fraud. I've never seen him substantiate an argument. Never. Your dude is trash.
Like when me and Garfield was going at it, we was going at it about Tacitus because I was familiar with Tacitus' work. He made some good arguments. I made some good arguments.
Garfield and good argument don't go in the same goddamn sentence, man. When I debated him, and I did bring up the Wormy and Bones, and he did trickery, all he said is, "Oh, I'm disproving the Wormy and Bones." He didn't even go into the article. The nigga just showed the paper. He didn't go into the article. He did not demonstrate that the Wormy and Bones. You niggas cannot debate and form arguments. You niggas suck. All of you dagger frauds.
He don't want no smoke with me on that. What I'm trying to say is, y'all, can y'all please start presenting your argument more objectively and stop.
Damn, Garfield needs to start presenting his arguments, period. Then we'll work on being objective. When did Garfield, and everybody watching, when did Garfield present his argument at all? He just said the shit fake. That's not an argument. An argument would be telling me why it's fake, showing me how it's fake, demonstrating it. That's how scholars do, dagger frauds.
Not being so vague with it with these talking points.
That nigga was being vague the whole time. This shit is ridiculous what Chris is saying right now. Everything you're saying, you really shooting arrows at Garfield, and Garfield get lit the fuck up. Because everything you're saying is applicable to Garfield. And Chris, you know that.
That's all he's really saying, y'all. He ain't trying to cut y'all off.
Chris, let me call you right now, man. You bullshitting right now. The nigga ain't trying. The nigga did. You're right. He ain't trying. He did it already. Trying mean attempting to. When you try, you attempting to do it. He didn't try. He did it. He kicked the butt off and cut the butt off several times.
Notice he letting Chris talk though. You know what I'm saying?
Right. He's like, Chris ain't contradicting me. Go ahead, brother. Preach. Amen. You niggas is clowns. You niggas is clowns. Hey, and like I said, we forming like Voltron on y'all niggas. We the Legion of Doom on you niggas, man. That's what's finna happen. If y'all want to see us, you gonna have to come see us at the Source Debate League. And all you niggas don't want to debate me at the Source Debate League, I will beat your ass on Debate Talk for You. You can get that work on Debate Talk for You. Any one of you niggas, we can go to Debate Talk for You, and I will demolish any of that fugazi stuff y'all talking about.
But he got to protect his brand too. So go ahead, Garfield.
No, protect his brand. All he do is Gish Gallop and rhetoric. That's his brand. Gish Gallop, mix it with a little rhetoric, another falsehood, false dichotomy, rhetoric, remix, Gish Gallop. That's his brand. That has been his brand as long as I've known this dude. You are reputed as being a damn rhetoric master, man. Can somebody direct me to one video where Garfield properly executed scholarship? One. Can anybody, let me check the comments. Hold on, let me check the comments. Can anybody point to one video that Garfield properly executed scholarship? You know what I'm saying? We got about 33 people watching. Can somebody show me that? I guess the verdict's out on that.
Chris, they can't because they don't have nothing to present.
Wait. They don't have nothing to present, but the person that made the claim that threw that out there don't have anything to present. Y'all had a stalemate. You understand? Again, you clapping Garfield right now, don't even know you shooting your own man. That's friendly fire. That's friendly fire. He didn't caught all type of shells. You know what I'm saying? Man, y'all lighting this dude up right now, tagging him.
They came with David M. Boonans, who they misrepresented. And
how did they misrepresent them? You never showed me how they misrepresented them. You just said they did. You just made a claim. Where is you getting this information from? Citation, please. Citation, please. How did they misrepresent it?
Yeah, let me tell you. She's going by something happened to where somebody else made some statements and did some things, right? And she's trying to blanket everybody by what one person did.
Even if that's true, on this show, when Garfield mentioned that man's name, he never demonstrated how he was misrepresented or how he did not. Cause I heard him say he didn't say that. Okay, show me. Just saying it and proving it is two different things. This shit is silly. And you got the nerve and audacity. I bet not ever hear you say scholarship, man. Don't let that shit come out your mouth, man. Period. You niggas is silly, man.
he didn't agree with them. Then they made up a...
He didn't agree with him. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? I want to see the evidence first before we, let's just keep.
Fake scholar. They don't have any evidence. So how can there be an argument, bro?
How could there be? Exactly. That's what I'm telling you right now. How could it be an argument, Garfield? You don't have any evidence. You're just saying it is. You're saying it so.
So let me ask you.
I agree with you, Sister Terry. They don't, but it's still fun.
Hey, Chris, you're right. Garfield don't.
Listen to it, though.
Hey, who are you saying when you say they? All of y'all. I've never.
All of y'all came on here and said the scholars say, and when he asked you about the scholars, you guys didn't present any scholars. It's just that simple.
Hold on, let's get it clear. You've never heard seen me on no YouTube or in no dang Facebook chats.
Dude, stop. You in all of they chats. You riding this. You backing this. And guess what? You riding up.
Again, she making all these claims, allegations. Where's the proof? I thought y'all was scholarly. You just telling these brothers they ain't scholarly, but you ain't doing anything to prove you guys are. She just throwing out claims. We're supposed to just take the claims. Y'all niggas is sensationalists, man.
Off alive just like the rest of y'all. Don't come up here with that. You ain't came with no evidence for the past.
And then you got a loud ratchet woman on your panel, and you're supposed to be scholarly.
Right. I mean, and then she's all out of herself. You know what I mean? Like she's not acting like a lady.
Right. You barking on grown men. What's the difference of what this sister doing than any other chick on the street, man? Yelling and barking on some man, being disrespectful. What's the difference? You know what I'm saying? She being, hey, Jeremiah, she being that dragon in the book of Sirach. You know, Sirach 25, we talk about that.
Right.
Hey, what's that scripture where it say we'll get that woman? The only use that she has is to run the army away, the enemies away. That's just Sirach. You know what I'm saying?
I know it's saying Sirach 25 that I'd rather dwell with a dragon,
right,
house with a wicked woman.
Man, you would dwell with a gigantic reptilian man, fire breathing,
right.
Than this type of woman. Now watch. You finna get the misogynistic comments and all that, but it's true, nigga. It's true. That's unbecoming.
4 or 5 years since I know you. So don't come up here and act like you don't know what's going on, like you got selective amnesia. You can't meet the standard that Chris Harris just told you right now. You're not meeting the standard. You don't have the evidence. You don't have no backup. Scholars don't agree with you. So shut up.
And this is scholarship. This is buffoonery, man. You niggas is a bunch of buffoons. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna see no dragons over here on the source yelling and barking on grown men with that madness. You understand? You ain't gonna see that going on over here. But Garfield let it happen because them niggas is pussy, man. That's why you Garfield the cat.
You shut down. All of y'all. You full of it. Then deal with what Garfield brought out. Deal with it. Deal with it right now. Because right now, all you doing is bumping your gums.
So this is how you get down. You let this woman yell and scream on brothers.
And that is unbelievable right there, bro. Mm-hmm. Why would you let that woman get on there and do that, bro? Now, if that brother would have just hauled off and called up about 1,000 bees, then brothers would have looked at him like he doing something wrong.
Right, exactly.
You understand? Then you want to come in and try to save the woman, and you want to be the defender and the protector of the woman, but you're not getting a hold of her and getting control of the woman. The Bible teaches us to get control of these women, man.
Facts. All Near Eastern coaches tell you to control your goddamn women, man. What the hell wrong with y'all? All right, here it is. I found the scripture. I found the scripture. Let's get the scripture live. Hey, this is her name is a contradiction to her behavior. Her name is Cherry. A cherry supposed to be sweet. You know what I'm saying? That's a
my God, that was Cherry, bro. Yeah. Oh my God, bro. A woman of God, a woman of Jesus.
That Cherry,
and they're screaming on a brother like that, man. Yo, man, is that modest behavior? I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Bring that script out, though.
Wait, hold on, man. Yeah, here we go. Sirach 26. Sirach 26, verse 27. A loud crying woman in a scold shall be sought out to drive away the enemy.
Wow.
That's the only use you can use. That's how only you can only get a loud, woman, a boisterous woman to drive away enemy. That's all you can use her for, man.
I gotta add an explosion in here, man, because we gotta start dropping some bombs, man, when powerful scriptures come out like that, man.
You're right. Let me check the comments. He misogynistic. You hate women, brother. No, you hate women because you sit there and let that woman act like that on your own goddamn panel and no correction now.
Somebody said, truthfully honest said, not Cherry. I got into it with her. Everybody getting into it with their sister, man.
Garfield pulled a Willie Lynch, man. Garfield pulled a Willie Lynch.
He pulled
a Willie Lynch.
He did. He got the black woman on your ass. He said,
D-Red said we wilding, man.
Hey, no, Cherry wilding.
Right.
Wild Cherry. Oh man, somebody tell this sister her name oxymoronic, man. That's how you gonna be named Cherry, but you poisonous, man. Come on.
Run in your mouth and you ain't got no evidence to back it up. We tired of your lies. Come with truth. Come with truth. Come with it. Come with truth. Where's your evidence, bro? Where's your evidence, bro? You say you a Hebrew. Bring your evidence. You ain't brought nothing. You didn't bring nothing in 2016. You ain't bringing it in 17. You ain't bringing it in 18. You ain't bringing it in 19. And you ain't bringing it now. Dude, be quiet.
When you be whimpering and hollering like that, where's your man?
Hey, hold up, Joshua, man. Listen, man, I got that. It is who was that was on there?
Yeah, YAHUCHANNAN, Chris Harris.
It's who else?
It was Gideon, me, Garfield, Chris Harris, your boy Kyle, and some dude named Thunder.
Oh, okay. Well, listen, man. I got to give you some extreme credos, man, for keeping your composure in there, because that was a high climactic situation, right? I don't know how I would have handled that, Joshua. There'd be about 14 videos made about me on how I would handle that.
Because you know what? I've dealt with Cherry and G Condom before, and so what they do is they throw rocks, and when you come and you punch them in their eyes and punch them in their mouths, they try to play victim and try to make you look bad. So I wasn't gonna, play with it, because if I would have cursed her out or went off on her, then the whole narrative would have shifted to
right. Right now, you handled it right, bro. I'm giving you extreme credit, brother, for that, because woo, boy, it's hard. Anytime I'm in the back chat or women try to chime in, hey, I'll be letting them listen, sister. I am not talking to you, and I'm not finna be arguing with no woman, man. You understand? Because I know how my mouth is, and it ain't right when it comes to disrespectful, out of order women, man.
Hey, brother, would you tell us? Upstairs.
That is ridiculous and absurd.
You think Rose can't repeat that?
Yeah, Garfield, you ought to be ashamed of your damn self, man. Your woman probably talk to you like she talking right now, man. No, you probably used to that shit. That's why you ain't saying nothing. You think it's normal behavior.
Everybody stop. Everybody stop.
No, don't everybody stop now. When brothers try to say something back, where your husband at now, everybody stop. But when she was going for a good 30 seconds to a minute, you was letting it ride. It was funny then. Now when the brothers try to dig in her shit, now you want to be like, everybody stop. Okay, calm down. Everybody stop. You fake, man. This nigga fake.
Everybody stop. Stop. All right. This is what we're going to do. All right. Man, I got a phone call. Y'all talk for a minute. Go ahead, guys.
Hey, listen.
Hey,
hold on. Hey, Garfield was on that show, or is this another show?
That's Garfield the cat. That's Garfield the cat, yeah. Hey, Jeremiah, Jihad came up with a good nickname for them niggas. Bulldagger Squad.
Yeah, this is his show, bro, and this is how he. And I was the first. I mean, that was my first time being a guest on his show, bro, and that's how he allowed for me to come on and be treated. But you claim you want to have dialogue with the Israelites, right? Now, I didn't come on there. I wasn't hostile. I was very respectful. Even when I was trying to make my points and I was getting cut off, I kept my composure. You know what I'm saying? But now I see why Tazariak don't want to talk with him, man. Cause you don't really want to sit down and talk, bro. Like you on this whole, I gotta push my narrative thing. You know what I'm saying? So there's no light in this dude. So I'm like, yo, like I said, it's just time to starve these cats out, man. Because honestly, they need us. We don't need them. They can't go a day without mentioning us.
That's a fact. That's a fact, man. This brother been on a 10-year, damn near a decade of just talking about Israelites, man. That's all your content is. Majority of it is just talking about it. You tried to do the little, what was he selling on his channel? I forgot what he was selling. Like he was doing insurance or something like that. I forgot. You know what I'm saying? That probably flopped. And he went right back to, we can just talk about the Israelites, just say they wrong. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna prove they wrong, I'm just gonna say they wrong. You know what he said? He said, I got a phone call. You know what that phone call was? That was Sister Cherry getting his ass for removing her from the panel. You know what I'm saying? Sister Cherry talking to him crazy right now.
I agree with everything everybody saying. I mean, I think at this point, man, you just got to kind of chill out, man. With Hebrew like that, at least right now. Y'all let it die down a little bit and then come back up.
Why are you not saying who needs to chill out? She needed to chill out. The brothers was perfectly fine. She the one who lost her cool and her temper. She need to chill out. You know what I'm saying?
A little later. But right now, man, the block is hot, man. It's just too hot right now, you know? I mean, we look at, I mean, like Gideon, that's my guy. If he come to Atlanta, man, I got him on me. You know what I'm saying? But right now, Garfield is on a roll, and I don't know if y'all want none of that, man. We just gotta kind of chill out right now, man. That's really it.
Yo, man. The people that's in a part of Dagger Squad, and they can get mad all they want. You know what I'm saying? If you want to do something about it, come meet me in the ring. Y'all got the mental capacity.
All right. Hey, Sister Sherry, you calm down, man.
I'm sorry. I apologize to everybody on the panel, and I apologize to the brothers and sisters in the chat. But here's the thing, Garfield. I'm sick of them coming here with lies. I'm sick of them. Every time you look around,
How you gonna apologize and then go into a rant? That's a false apology. Just say you sorry and be quiet. Because you took all the credence from your apology when you said I'm sick of them and you went into a rant. Disingenuous.
The story is changing. First, the pews matter, then they don't. Now, the reason why they don't is because they know that the pews ain't backing them. So when they know they lost ground, guess what? Oh, well, that doesn't matter. Then what you bring it up for? Then what you go to, what you riding on it for? All of y'all read on this, so don't sit up here right now and act, well, it wasn't me, it was that person. No, it's you too. I'm holding all of these Negroes responsible for this lie. You made up a fake scholar, then the other scholar that was an actual scholar, David M. Boonis, did not agree with y'all. Then y'all turned around and lied on the man, and you still ain't gave that man an apology. Man, get up out of here. At this point, your position is non and void. You're mute.
If it's null and void and mute, why are you always on the panel with these guys? If they ain't got nothing and they trash and their information is null and void, why you niggas find out that all the time and free time and dedicate your free time to talk about Hebrews and why? I can see why I want you here because I want to whoop that ass. But y'all saying they so beneath you, you know what I'm saying, and you don't want to deal with them, then why deal with them?
Okay, may I speak, Raphael? May I speak?
Hey, who is this? YAHUCHANNAN?
This is YAHUCHANNAN. May I speak?
Yeah. Go ahead, beloved. What's up?
First of all, this is your panel. You know what I'm saying? If you came on my panel, brother, I wouldn't let nobody come on and disrespect you, first of all. Second of all, this woman is supposed to be a Christian. She's supposed to show the Christ-like behavior. Now, I have not been rude to nobody on here.
Right.
This is your platform. When you stopped me when I was in the middle of a thought, I followed what you said. Okay? By her logic, right? She's a money stealer, right? Because if we look at what some Christians do, they steal money, they molest boys. You know what I'm saying? They dang gay. You see what I'm saying? No, listen what I'm saying. They go both ways. They on the down low.
So the brother is hitting her with a 100-round drum right now, because if you're trying to blanket every Hebrew for what one Hebrew says, then okay, we're gonna blanket all Christians for what the Christians do. That's a good point. Homosexual Christians, yeah, some commit pedophilia. They steal from the community. They lie. You understand? They cheat. They do all type of heinous crimes. So we're gonna put that all on you as well. That was a good, fair assessment by our brother YAHUCHANNAN. Congratulations, brother. You did a good job on that.
Pastors giving women AIDS, right? Now, if I take all of that and put that on her, I would be wrong. But see, by her logic, right? She wants to take what somebody else did, right? And try to put that on me. Now, deal with me. You don't have me saying anything. You understand what I'm saying? I just sit back and spectate. I'm the type of person, if the pews mean that much to me, I'll go to Savannah myself and go look at the pew and take pictures and study myself. Them pews don't mean nothing to me. You understand what I'm saying? That's not the fight I jumped in the ring for. So I suggest you show some Christ-like behavior, because you are in front of people who don't even believe in your book. Hold on. Finish. Let me finish.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
No. Hold on, stop it.
That apology was fake, because right after she apologized,
but Garfield claimed he pro-black, right? But you let this woman disrespect me, right? Then she's supposed to be she's supposed to be a Christian. She's supposed to be setting an example for you guys. And I'm letting her know she a bad example. Like, you know what I'm saying? But you trying to put your cape on and you commending her and helping her disrespect another black person. But you supposed to be pro-black. You're a clown.
Thanks.
She didn't apologize to me. She apologized to you, Garfield. She didn't apologize to me. She was the one.
She apologized to the panel.
She particularly came at me.
Oh, she apologized to the panel. Are you on the panel?
She apologized to me in particular when she came at.
And that's a good point too. She didn't say particularly. You know what I'm saying? Because she was going off on this brother. But the whole point is, even if you did apologize, you can't apologize and then go off on a rant and a tangent on the shit. That's not a real apology. Brother, but F you right after you get done saying I'm sorry. You niggas is fugazi, man. Not only that you don't have any scholarship in you, you also don't have common sense. You also lack common sense.
I'm saying, though, she apologized to the panel, though. So
hey, listen. Right? She don't have to listen. If
Come on, man. Come on, bro.
Let me say this.
First of all, listen. She said what she said. She stopped herself. She apologized. I'm not going to be on my show listening to somebody telling me, talking about Sherry, who's a black woman with children in America. I ain't got time for that. She said what she said.
Wait, you don't have time for... I'm talking about Cherry, who's a black woman with children, which gives her a get out of jail free card when she act a damn fool on your panel. Loud and ratchet. Yeah. That's throw in all of the attributes. She's a loud, ratchet, disrespectful black woman that just so happens to have children. How about you word it correctly next time? You understand?
Yeah, she don't carry herself with as the brother pointed out, she don't carry herself as the scriptures tells you she's supposed to carry herself. And the Bible tells you in the New Testament that a woman shall not usurp authority over a man.
Woo! Facts.
You understand? And you claim to be a New Testament Christian. Well, why are you not following that? You understand?
Right. On that 3 times, man. That's why y'all hate the truth, man. Especially you loud feminist women, because that's what you are. Because when we start going into our culture don't allow that. You know what I'm saying? We start digging up the ancestors' information. They didn't allow that behavior that you are exhibiting. That's why you acting up. You know what I'm saying? That might be the underlying reason why you got beef and problems with brothers. Because you know, according to this culture, if you follow this culture to the T, you're going to have to straighten up.
Apologize, that's it, bro. We don't need to talk about that. How do you feel about the pews? That's all I
told you about the pews. It's like this. I don't think that there's a definitive language on it.
What else you want to talk about?
I don't think there's a definitive language on the pews. That's my position.
Okay. Thank you.
And that I can agree with. So based on that, YAHUCHANNAN, can we agree that based on Hitchenson's razor that states what can be asserted without evidence, also be dismissed without evidence?
I'm glad Kyle said that because they don't have evidence. He just admitted, oh, it can be dismissed without evidence then. All right. So you just prove you don't have no damn evidence. But you this is hypocrites, man. And Kyle, you need to come to the source and get a debate, man. I'm tired of seeing you two, man. Show us that you worth all this noise that you making on the internet.
As Hebrews and that's not Hebrew, and we can't assert that it is. Would you agree to that?
I mean, we can say either way. Some can say it's some Hebrew on there. Right?
Hey, hold on a second. Hold on, guys. I want to say something to defend of the way. I think you need to go back to school, to be honest. And I want you to come on the panel.
There's another insult.
Well, it's 4:10.
And this is why, if y'all watching, why is he talking so harshly about these brothers? Because do you see this brother? All he do is insult brothers all day. You understand? All he do is that. So I'm not respecting this clown. You understand? So a lot of y'all, what y'all do in the community is y'all let people throw stones and hide their hand. And when somebody sock them in the jaw, y'all look at the person that socked them in the jaw and forget that this brother was just throwing stones at him. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
This is a backwards generation, man.
I'm going to see where the panel is going because I really do have to go. I have to get somewhere by 5 o'clock. But if you can come on and make an argument, if we're saying that Bantu are from Shem, ladies and gentlemen, Bantu DNA alone is killing you.
That's a lie because this guy already got killed on that. Because if you trace haplogroup E, E1B1A, E1B1B goes back to EP2, and EP2 is in the Levant. From the Epipaleolithic period all the way to the Chalcolithic period, it dominated the Levant. I've been smacking Garfield up with that for about a year or 2 years now. You niggas, hey, what jihad? You Negroes can't refute that.
Bantu DNA pre-exists any idea or thought of Shem. And by the way, if every human being comes out of Africa, where did Shem come from?
Hey, Garfield, you know the craziest part though?
We playing ourselves, man. Come on, man. You see, this is the problem that Anonymous Hebrew had.
Actually, that's not a problem. Divergence dates are putative dates. Let me show y'all what putative means. Because they treat these dates as absolute dates, actual dates. Putative. Let's get that word putative. We need to all learn. Since we're dealing with genetics, we need to learn these biological terms, right? Let's see how putative is used in biology. Look at this. This is from Biology Online. In biology, the term is commonly used to describe an entity or a concept that is based on what is generally accepted or inferred, even without, you see that right there, Jeremiah? Even without direct proof of it. You see that? Meaning it denotes something like an inference or a supposition that is accepted because it is deemed to be the case or what has been commonly believed. That's what these numbers are. They're putative. It's a supposition. So they trying to stick you with it like, we know it. We know this was 70,000 years ago. We know this was 20,000 years ago. That's a goddamn lie. And you don't know scholarship and you don't study this. You understand? Because if you pull the book of genetics and statistical methods, it will tell you that these numbers are putative, that these numbers are inferences. You understand? But you don't study the material. You're a surface level learner. You dwell in the kiddie pool. We swim on the deep end. Garfield, a grown man wearing his floaties at the 2-foot section of the pool. I'm gonna show you because I was working on that presentation months ago. Let me. I got it right here. Understanding DNA. Here we go. Let's pull it up. Right here. Statistical Methods of Molecular Evolution by Nielsen, page number 236. When solely DNA or protein sequences data are available, amounts of evolution can be estimated, but rates, you see that? Rates and times are confounded, Garfield. This confounding is problematic whether or not the molecular clock hypothesis is correct. So these astronomical dates that you keep pulling out, 70,000, 50,000 years ago, these numbers are only putative. They're only assumed. They're presuppositions. They're not actual and factual dates.
Sit your $5 ass down before I make change.
Thanks.
I like that. One. Again. One more time.
Yeah.
Sit your $5 ass down before I make change.
Garfield, you're trash, man. Again, I do this. We do this. You stay in the kiddie pool with your little floaties. You got the little duck floaties on your arm, and you scared to come in the deep end where them sharks at. You know what I'm saying? Brother got a surface level understanding of the information, man. And it shows because he's making statements and arguments. And you too, Kyle. Kyle, if you want to argue and debate about divergent time, bring your ass to the source.
Hey, Joshua, man, why these guys won't debate you, man?
Bro, we all know why. Niggas are scared, man. Look, if they say, I don't want to debate you on the source, because let's go ahead and clear this right now. I do not own the source. Jeremiah, Yashar, and Diamond created the source. They own the source. I am an employee. I work at the source. Why do you think we call Jeremiah the CEO? Because what brothers are saying, I'm not going to debate him. He owns the source. He the owner. No, I'm not. I'm a debater here. But since you brothers want to use that, I will go to Debate Talk for you and debate any one of you clowns.
Facts. I want to see it happen, man. You know, I've been trying to push for it, and I always end up brothers be trying to have backroom conversations. And the reason they're having these backroom conversations so they can talk their way out of the debate. Oh, I ain't debating him because he disrespected me and you know, he said what he said, and man.
Fine.
Sit your $5 ass down before I make change.
You niggas is clowns, man. You niggas is not gonna come in that ring. Hey, man, they don't want to feel that pain, man. They don't want to get punched in the mouth, be on the canvas, tasting their own blood. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you went over there on the fly, and dealt with Garfield, and he still ain't recovered from that yet.
Right, he still ain't, man. I put the beats on that, brother. I gave him the beats like Dr. Dre, man. That nigga still ain't recovered from that, man. You know what I'm saying? And that was impromptu. Niggas like, oh, you had a PowerPoint, he didn't have one. Bro, I was at work. If anybody know me, typically I work 12, 13-hour days when it's really busy. If anybody know me, I'm at work. I get home at 7. I had 1 hour prep. I made my PowerPoint in 1 hour. This brother been at home being a home mom.
Hey, Joshua, look, Anonymous Hebrew said, he said this. He said facts. And he said more can moderate. That way no one can say it is bias.
Right. And he gonna moderate that ass whoop. All them little arguments about molecular clocks you don't know about. Genetic difference. I remember when I was talking to him. He was like, "Oh, how do they count this?" I said, "By counting the genetic differences." He didn't even know what the hell I was talking about. That's what a mutation rate is, and that's what it creates. That's what a SNP is.
Look, in the mouth of two witnesses, Joshua, 2 or 3 witnesses, somebody said, truthfully honest, says they talk their way out of a lot of stuff in the back chat.
Hey, y'all know. Hey, we had G-Con on the phone at that time talking all that trash, and then didn't want to back it up. Hey, I like put it on the line then. Like, hey, you know what I'm saying? Anybody know me?
One thing I can't say about G-Con though, he will get in the ring. Some of these cats ain't never been in the ring, bro. I'm talking about never, bro. Like never.
Yeah. Well, Garfield, you know what I'm saying? Like he didn't talk about, oh, I don't want to debate you. Nah, come on, debate me, because if you're gonna learn about me, I'm gonna show you my source. I'm gonna show you exactly what I'm talking about, where I'm getting it from.
Right,
man. These dudes is clowns, man. Clowns. All they missing is the red nose and the big shoes.
Anonymous Hebrew said because they shook.
Yeah, they shook, man. Somebody play Prodigy, man.
shook ones.
All of them. They pick out a piece of DNA to fit the narrative. You're not a damn Hebrew. You never was, you'll never be. This is why you're in the situation that you're in. The Hebrews, if you look in the 1500s, right?
Hold up, pause there before you say that, right? Because I didn't watch this video. I'm just now getting it, but Garfield believes that the so-called white Jew are the actual real Jews, man.
Right.
Because he's related to them, man.
He is
3.9 Ashkenazi Jewish.
Wow.
Hey, man. He not gonna question their validity, even though scholars, as he like to say, question the validity of the Ashkenazi Jews, and they even say those people are converts. They even say we read it on D-Red brought the article and we read it. The genetic study that these people are converts.
Even Shlomo Sands, a scholar, who they claim he is what they call it, a conspiracy theorist. Shlomo Sands, who wrote the book The Invention of the Jewish People.
Right.
You understand? They already G-Con right now is on a campaign to try to cast Arthur Koestler as a conspiracy theorist. They killed that man, bro. In the debate I had with him, they killed Arthur Koestler and his wife, man, because of that book he put out. He dead. Mm-hmm. So, and it's an unsolved murder. This is just you know, he just vanished off the face of the earth. Nobody knows what happened. You know, come on, man. Like, people got to cut it out, man, and evaluate the information. Did these people come from the Caucasus Mountains and move into Poland? Did they come from the ancient land of Khazaria and move into Poland? And then from Poland into Germany? Well, Poland is near Germany. And then from Germany to Israel by British. I had a Negro say that was in the scriptures. I think it was G-Con say that was in scripture. The prophecy saying that 1948 prophecy is in the scriptures. I said, brother, you got to be out of your mind.
Yeah. You see, it's just black inferiority all over again. You can't be the Israelites because they supposed to be great, and you
Right.
niggas ain't SH sugar honey iced tea. So
Right.
that's black inferiority all over again. You know what I'm saying? And then they go to the extent that they try to justify these people being Jews while trying to negate us.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You fight us more than you will ever fight them. You justifying their position.
Yeah. I had an argument yesterday, Josh. I think I put it in the 7 branches. A brother who will remain nameless, okay, said that Jesus Christ died black and was resurrected white. See, this is the craziness that goes on, all to separate us from the Messiah, to separate us from our lineage. When you look at what was going on during that time, first of all, let me make this clear: the Israelites was extremely racist. I'm making it clear. The Israelites was extremely racist and biased toward their own people. You understand? And so now they were suffering from being occupied by the Greeks. What color were they? Then they went from the Greek occupation to the Roman occupation. What color were they? So let me get this straight. The Messiah is going to be dead, buried, and resurrected and come back as the oppressor. You got to be out of your damn mind, man. This is ridiculous and absurd, man. I mean, Yakina, man, just talk to me. My bad, Jihad. Go ahead. Say what you want to say, brother.
Nah, I believe, you know what I'm saying? That nigga, why they do that, why Garfield do that, I believe he'll Hamite. He looks like a Hamite. I know Kyle is a Hamite. I know what you him. He's an RX nigga, Hamite, descendant of a neck who come from the Nephilim. I've been trying to get his ass for 2 years. He's trying to keep avoiding. He already told you all these niggas you know. I've been on the Hamite. I've been on that nigga ass, bro. That nigga don't want to see me in the ring. That's why them niggas Hamites, bro. That's why they do that. That's why they do that. But Kyle, you not want to see me, nigga. You the hardest nigga Hamite, descendant of a neck who come from the Nephilim, and I approve it, nigga. I approve it. You don't want to see me, nigga.
Yeah.
Hey, man, look, I don't know. I ain't never seen the man's DNA or nothing like that, man. But I will say, brothers go to the extreme, right? They go to the extreme to separate us from the greatest people on planet Earth, according to the biblical narrative and text, man. And according to science, according to genetics, according to athletic ability, according to mental prowess. You understand? This is just factual, man. You know, and you Negroes can't refute this, man.
Facts.
because look, man, all we got to do is look at the achievements that was stolen from the so-called Negro here in America. I mean, your life in existence, the way your life is right now, if you remove all the achievements of the so-called American Negro, you would be in the damn Stone Age somewhere, man. Right now. You be living in 1450 somewhere. In regards to the accomplishments that we made. This is factual. You see? So when we're looking at this, these are the extremes that they go to. Now, Christ was dead, buried, and resurrected, and came back as the oppressor. That don't make no sense. Everything is visual. Remember, John the Revelator wrote the book of Revelation. Revelation means to reveal. He's explaining what he saw. And then in the Revelation chapter 1, it tells you to write down what thou seest. So now he's seen a white man, the oppressor. John the Revelator is on the island of Patmos at the hands of the Romans. So he's seen a Roman coming up. Black feet and a white face. Black feet and a white face. How many y'all feet is different color than your face, man? This is the type of stuff that we got to deal with, man. But I yield.
Hey, man, what's going on? What's going on, D-Red? That's a shame, everybody. That's a real shame. Hey, D-Red, what's going on, brother?
Hey, what it do, baby?
Nothing, man. We getting on the pump fake scholar. You know, we on his grass right now. You know, we talking about the pump fake scholar, man.
Oh man, Garfield, that's my boy, man. But he got to chill on the show, man. Cause on the show he be tripping, like not letting people talk, cutting people off.
Right.
That whole deal. He got to chill with that because it make people not.
And then don't show no evidence, and then get on everybody for not showing evidence. Nigga ain't showing evidence.
Hey, D-Red, he took the video down, bro. He took the video down and made it private. That he did with me today. Huh?
The thing was what happens is what he gonna end up doing is he know when he present that evidence.
Your mic low, D-Red. Your mic low. Your mic. We
low?
hear you, but it's low. Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Is
Now
it
that's
better?
clear. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I had to put it in my ear. But now what I'm saying is what he got to do is he gonna usually present. And he gonna present. Most of his paradigm comes from Plato and the creation of the Hebrew Bible. I tell all Hebrews to read it. It's easily debunkable. He gonna organize to the desert by Russell Merkin. I mean, I think that's by Thomas L. Thompson. I think. Then it's gonna come from Bruce's Benito. What is it? Bruce's Genesis, Benito Exodus. It's gonna come from that book by Russell Merkin. You know what I'm saying? There's a whole series. It's called the Copenhagen Lecture Series. The stuff in the books are easily debunkable. All you gotta do is read, because basically it's gonna say that the biblical laws come from Athenian law. But what they don't tell you is you can read the book called The Origin of Democracy. In the book of Origin of Democracy, the Athenian law. The Athenian law is supposed to be considered the founders of what you say democratic forms of government. But in the book Origin of Democracy, you know what I'm saying, it's gonna tell you that the origin of democracy came from Tyre. You see what I'm saying? In Phoenicia. And when I think the Assyrians came and conquered, it took the king. They took out the king, and then when the king was taken out, basically the merchants took over, and they formed a round table type government. You know what I'm saying? To where it was a democratic form of government, and that was the first vestiges of democratic government. You know what I'm saying? The democratic law. You know what I'm saying? And that's when you see a mercantile type system. So anyway, the point I'm making is he's going to end up referencing those books, and those books are easily debunkable. I mean, it's just not even nothing even discussed. It's just stuff is just easily debunkable. You see what I'm saying? And so, I mean, he's not going to really present some concrete proof that's actually irrefutable. And the only thing he really has to do is to mute people, cut them off, tell them to expound, and then Chris, you know what I'm saying, coming on, doing what he do. I mean, it's just when you don't like the Bible, and you really don't want no rules, and you want to really just do what you want to do, you're not really gonna care what the truth is. You're just gonna be basically just saying whatever you want to say, just to say it, I guess. You know what I mean? It's not even. That's why I don't even go over there too much. I used to go over Garfield's show all the time, but he kind of went on. He going on his little Hebrew tirade, and it's just like it's uninteresting at this point. At this point, I mean, the other people may not know where he get his premise from, but I do. So I already know what he's going to pretty much go with almost every argument. I already know what he's pretty much going to say, and it's uninteresting. You know what I mean? And these people don't read anything outside of him of what he presents. You see what I'm saying? So they read those books and they try to stand like Kyle try to stand on that stuff too, and those books don't stand up to Greek history, man. I mean, there's several books. Hold on, let me look at my phone right quick, and I can give you a couple authors on Greek history to check out, and then you can be like, okay, I see what you're talking about. Hold on, let me go. Let's scroll through Greek history. Where man, oh no, that's not it. Let's see. All right, here's one by Wiley Blackwell. No, Jonathan M. Hall. My bad. It's called The History of the Archaic Greek World. That's one. And then you can go read Greece in the Making by Robin Osborne. You can read
Did we lose him? Are you there, D-Red? Can anybody else hear him, or is that just me?
No, I can't hear him either.
Hey, D-Red, you cut out.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you back now.
Yeah. Nah, I was just giving y'all some sources to look up as far as the Greek shit. You know what I mean? And that's it. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, D-Red, can you tell the people how many times you done smack that nigga with that? Yeah, we can hear you. D-Red.
I mean, we had a couple conversations, back in the day when he was talking. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can
y'all
hear you
hear
now.
me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, you can hear you. He must got a deep.
I said we'd had several conversations. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Hello? I said we had conversations when he was trying to say wavy pottery lines was writing. I mean, I pretty much killed him on that one. He tried to use the 2 feast theory and talking about the Canaanite origin of the Passover, and we kind of had that discussion. We had discussed after he had the issue with Yeshua, the debate with Yeshua, and he tried to say Ishmael Deodara was different from Zakur because he didn't understand that Zakur was the organization that was founded by Ishmael Deodara. You know what I'm saying? I had to try to explain that to him in the back and show him how when he presented that information and didn't thoroughly understand it, it showed that he didn't actually read the book. Because if you read the book, inside the book, it tells you what the organization was, who it was. It explains it to you. So I already know about I think Kyle and Greg explained to me about the F1 delete or something like that. Rob Bourne explained it to me too. That a lot of these cats are not actually reading the books. They're pressing like F alt delete or F1 delete, something like that. You know what I'm saying? And they're basically getting whatever information that they want to look up, and they just getting a lot of these people are just getting what you call it, like a paragraph here, a paragraph here to fit their premise, and they're trying. Huh? What'd you say?
No, I was just saying they got a surface level understanding. That's all I was saying.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much what it is. And then what happens is they'll find different obscure schools of thought about the Bible. So, Garfield for the past probably about 5, 6, 7 years has been on the what's the word I'm looking for? On the Copenhagen School of Biblical Minimalism. He's been on that. Anybody can look that up. It's called the Copenhagen School. With Philip R. Davies, Thomas L. Thompson, Russell Gmerkin, Peter Niles, Frankie, Peter Niles. I'm probably messing up his name, but you know what I'm saying. But a lot of those guys, Russell Gmerkin is part of it, and so he's been on that, and that's where he's getting a lot of his talking points from. You know what I'm saying? So if you go study somebody's talking in war or any kind of battle, you can't just study your premise. You got to study the other person's premise. And so once I was put on to the book, Baruch's Benito book, I started looking into all of the other stuff, and that's when I started realizing, okay, the whole Copenhagen school thing is it's a whole school of thought with these people. You know what I'm saying? And the Copenhagen School of Biblical Minimalism is a branch of biblical minimalists. And so when you go study that, you'll pretty much know all its talking points, and you won't be surprised by anything that these cats say because you're already going to know where they're going to go. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, they haven't read Archaic Greece by Robin Osborne. I just named a few of them. Hold on, let me go back and check and get these authors' names again.
Yeah, man, D-Red been laying the smackdown on this pseudo. And after he smack him down, he go back and make the same argument on this channel 10,000 times. After he get debunked. That's the type of claim we dealing with.
Well, I mean, like I said, Garfield a good dude. I just think that whatever his issue is, I don't even think he really has an issue with Hebrews, honestly, because you talk about it too much. So if I had a real issue with a group of people, I don't even talk about them. You see what I'm saying? I wouldn't. Not me personally. I wouldn't talk about them. But I think he don't really have an issue. I just think that there's really nothing else to talk about. And I think
Nah,
they seen how much money that Kimmel on trial brought. You know what I'm saying? And I think that they saw how much Kimmel on trial brought. That's the only reason why. Because so I did the debate with the Moors. I mean, it was cool, but it wasn't like Kimmel on trial. He did a debate with a lot of other groups, but it was never none of it was like Kimmel on trial with the Israelites. You see what I'm saying? Because the Israelites is the fast there right now. The Israelite talking point is just a talking point, whether you dislike the Israelites or not. You just gonna talk about it because it gets you numbers. You see what I'm saying? So I don't even think some of these people really got a real issue with Israelites. It's just a talking point. You
I
see
don't
what I'm
know,
saying?
bro.
A YouTube talking point to get views and likes.
I don't know. I think maybe him and Sonetta got some kind of one West post traumatic syndrome or something, bro. Because I thought Garfield was a good dude. Like maybe he want to sit down and talk. He got his point of view or whatever. But when I went on it and I seen it first, I seen it with Anonymous. When Anonymous went on there, how disingenuous he was being. But when I got a taste of it, and I mean, I'm like trying to keep my composure. I'm respecting the dude's channel. Like honestly, he cut me off while I'm in the middle of a point. I could have, that's easily a trigger for me because I like to be heard and I don't like to interrupt people when they're talking. But I respected the man's platform. But honestly, man, that man, if he is pro-black as he say he is, us claiming Israelites shouldn't be a problem, bro. Because we should be able to connect just on the fact of our blackness. Just on the simple fact that we got the same struggles when dealing with the police when we got pulled over, or we got the white man who's teaming up with the other white man to keep us down. That way we can't rise above and get job opportunities. So our blackness, if he's so pro-black as he say he is, he shouldn't have no beef with us, but no matter what we identify as. So he's full of crap. Are you?
I mean, more of the story, Garfield trash. Always been trash. And he might, I ain't going to even give him the benefit of the doubt. He's going to continue to be trash, man. Who am I kidding?
Yeah, I'm tripping. Like I said, Garfield a good dude, man. He a good dude. I just think that it ain't nothing else to talk about, man. I mean, like being in the country community for a long time, a lot of us being in there for a long time, it's really not nothing else for them to talk about as the Israelites, because we're the only people that actually put up a fight against them, in a sense that. But what I mean by that is Ishmael, not Ishmael Bey, but Sharif Bey, he beat up Reggie, but in the end, a lot of the more science brothers, they acquiesce to a lot of Kemet stuff and be like, we're the keeper of Kemetic knowledge and keeper. They kind of acquiesce to the Kemetic school of thought to a certain degree. You know what I'm saying? Not in every sense, but in some senses they acquiesce. You have Wesley Muhammad acquiescing to a certain degree. You know what I'm saying? And so it really wasn't no real beef there. Then you had and then you got us. And then, I mean, you got Christians, but at this particular point, we're taking a lot of people from the Christian church. So a lot of the Christians at this particular point have adopted the enemy of my enemy as my friend, because Israelites are taking a lot of the people from the Christian churches. They're deciding that they're going to team up with anybody. It could be a Kemet nigga. It could be a nigga that hate the Bible like Garfield. They would team up with all these cats to come at the Israelites because, you know what I'm saying? One, we're the one that's offering the most resistance. You know what I'm saying? We resisted the Kemet shit. We ain't really resisting the West African shit because most of us admit that we came from West Africa, so we're not really resisting that. You see what I'm saying? But I think that we're the one that's giving up the most resistance and the most fight back, and we're the one that's doing the most to proving our actual point. And so what happens is we become the target, And so they're gonna make 1,000 videos, which to me, that's some kind. That's kind of That's kind of pathological to me. That's kind of psychopathic to me to make a bunch of videos about one group of people. That's so you got an issue. Like I wouldn't do that. You know what I'm saying? If I had an issue to that degree about anybody, I would just debate them and get it over with. You see what I'm saying? But they're never gonna do that because if again, you gotta understand these people are making money off of this. This has become a business. Like once you look at it from that it's a business, it changes your whole perspective. This is money. This is WWF. I've been saying this for years. This is the WWF. These cats don't really have issues with people. I talked to Garfield, so I know he don't have issues with Israelites for real. It's for show. It's just for the show. It's just all WWE wrestling. Oh, I hate Israelites. I can't stand them. But then he'll talk to me and be like, "What's up?" I'm like, "Shit, no."
But D-Red, isn't that being intellectually dishonest though, brother? Can y'all hear me?
Well, I know because it depends. I heard you. Well, I don't think it's intellectually dishonest. I think it's the people's fault. Like if you watch wrestling and you think wrestling is real, is that the wrestler's fault? If you watch WWE and you think that is real, 100%.
What I'm saying is, if you're dealing with right now, I get it. I get what you're saying. I'm saying if you're presenting quote unquote scholarship to the people, there's supposed to be a certain level of integrity that you're doing it with sincerity, right? So, like, the information that you're presenting is something that you are personally supposed to be standing on, man. When you start saying that people are doing this just to get views, that take away from the integrity of research.
Another thing.
I don't. Go ahead, bro. My bad.
No. Go ahead. You go ahead.
Hold D-Red before you say that, because
I'm just responding. Huh?
I'm not gonna give that coward any leeway. He sat up here on our platform and told Mikael that Christ could give him his legs back. That wasn't no WWE, WWF. That was just disrespect, pure disrespect.
Yeah, that was fun. I told him that he was wrong for that. You know what I mean? But this is what I'm saying though. This is what I'm like. They have a real issue. They have a real issue, and so their issue is a real issue. I don't really necessarily know the ins and outs of their issue. You know what I'm saying? But their issue is a real issue. They don't like each other for real. But what I'm saying is Garfield's overall, outside of Mikael, his overall dislike for Israelites is not real.
I don't know about
because he wouldn't be cool with me.
I don't know.
So
I'm gonna say this. Maybe
I think that. But I understand this.
D-Red, maybe he has a respect for you because you have some knowledge that surpasses him, and he's probably afraid of you because he knows that you got his arguments down and you got his number. He believes and he thinks that we have the right to be disrespected. He showed that today when he let Cherry do that. Even when how he was talking to me and how he was talking about Sam. Sam is a very intelligent brother. Sam has degrees. Sam has business about himself. So he thinks just because I identify as an Israelite or because of my autosomal DNA goes back to the Levant or whatever, he thinks that gives him the right for me to be disrespected. He thinks because you guys believe you're Israelites, and I'm not saying you guys are not, but in his mind, y'all think y'all are something you're not. He think that y'all got a right to be disrespected, bruh. Come on, man. Like, real talk, dude. I'll talk to that man just like tonight.
Well, this is why I say is that.
No, what I'm saying is this: the way I talk to him is just like
Garfield ain't on that type of stuff, man.
No, I don't know about that, bro. But listen, if he saw me in the streets face to face, would he have had that same energy? Would he have talked that same way? That's what I'm saying. Like, when you on this YouTube stuff, talk to people just like if you was going to talk to them face to face with that same energy. You're going to be cool. You're going to respect the person as a man.
I agree. I know a brother that he had seen face to face, and it didn't end well for him. It didn't end well for him.
So what, Genesis?
I said I know a brother that he had an interaction with face to face and didn't end well to him. And short story short, I ain't gonna say the brother name, but that brother bitched you, man. And I say that to say this: stop acting like this character on the internet
when
you're not like that in real life.
Right.
Now that I do agree with. I do agree. Don't always try to treat everybody with respect. It's the reason why, you know what I mean. I get love no matter if I go on the Aboriginal channel, no matter if I go on the Garfield channel or wherever I go, is because I always treat everybody. You know what I mean. But that's my upbringing from the neighborhood I'm from. You know what I'm saying? That we treat people with respect. You see what I'm saying? Until you show me that I need to disrespect you. Once you show me I need to disrespect you, then you're gonna get what you brought upon yourself. I'm not gonna just take it upon myself to do that. You see what I'm saying? So I do agree that you gotta show respect, but I do also understand the show. I understand the show. You know what I'm saying? And so once I understood that this is all show, this is all smoke and mirrors, this is not real. YouTube is interactive television. You see what I'm saying? So this is just a way for people to actually interact via chat and or panel with their favorite celebrity or favorite personality. I'm not gonna say celebrity, but favorite YouTube personality. You can actually interact with them in the chat or get on the panel with them and talk with them. So what ends up happening is these people create these characters. It's not really who they are off the YouTube. It's just who they are on YouTube. And I think we got to just make sure we learn to separate the two, so we don't take it like when he talks about Israelites, I don't take it personal because I understand the show. It's like I said, do I fault the wrestler for the people in the audience that think that the wrestling is real, the WWE is real? The wrestling is actually real. So when we present the information is actually real, or the lack thereof is actually real. But the personality behind it, the end result of the wrestling is scripted. The wrestling is real. Them jumping off the turnbuckle is real. Them landing on somebody is real. Suplexing them and body slamming them is real. But the end result is scripted. So this whole thing is WWE. So as long as people can go into it keeping it in perspective.
You can't get mad when somebody coming with scholarship just as good as yours or better than yours. You can't get mad and start getting that homonym, bro. Like, dude, we might really end up running into each other on the streets. Then what? Well, it's YouTube. Oh, I'm just nah, dude. What's that energy then?
But check it.
Hey, hold on, D-Red, before you say that.
But check it though. But check it. This the thing though. This the thing. Yeah.
Hold on real quick, because it's funny Yahuchanan said that, because Garfield, if he watching, he know that he was supposed to do something to some brother. And I ain't gonna drop no names on here. I ain't gonna do that. And it never happened. You sat there in front of that man and didn't do nothing to him, but had a friendly discussion on Sinetta. Now, Garfield, if you watch it, tell me I'm lying. But you were supposed to do something. And that never took place.
Well, hey man, let me say something. Let me say this real quick, man. As far as from the source,
man, I'm telling you, here, man. I ain't even say the name. If he watching, he know I'm telling the truth, man. So just keep all the information.
Let me say this real quick, man. Let me say this real quick. As far as the source is concerned, we're not dealing with no damn WWE. You understand? We're not on here to do things for views and for likes, and we're just doing this to try to make money. I don't make no money off none of the views that I get from my channel. I'm saying for me personally, I don't monetize. You understand? So these things that we're presenting here is fact check based. And this is what we're trying to present. So if brothers have a particular stance, we urge brothers to bring their realism to the source, man. You know, and be sincere, man, and have some integrity with this stuff. Don't just disagree just because to make some type of show. I don't agree with that, man. Like if you disagree, then disagree. That's fine. But don't just disagree just to make some kind of controversy. I don't believe in it, and I don't respect that, man. I yield.
Let me say this right quick.
Go ahead, Jihad.
Hey, look, man, this is my thing, though. Okay, when you say about wrestling, when you say wrestling, and you make that example, man, don't you remember how hard you was when you found out that wrestling was fake? Huh? You don't remember how heartbroken you was when you found out what wrestling was fake? That's how it is with we find niggas take on the man. You know what I'm saying? With, like you talk about that situation with Garfield, that shit is heartbreaking, bro. You know what I'm saying? You believe me, you think this shit is real, and they put on a big motherfucker, put on for something. You know what I'm saying? That ain't cool, bro. That like some Tupac and Biggie stuff. Like they try to say that rappers, but a lot of entertainers do that. I know Congress do it. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to put on for something. You know, stand in front of the camera, and then behind the camera they working together. That ain't good, bro. That ain't good.
Look, man, the nigga, and the only reason I'm bringing those two accounts that happened, if Garfield watching, he know it's true. I got witnesses. Only reason I'm bringing that up is keep it on the scholarship, man. Don't do all this extra stuff. Like YAHUCHANNAN said, that extra banter won't be the same in real life. And I know with you it ain't. So just stop doing this shit. That's all I'm saying. Stop it. That shit false. It's a falsehood. And you know it. You know in your heart of hearts that's a falsehood, Garfield. So just be normal, man. Why can't brothers just be normal? That's all I'm saying, man. All that rah-rah and the extra stuff is not needed, man. What was you about to say, D-Red? I guess he gone. Let me let's get back into the video, man. Cause over here, like I ain't threatening nobody. I'm all on scholarship. My threats are scholastic. None of you niggas is gonna debate me on the source or debate talk for you. And that's a fact. That's a whole fact, man. Let me get over there, man. Let's get the video back up, man. Hopefully, hey, man, we 2 hours in. We still ain't finished this video yet.
You doing some detailed breakdown, brother.
Yeah, man. This video not even that long.
Tradition of them being the descendant of Yachaniah and David, right, from the Babylonian Jews who went into Babylon and lived there. They have a tradition coming from them. And these people went around, and every country they went in past the Bennett, they got kicked out because of usury. And they were very good with money. We have primary sources of Jews lending Nebuchadnezzar money before he even went into Judah. 13%. They got out of that.
Can I share my screen for 1 second? 30 seconds.
Hold on a second. None of these guys are genetically connected. None of these guys who run around on YouTube and claim it. None of them. Not one of them. They are
we proved to this dude 1,000 times that all modern Jewish, including Iraqi and Iranian Jews, Yemeni Jews, I believe, I think 8 distinct Jewish groups have one thing in common. They all have sub-Saharan African ancestry that dates back to the 8th century BCE, which is a known Israelite period in time. They call it the Iron 2A period, which is a known Israelite period by paleontologists and archaeologists. So to sit here and be disingenuous after you've been told this, Garfield, 1,000 goddamn times, at this point, it's not even like, what are you doing? You fake, man. You fake. You're not a scholar. You're pseudo. And all your arguments are moot.
Let me
say one thing.
Go ahead, Kyle. Sure, you go, Sean. I'm gonna let you speak.
This is just the funniest thing.
Hold on. After Kyle, I'm gonna let you talk for 2 minutes. Go ahead, Kyle.
The funniest thing in the world is that I guess the Hebrews are leaning on this Bantu thing, but they also lean on being Igbo or Yoruba and these different people, and they're not even Bantu. Do y'all know that these people y'all talking about are not even Bantu? They don't speak a Bantu language.
Kyle, you an idiot. When you deal with the Bantu groups, that does include Nigerians, and your Reubens. It extends farther than just them having the language group. It's saying they descend from these people who created those languages. You understand, Kyle? I guess you don't understand because you guys don't really study this. Again, this is more revealing of these brothers' shallow understanding. He thought that was a bombshell, and it wasn't.
And then they want to debate people like, oh, I want to debate you. I want to debate you. Come on, man. Really? I'm right back to what I Q1B1A. It's the dumbest thing I've ever.
Because if you know, I believe what was it, Yahuchanan, before 1000 BCE, haplogroup E wasn't in Western Africa, if I'm not mistaken. It's called the Bantu expansion. Let me look it up. What's the date on the Bantu expansion? I'm gonna let the video play. I'm gonna research it and try to get a source up for us.
Never heard in my life. Dumb. It's not you. Now, let me give Yahuchanan the time. I gotta give him 2 minutes. Go ahead. 4:13. You have a okay. Now, go ahead and prove. I want you to prove to us. Because hold on, I'm gonna write down everything you said. Go ahead. You got 2 minutes.
Now, ancestry, right? Descendancy. That's what we're saying, right? We're saying that we're descendants of these people. Now, you can. What is the automatically legit way you can prove is autosomally? Now, you're talking about haplotypes. We don't know what haplotype is an Israelite haplotype, first of all. There's no such thing as an Israelite haplotype. Now, from my search, because I did it, I've seen Israelites from Yemenite Jews have AB haplotype, and I've seen also they have Jews who have T1B haplotype. I've seen some in Asia who have the C haplotype. So there is no particular haplotype. But how do we know that they're all Jews? We know because there's an autosomal connection. You understand what I'm saying? They share something in the centimorgans. That's how we know. So yes, Anonymous Hebrew, he has in his ancestry, he does have West Asian DNA. So you understand what I'm saying? Just like myself, I also have a connection to other Israelite groups, like an Iraqi Jew, my cousin Sahid in Iraq, who's an Iraqi Jew. You understand what I'm saying? He has 2% sub-Saharan Africa, right? So how the heck are me and him sharing DNA together, and he ain't never been to Africa, and I ain't never been to Iraq? So we share a common ancestor, and there's other Jewish populations that I have connection to, like the Yemenite Jews. Now, when you look like you have Ashkenazi DNA. You got 3.9% Ashkenazi DNA. That's your more ancient antiquity DNA. Your most recent admixture or your most recent DNA is West African, Garfield. So if we go back into antiquity, you are Ashkenazi Jew and not a West African. Huh? What you mean, huh? Yeah. Yes, the lower your percentages, the more.
What you mean, huh?
Got him.
Got him.
No, guys. Everybody be quiet. Everybody be quiet. What? Everybody be quiet. Relax. Hey, I thank you for actually saying nothing. All right.
Actually, you said a lot, nigga. You ain't gonna answer that?
I'm gonna show you something real quickly, ladies, on the screen. All right, because these guys, these are the dumbed down segment of the African American community, and I mean that wholeheartedly. Wow. The problem is they don't understand. They don't understand nothing that they're speaking about. They don't understand nothing, and I repeat that, absolutely nothing.
Right. Why you think I don't got no respect for him? This is all he does on his show. You understand?
And I was telling the wholehearted truth because a geneticist will back me up on everything I had just said.
Yeah.
That they speak about, they understand. Now let's Garfield take a look at this for a second. Because you know in Ancestry DNA, what they do is, family, they tell you what time period the DNA actually came into your system, right? It's something called a molecular clock. So if you have a molecular clock and it's telling you where you were at what time, why should I listen to this guy? How is he?
Again, using molecular clocks, molecular dates and clocks are based on inferences and they are confounded. They're not exact dates. If anybody is presenting a molecular clock, or actually, you don't even know the right term, a divergence time, right? If they present that as an absolute date, they are lying or they are ill-informed. They're spreading disinformation. Those dates are putative. They're regarded as being dates, but there's no direct proof that those dates are true. You understand? So if anybody using that molecular clock argument, they don't understand the literature and haven't read any technical literature, because the people that are over those studies will tell you that it's parsimony, man. They don't even know.
Yeah, they'll tell you that it's not exact. They'll tell you that it's not exact, man. They'll tell you that when you study it. But that's what I'm saying, man. Like I don't know, man. I don't know how I grew up. My grandmother always told me you got to consider the source. So everything I do, I consider who's saying it. I don't just listen to what they're saying and to get rattled by it. I consider the source. Like, so if I know the motherfucker that's talking don't really know what he's talking about, and I'm listening to the motherfucker and he's saying everything wrong, I'm not gonna even get mad about what he said because I know he's saying everything wrong. And so now I'm gonna indict his audience. I'm not gonna indict him because, like I said, you get mad at the wrestler for doing wrestling moves. No, you don't get mad at the wrestler for getting in the ring. You get mad at you know what I'm saying. So I'm looking at his audience like his audience is dumb. You know what I'm saying? Because if they don't even understand what he's using a molecular clock in the wrong way, that's their problem. Like that's their issue. But that's what comes from that side of the audience: dumbness, foolishness, stupidity. They don't know what they're talking about. And then instead of him having, this is the problem with having a clique or crew of cats that don't check you and put you in check. Don't none of them know. That's why ain't none of them correct them and say you using it out of context.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So you got, that's what I'm saying. You got to consider the sources with this shit, bro. Like I don't get mad. Like I don't get mad. No, I used to get mad and be woo woo. But now as I'm getting older, man, I'm like, man, I'm not getting mad about this shit, man. This shit is the WWE. When I listen to these niggas going off on each other tripping, I be laughing because I know damn well, you know what I'm saying, they ain't gonna want to see none of them young lions. They not gonna want to. Ain't none of them cats. Nobody on Dagger Squad. You know what I'm saying? Garfield and his whole. I could put money up. And I ain't even got no more money right now. I've been, this corona, I've been helping folks. But that's not the point. The point is, I will put money up, nigga. You know what I'm saying? That the whole Dagger Squad cannot see James as a shoe. I will put money up. You know what I'm saying? Because they can't do it, bro.
They're not gonna do it. That'll be a wash.
They're not gonna do it. The whole Dagger Squad. And you can get the Dagger Squad. You can get the Suicide Squad. You can get the Justice League. You know what I'm saying? You can get, you know what I'm saying? You can get the whole, and they're not gonna be able to see just them two cats. I'm not even gonna bring in the other cats. You know what I'm saying? It'll be a washing. If it became a Alvin, Jashu, James, Divine, if a nigga formed Voltron, they would get obliterated.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? If we form Voltron, they would get destroyed.
Yeah, matter of fact,
they can get.
I was about to say, matter of fact, they bring their best niggas over here to the source and debate talk for you. You know what I'm saying? We can put money on this shit, man. What they not gonna do? What they gonna
board out to? That's why they got their ass destroyed on Kim on trial. Because once motherfuckers form Voltron, when we form Voltron, the one time motherfuckers form Voltron, them niggas ain't never recovered from that shit.
Right.
Okay. Right now. Oh, my brother, please. I got $100 right now. Oh, my brother, please say the Yah. It's Cain, the serpent, seed of Adam. I got $100. Everybody hands up. On the subject, it's Cain, the serpent, seed of Adam. $100 goddamn dollars. Everybody. I bet my motherfucking life, bro. Bet your fucking life, my nigga. Bet. Shut up.
Hey, them niggas don't want no. They don't want them problems, man. The other day, Garfield was supposed to get on here. You remember that day, Damon, when Ngozi jumped on here and ran his silly ass off? Garfield was supposed to get on here with him. Garfield was like, hell no, I ain't going on there with them again. Just your shoe just beat my ass in 3 weeks. Yeah. Garfield was in the comments.
They don't. Like I said, they really don't. I mean, Ngozi got beat up by Zion Lex. I mean, he didn't get beat up. It was close because they both was making some bad points, but it was close. You know what I'm saying? So I give Ngozi that he did all right. He did all right. He just kind of Zion Lex put him in the trick bag in the end when he had to admit that the Norman's palate was dealing with Asiatics and they
destroyed his whole argument.
Which hit his whole argument. You know what I'm saying? Which you got to understand what nigga gonna take you in the fucking conversation. You got to understand what a nigga dragging you into deep water. But you know what I'm saying? But I mean, Ngozi not a debater though. Ngozi not a debater. That's why Lex Vortex beat him up. He's not really a debater. You see what I'm saying? I mean, I think that nigga got a memory like a mug, bro. Because I can't remember half the stuff that boy be saying. But I think that the reality is, as my grandmama, who is a PhD, said, you know what I'm saying? Speaking over people's head to where they don't understand it, don't show that you know the literature. It shows you don't. It just shows you memorize the literature. But when you understand the literature, you can break it down so the common man can understand it. And Gozi just talk over people's head because he just talk fast and people don't understand what they're saying. You know what I'm saying? But so to me, it don't show me that it don't impress me. It impress like people like Kyle, them cats that don't really understand what they're really saying or understand it, you know, he impressed them. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not impressed. But you know what I'm saying? Because I understand, because like it's in the black community, and I'm not doing this to down and goes because I think the brother's brilliant. I think his potential is infinite. You see what I'm saying? I just think that he need to slow down and really grasp the information so he can give it to the people in layman's terms, so the people can actually learn something from what he's saying, as opposed to trying to sound smart, trying to do the polite shit. Like niggas ain't learn from polite.
I was just about to say that because that's what they use as a badge of intelligence, right? The words that they say, but in the Bible, it's all about how you can simplify it to the layman. The people that can do that the best is more impressive. That's why Paul said, I don't come to y'all speaking big words. You understand? Because they think in this so-called conscious community, that is what is impressive to people. Using words that people don't understand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, polite set that standard. Like polite set that standard, and everybody else been running with it instead of trying to correct the standard. You see what I'm saying? Make yourself more relatable, and then we got to stop thinking that just because a person like. And I learned this being around people. My uncle Vince got a PhD. You know what I'm saying? He a professor at Northwestern. My aunt Louise was a fucking dean of nursing at the University of Chicago. I've been around PhDs, and they'll tell you. Only in the so-called conscious community, and Ngozi has a 4-year degree, and a brother smart. And like I said, the brother's obviously smart. You see what I'm saying? That's not even what I'm saying. But we got to stop thinking of the person as an expert just because he got a bachelor's degree. You're not even considered proficient. You haven't even mastered the subject. So you don't have a master's. You're not. You don't have a doctorate degree, so you're not an expert. So we got to stop leaning on these people. They're no different than us to a certain degree, because a bachelor's degree only means that you barely touch the surface on a subject. You haven't, you know what I mean? A person that's an autodidactic, like most of the people in the conscious community, can be more proficient in the subject than a person with a bachelor's degree. And it ain't unless you're a nurse, unless you doing something like nursing. You know what I'm saying? Other than that. You know what I'm saying? You don't really, you know what I mean? Because, in nursing, they still microbiology, pharmacology, and all that old shit, too. You know what I'm saying? But they're not a biologist. just because they study microbiology. You see what I'm saying? So I mean, it's just what it is, man. It's like, you know what I mean. I think that we got a job, man, of understanding that, you know what I mean, what stuff really is. Like Dr. Ma, she's a doctor, so in engineering, she is an expert. That shit, that don't
Right.
mean she's an expert in everything. Like my aunt,
Right.
she was at the PhD in nursing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
She's not. That don't make her a damn archaeologist. Just because she got a PhD don't mean she's an expert in
Right.
archaeology.
And it's
Right.
You see
better.
what I'm
It's
saying?
better if you didn't go to
So,
no college.
and,
D-Ray, I want to speak on that college thing because I think college should be used and utilized for what it's always been made for, and its primary purpose is to get you a job, not for you can get on the internet and claim that you're superior. That's not what it's made for, and that's why you brought up the autodidactic. Me purchasing books and learning on my own, I can outdo these brothers because if you do go to a 4-year college, you're going to go through, let's say you do it for biology, you're going to learn, you're going to have a narrow scope on the understanding on a lot of the topics. For instance,
Yeah, and it's a lot of unnecessary information too that you got to go through.
right. You're going to do a lot of theoretical stuff. But what I'm saying is this: if you go to school for biology and evolutionary biology, that's all you're going to know, and you're probably going to get indoctrinated. You know what I'm saying? I know because my sister going for her master's in molecular biology right now. Right? You're probably gonna get indoctrinated. With me, I can learn both sides of the story. I can read about intelligent design. I can read about cellular biology at the same damn time. You got to stick on that same subject or that narrow scope that they provide you in that corpus, man. That's how it works. That's why somebody that's autodidactic can outpace you in the scholastic realm, man.
Right. And y'all can hear
yeah,
me?
especially if they have, especially if they have a sound methodology. You know what I'm saying? And they know how to vet their sources. You see what I'm saying? That's why when Consu asks what method y'all use to vet your sources, I just told them the crap method. You see what I'm saying? That's just one method that a person can use, and you can change what method you use to vet your sources predicated on what topic you researching. Because you can't, it's better to use different methodologies. You know what I mean, depending on the subject. So I mean, but I think that in the so-called conscious community, man, we gotta tighten up, man, and get it together and stop doing some of the stuff that we doing because we promoting stuff that you know what I mean. And like I said, I'm not picking on the brother. You know what I'm saying? Because Kaya is the same thing. Kaya got a 4-year degree, and I encourage brothers to get educated. I encourage it. So I'm not poo pooing on get your 4-year degree. But what I'm saying is we gotta stop propping these people up and acting like they're experts. You spend 2 years
Exactly.
dealing with your prereqs. You know what I'm saying? Dealing with your math,
Right. So that means he only got
social
real 2 years of
sciences,
real
and
studies. Right.
reading and English and all of those shit.
No, some of them was
Right.
getting their course from high school because they didn't get them in
Yeah,
high
you know what I'm
school.
saying? So yeah, you don't get
They had to get their course.
Can you hear me? I'm
Listen,
breaking up.
no, we clear.
yeah, I mean that's the average person. The average person.
Look, and then when you go to a 4-year college, the information be outdated. The books and everything, it'd be outdated.
So no, man.
Autodidactic,
Like I said, we gotta expect more.
right. Autodidactic, we can stay up to date with our information. Just get the newest books. You can't
Here's
do
the
that.
crazy thing, even about college, though, Joshua. Like, this is why they make you write your
Yeah.
report. That's why they make you write your report on the latest information. Because then now they taking your information and involve it in their curriculum. Right? So you gotta understand.
Yeah. Real quick. For the people that are watching, autodidactic just simply means self-taught, man. So I just want to put that out
there. But yeah, no, I know. I'm listening, and I've been listening the whole time, and I got a lot of respect for y'all brothers. I don't build with brothers a lot, you know what I'm saying? Like I do a lot of work, and I'm trying to lay a foundation. But everything y'all saying is absolutely correct.
You know, my thought is we need to create a whole community to ourselves, right? We need to have a whole situation, not where we sell and don't involve, but where they can come, where people can come and they see, like, okay, not only do these brothers got sources, but they're showing you methodology. They're showing you how they vet sources. They're showing you why they've come to their conclusion, or like my brother D-Red said, their methodology, or what we call your epistemology, right? How do you know what you know, right? That and a lot of that is based upon whether or not you've been able to clear your palate. See, a lot of these brothers have not been able to empty what they've been taught, so then it's just focused on, oh, you know, I'm banging on the Bible. Church hurt syndrome, right? So it's not based upon my ability to take this information and really use it. So like his brother Ngozi, the brother is brilliant, right? His ability to retain and regurgitate knowledge is amazing. That does not mean he knows really what he's talking about, right? Or if he does, then we're dealing with now an ability to be scholastically honest or show scholastic integrity. For instance, if you talk to Ngozi and you start talking about DNA and you start talking about genetic population source, now he has to be scholastically honest, right? Now he has to say, right, so where they getting this genetic sample from is from these specific people, and we know that these people have not always been in that specific location, so that means they migrated to that place, right? But then if you ask Garfield the same question, he's going to try to tell you you've been in there for 10,000 years, right? These type of conversations we have to bring to the table, and if we don't bring it to their channel, which I don't suggest we do anymore, we create our own different sources. Like you got the Source channel, you got Sal's channel, Debate Talk for You. You got, you know, I think the brother Dante Fortson is a solid brother. You know, we can start building with all. You can build with Divine, however it is. You can start building on all of our different Israelite brothers. We need to come together and start having these real conversations. Because at the end of the day, the goal is to bring out the truth and knowledge that's really out there, and have a real level of integrity of how we vet it. Like D-Red is giving y'all just the simple information that D-Red gave you this evening on how to deal with how to vet their sources, right? But that Shub is giving you on how to look at certain sources and come to these certain conclusions. YAHUCHANNAN went on there and beat him up. I went on there and beat him up a few days ago. I don't got nothing personal against Garfield, but I have moved to the point where these cats, you know, if you gonna bring me on your channel, number one, you bring me on the channel to talk about the Exodus, then you want to talk about DNA and hoping that I don't know the DNA, then I beat you up and you want to kick me off and bring me back on and kick me off and bring me back on. Like, all of that is games, family. We need to move beyond that now. Like, if we really are the light of the world, I consider you brothers the same as me, like you trying to be the light to the world. Separate yourself and make people start to know us. Because like y'all been saying, the views, they hold money. Really think about it. Their whole financial situation in a lot of ways is determined and dictated about how they make videos about us. This is the same thing you see Paul going through. He's showing up, he's going against Diana and Artemis. That's messing up people. Money. Y'all got to understand the level of power that the Most High is giving you just by simply doing research and becoming educated on how to properly vet the sources. We literally at that situation now in 2021. With everything going on, we find ourselves in a position to really be the light to the world. I refuse now to play games. I got a degree in religion and a degree in psychology from a very accredited university. Everything else I use to make money ain't got nothing to do with that, family. I got certificates on how to deal with financial and increase financial wealth. And, you know, I make money through real estate. That's how I make money. It ain't got nothing to do with what I went to school for. Luckily, the military paid for it, so I ain't right. So like, y'all got to realize we in a unique position at this point. I only been on that channel one time in my entire life. Just by saying my name, making videos, going crazy because you got beat up for a 2-hour course of conversation. That got nothing to do with me. That got to do with what I've learned from brothers like D. James, Jashu, and whoever, right? Divine, all the brothers that's in our community. It's time for us to start to unite, figure out what we can build, how we can get things in common, how to bring our sources to the table. Because I guarantee you, they doing the same thing and they figuring out how to squirm and wiggle out of every conversation. You hear Chris up, he got certain techniques to use to squirm out of the conversation. We don't gotta squirm though. We come in there and shoot. We get our shot group, we line it up. That's what we need to do now. Right? Know your worth, know your ability. If you don't know something, link up with brothers who do know.
You're right though. I mean, but no, I would just say that you know, we gotta what you said is key. Squirm out of lobby and technique. That's what I call them. I mean, no defense, no offense to some of my lobbying friends, but I call it them, you know, the lobby and knuckle buck. You know what I'm saying? Because them boys know how to suck and jive, and you know what I'm saying. You keep calling them, and before you know, they done change the subject on you. Now you talk about something totally different.
Right.
Like, hold on. Right. We was talking about DNA. How the hell we get to talking about Songhai, the Songhai dynasty? What the hell? How the hell?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So you gotta, you know what I'm saying? But you know what I mean? But on their show, this is the thing. This is why they only go on their own platform. You're not gonna see them cats going on some because like when you catch them, like okay, like one time we caught Uncle Cat and Garfield on Brother Sanchez show. It was me, Chief Holiday. Shout out to my boy Chief. We were Chief Holiday, and we was all dealing with them. And so now, mind you, this is when everybody was going at the Aboriginal brothers, and them boys said something that was interesting. You know what I'm saying? And I told them, I said, look, before we go in there, we're gonna keep it simple. We're not finna get off into Atlanta and Egypt was in America. We're not finna get on none of that. We just gonna talk about it was niggas here before Columbus. It was niggas here from the beginning of the time. It was niggas already here. And if we stick to that, never concede. What? Stuck to that, conceded that black people was already here. But 2-3 days later, guess what they did on their show? Went back to their same old narrative. At that moment, that's when I realized, this is what it's about. They have an audience. Right, and so what they're doing is feeding their audience. They got an audience of people who don't like the Bible for whatever reason. You know what I'm saying? For whatever reason. And they know if they go on other shows, they're going to have to concede. Because it ain't going to be no cutting people off, changing the subject, it ain't going to be none of that. Right. They just stay on their own little show, little friendly show. And then, but we go everywhere. We go on their show. Should we be on the Aboriginal? I'll be on the Aboriginal show. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of other brothers.
We don't care. Brother just said
he was on Garfield show. We don't care. Yeah, we move around exactly. So we don't care about being, but they can't be like how we are because they don't got they skin ain't thick enough. That's why they only want to be on friendly shows where it's friendly to their paradigm. They really don't want to come and get challenged. We'll be on shows and we be the only Israelite and we be battling the whole damn panel.
Be battling, slapping. Let me add to this. Let me edify what you're saying, bro. Like, cause what he's saying is absolutely right? And the reason being is because we not coming in with any preconceived notion, right? We just really trying to have a conversation. More than anything, we really just trying to have a conversation. But this is what you gotta understand. They have made merchandise of you, family. The scripture tells you it. They literally have sat back and made merchandise of us. Right? Some of these cats feed their families with us.
Yeah, you know the thing too, bro? What we doing over here in the source, man, we making history, bro. We do things that's groundbreaking, and we talk about things that's groundbreaking. You know what I'm saying? We over here making history. You know what I'm saying? That's what I can see, you know. And people starting to gravitate and magnetize toward that, because what they doing, that shit is over with. That shit there. We make history in the source. That's what we do. We making history.
And that's real talk because
Right, I
we the
agree.
only platform that when we start making statements, you know what I'm saying, we gonna support it with evidence. You see what I'm saying? We gonna give you the scientific articles. We gonna give you, you know what I'm saying? We gonna even show you where we get it from and we'll take you to the page of the book where we get it from. You see what I'm saying? We're not gonna just sit up there and I will say the only other place that really try to do that is MBK. That's the only other place that try to do that is what we do over here. You know what I'm saying? Is MBK with Danny and them. Danny gonna get up there. He gonna take you to the newspaper article. He gonna take you to this. He gonna take you to that. He gonna take you to where he got the information from. You see what I'm saying? That's what they do over there. So that's why I fuck with them. You see what I'm saying? They're gonna try to take you there. They're not gonna just tell you and do a whole. I mean, they gonna talk shit just like every other channel talk shit. We all do that. But for the most part, when they making a point about something, they're gonna make that point. They're gonna take you to the references and the sources of it, and they're gonna get down to the nitty gritty. And you can't do nothing but respect that. But guess what? They don't unless they talk about some abos or something. They don't get a whole lot of views a lot of the times either. You'll notice the source. We don't get a whole lot of views. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we do, depending on who we may be going against. MBK don't get a whole lot of views. Why? Because the people that's actually give the channel that's actually giving the most information, that's not sexy. Our people want the bullshit. You see what I'm saying? Because we personality worship. You see what I'm saying? Like a lot of these groups are mad at the church, not because they really hate what the church preach and they hate whatever. They mad at the church because the church got money. If you really
So
want me to keep it
yo,
real,
right.
the
No,
church got
real.
money.
Hey, bro, real talk.
That's where the
Like,
money. That's where the
so
money
look,
is. They
when
want you
you
to
go
give
to
them.
the
They
money,
want you to
they
give them
teach
their
you.
money.
Right. That's
Huh?
what they teach you in these seminary schools, man. They teach you to go and build up an organization that is gonna come in and give out money to the people, or you get the people to the point where they want to give you the money. And now you take that money, you build these beautiful cathedrals and all this, and you say that's in the name of the Most High. Right? Nah,
Man.
bro, we supposed to get to the point we taking care of the people. And that's our next goal as a nation. We got to say that as a nation now, that's our goal. Like D Red said, he been taking care of everybody during COVID. Guess what? I'm in the same position. Just Most High,
Have got to the point
blessed.
where.
Like we feel we.
Oh, okay.
That's
Go
what
ahead.
you. That's
Go ahead.
my bad. Let me say this, because D-Red, this was what I was gonna say when I had lost my train of thought. Listen, the problem is this: it ain't just black folks leaving the church; white people are leaving the church as well. So a lot of reasons why the black people are leaving the church is because of identity. The first thing. Another reason why black folks is leaving is because white evangelicals are not addressing the basically white privilege or addressing the oppression of black people. They're not speaking to the black plight. So a lot of black Christians now are like, yo, they're leaving the church. Now, the reason why white evangelicals are leaving the church is because there is, and you can check it out too if you don't believe me. It's called the Church 2 movement, especially in the Southern Baptists. There's a lot of women, white women, like young girls, are being sexually molested or being sexually abused. So the church is losing members. Are you?
No, I understand. No, I understand that. I'm just saying that these cats. I'm not. I'm not really trying to get off into the reason why the people are leaving the church. I'm just saying that these people are mad at the church. A lot of the Garfields and the people in they chats and stuff like that, they're mad at the church. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of the people that had these shows are mad at the church because they want the church's money. They don't really give a damn about the people and information and giving these people. They mad at the church because them motherfuckers still be packed and full of people. And the church and the pastor driving a Bentley, and they trying to figure out how can they come to people and get their audience so they can drive them a Bentley. That's pretty much it. They don't really care about helping the people learn and information, because if they cared about information, they'd be doing what we be doing over here at the source, and what they be doing over on MBK, giving the people the information, laying it out. You know what I'm saying? Giving out. You know what I'm saying? Actually substantiate their point with articles and things of that nature. Every time they make a point. They don't do that every time they meet. They'll be making points, and they'll go whole shows without pulling out one article, one piece of information, and just sit up there and have a circular argument because nobody's pulling out sources. The Israelites brothers can't pull out. They might not even be able to pull out sources because they might be on their phone. You know what I'm saying? And then so they up there, and then Garfield them, they ain't pulling up no sources. They just talking. It just becomes some roundabout circular argument, but people just end up arguing. That's why what the source doing, and I keep saying MBK because they do it too. They'll pull up the article on your ass. Boom, boom. You know what I'm saying? And then you be arguing with the article. You ain't arguing with them. You arguing with the article, or you arguing with the book, or you arguing with the page of the book. You gotta drop them sources.
Exactly. The argument no longer becomes personal. It's with the person that I brought up, which most likely, if it's about DNA, it's going to be a molecular biologist that you're going to have to argue with.
And that's how you stop it from being personal. You see what I'm saying? But when you don't have the information, you don't have no choice but to attack the person giving the information. That's always the end result. When they don't have information, you can't do nothing but say, "Oh, you're stupid," or "You're this," or you can't do nothing but attack the person. But if you got the information, all you got to do is present the information. The information speaks for itself. You don't have to. You don't have to say, do nothing else. But boom, here you go. Here, this is what it say.
You saw what Garfield had
like
to do. He had to resort to ad hominems, and then, he had to disrespect me because he couldn't. He gaslighted. He had to gaslight his audience because he knew what I was saying was true. So he was speaking to the audience so he could keep his listeners. Because if Ngozi would have been right there, Ngozi would have told him, even a PhD would have told him, this brother is telling the truth, that the lower the thing is more antiquity. Because if he understands how admixtures work, especially if you're dealing with different populations and you're mixing, how the number gets lower.
And because it shows that the lower number is the basal population.
Hey, don't get twisted because Garfield know that. So when I'm smacking, that's what he's saying. So then I show him, all right, here go my paternal haplogroup. Let's go to this common denominator then. Everything is showing these migrants, right? You don't want to have that conversation. You want to have a 10,000-year West African DNA conversation. That's why D-Red is saying, like, you don't go there, right? Listen, family, know your worth. I teach, and I ain't comparing us to women, but I teach my daughters this at this point. I got a daughter, Most High woman, she's finna graduate high school early, right? I teach her, know your worth, right? Know yourself, know who you are, know how much you mean and how much you bring something. So don't y'all understand neither. And this ain't we better than them. This on some, we was beat down so much that we had to figure out how to overcome that. Y'all like me, I come from some real messed up situations. But you wouldn't know it sometimes, at least most times, for how I carry myself. Right? That's the goal now. Move to the point where we're like, I'm tired of these cats. Look, fam, I got the ability to go on pretty much anybody's channel. Much like come on YG Red, right? You can go on anybody's channel. Why though at this point? Why? It's not necessary. They need us. So make them come to us. You want to keep running your mouth? Come to us. If not, let's just put out this information at this point. The people are making the information. How many of y'all know he was telling you about how to know where their sources come from? How many of y'all know what Jashub was talking about how to really understand the different forms of gift and all of these things that they use, the different logical fallacies? And when he's showing you how to use this DNA to make a point, how many of you know what YAHUCHANNAN went on there and said to them? See, we're not properly looking at this thing at this point. I'm done with it, fam. Nothing against a certain platform, but I'm done with it. You're going to cheat me and lie and try to mischaracterize me. You letting people talk about my family, and then when I show you that I'm a real one, and I say, well, look, bet, if you're going to keep talking about killing my family, nigga, catch this burner, right? Now I'm a problem. Now you issue. Why put myself in that situation from now on? Who now got to be on there and let a woman cuss him out and talk crazy? I listened to that and I had to go give my wife a hug. Like, yo, I'm grateful for you not being that type of person. To tell you about a quarrelsome woman. Like, understand where we at in this point in time. I'm done with the cats. These my brothers, right? Even if we got different of views on eschatology. Maybe we got different points of views on how it end up. Let's sit down and work that out. Maybe we got different views on who gets salvation. I don't think most of us do, but there are some. Or what the hierarchy is like, bro, that's not really that important at this time. Let's sit down and figure that out. But now let's grow. Let's figure out how to build this. I need like D-Ray. I need a brother like Jasu. I need a brother like James, and I pray that they understand they need me. I don't need Garfield on. I don't need an SVD. I'm put out there, right? I don't need a Sonetta. Now let's build something bigger than that. Because they begging for you, man. Understand that they begging for us this point. And I'm going to preach this till Most High take me from here now. I don't need y'all. Y'all need me. Literally, 11:19 at night. I'm taking from my family so I can tell y'all we need each other. I'm done with it. I done spent the last 3-4 years trying to deal with people who, as soon as I leave, gonna talk crazy about me. Because I believe in the book. In the book, it's telling you the truth. I can show you from Avaris to America at this point. It's simple. PhD after PhD after PhD that corroborate what we say. Why continue to? That's your masochism. Like that's a form of masochism to keep putting yourself in a situation where people gonna destroy you and tear you down and destroy your witness. Put your point where you gonna spark off and go crazy and be that old nature when we know now I'm a new creation. Don't get twisted. I'll lay you down if I got to, but I'm a new creature. We done with these cats. And the sooner we get that in our mind as a whole community, the sooner we see the new kingdom come into play. That's where I'm at with it. I ain't saying there ain't nothing gonna crack the sky, we can have that. But I know one thing, there is a practical application to what we see in this book. And the practicality is we gotta be. It's enough knowledge for all of our brothers to say, miss me with all the nonsense. I'm done with these cats. I'm done with being disrespected because I'm trying to bring information. And I'm learning from a cat like D-Red, from a cat like Brother Josh or Zadok Ben Israel, who you only see on certain platforms. At some point in time, we say enough is enough. And I think we at that point. I pray, hope, I pray that we at this point. Because the information I'm hearing and seeing from my brothers and my sisters, might I add, because they love to make us, misogynistic. Our sisters got a whole heap of information. I can just start naming them off. Ashanti, Sister Malaka, like Sister Only Love. She goes to the continent all the time. I can start naming y'all sisters who out here get through. At that point in time, we got to say it's time to build the kingdom. I pray and I hope we at that time. So I'm going to get off my soapbox. But it's love, brother, man. Like,
hey, man. Hey, who's this brother speaking?
That's anonymous Hebrew.
Yo, Shalom, Mark. This Jeremiah, man. I just wanted to.
Shalom, Mark. Shalom. You know there's love for you. I got much love for your platform, fam. I know I'll reach out to y'all as much as I can. Forgive me. Like, I'm studying for my Series 7, my Series 65, so I can make sure I get this right. I'm doing all kind of stuff. So, but just because I don't read, I don't think I see you, don't think I don't know what you're doing, and it's love on my part.
No doubt, man. You got you still debating over there at Solar?
Nah, I left. I ain't gonna. You know what I'm saying? I got tired of playing with them. And,
yeah.
I ain't gonna say nothing bad about their platform because I ain't no sucker like that. But I ain't got no time for the games.
No, I get it, man. Well, if you ever get the urge to get that itch to get back in the ring, let us know, man. We're a debate league, man.
We working on it. I talked to Jashuv already. You know what I'm saying? I want to talk to the private first that I want to talk to. I don't want to just call him out. You know what I'm saying? Trying to be but there is definitely, a few brothers on the platform that I could at least see that we need, I want to have a conversation with them. And I also, me and Moore have talked about it. We talked about Sal. Well, he especially spoke about it with Sal. definitely want brothers to be able to come to Sal's platform on Debate Talk for You. We kind of do that like Switzerland, right? If you feel like the source is kind of like, I don't, but if you feel like you can't come here, then you can go over there. If you don't go over there, then you can come here. You know, and that's the goal. Now let's start building up places for us to work, for us to build out, to hash these things out. So like I was saying, if you're scared to come and debate here, then go debate them on Debate Talk for You. You know what I'm saying? I want to see you debate here. Like, you know what I'm saying? This is unapologetically Israel. But also Debate Talk for You. And the goal of Debate Talk for You is kind of be that unbiased space. So if you don't feel like you can get down here, you can go there. But it is definitely my goal to debate here, son. And you know, I try and take no belts and nothing. I know y'all got a belt, but I just want to mix it up with some brothers. You know what I'm saying? I want to stay sharp.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying? I definitely am feeling it. So working on that, and most I will work it out.
Hey, check this out, man. I want to say this, man. For all y'all, man, against the debate, bro, you got to get out there, bro. You know what I'm saying? You got to be with. You know what I'm saying? My first time debate, I was nervous, but after that, I take blood, nigga. I'm bloodthirsty now. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm really, now, everybody knew I'd have been in prison. I was debating in prison. So I damn near to debate in prison. But it's different when you in prison and when you online. Ain't nothing to be scared of, bro. Once you get that first taste of blood, it's all you gonna be blood, bro. You gotta get that first taste of blood. Like, that ain't nothing to be scared of. You say how that.
I appreciate the opportunity to be on anybody.
I yield. Hey, man, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, man. Source Debate League in the house. You know what I'm saying? Like, let the debate to stick up. You know what I'm saying? Please say to y'all, the champion of the source, please say to y'all, the CEO of the source, and the champion. You know what I'm saying? My brother Josh Hughes, champion of the source. You know what I'm saying? Man, make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe, man. Be hard, going hard, and you're over there in popcorn. Check me out next Sunday. Next Sunday, but my brothers ain't doing that. They're doing this Sunday because I'm busy. But we ain't doing next Sunday, man. I want to hit on that reparation. I know I told y'all I'm gonna bring y'all about each and every property and all that. You know what I'm saying? But you know it's gonna be kind of like it's gonna be kind of like I get into the commercial break from it or something. That's what we need, man. It ain't about just about me. What I want to talk about. It's about us. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, Johnny kind of over the property, but I'm on next Sunday. I want to do something on that reparation. That's about us. You know what I'm saying? As a whole. That we all know about it, that we all, you know, need to look, you know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? After this Sunday, I ain't gonna do nothing this Sunday, come work. But maybe next Sunday, you know what I'm saying? If the schedule clears, next Sunday at 7, you know what I'm saying? Johnny Cochran gonna go in on some reparations. You know what I'm saying? We need that. We need that, baby. You know what I'm saying? They just got on break on podcast, baby. Yeah, it ain't 400. I ain't gonna get to it. I ain't gonna get to it too, but yeah, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, baby. You know what I'm saying? Take me.
That's right, man. Hey, Josh Shub, you had something else you was going into? Because I got a question in the comments section, and I wanted to throw that on the table, and we can talk about it. We got a couple of opposing views in here on this question, and unless you had something else you wanted to go into, Josh Shub.
Let us finish that clip, man.
Hey, Jassu, can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, brother.
I want y'all to know if y'all want to debate with me, because I really, you know, I spoke to Jassu, but I want y'all to know, and I don't know the next time I'm gonna have time. I want to debate the Exodus. I want to debate financial wealth and health for communities, the different strategies. of achieving that. If you got something you want to deal with, especially like epigenetics, how that changes or improves, and how Torah specifically interacts with epigenetics, I definitely want to do something like that. Off the top of my head, that's all I got at this point. But and then anything like historical in the Levant region, like if you want to say that the Bible is not historical, not much like a history book, can we pair it with historical, archaeological, and anthropological proof? I love to have those type of debates, and so that's where I'm at with it. So I just want to put that on the table so that anybody want to have those debates, we could kind of just cut through the minutiae and just get right to it. So appreciate y'all for giving me the opportunity to shut my mouth and let y'all get it.
Yeah. Hey, Daryl, man.
Welcome to the Source Anonymous.
My bad, you sure?
No, I was just saying welcome to the Source.
I know what it is.
Thanks on the ground, bro.
Yeah, man. We forming like
Thanks on the ground.
Hey, let me say something to Daryl real quick. Daryl, we dictate the pace of this channel, man. We're gonna say y'all bring up a Bible topic. We gonna listen. We gonna let you do that, brother. And I'm gonna drop the link and let you come in here and let Jeremiah and Dunn beat up all on you and abuse you.
That's what's up. Yeah.
Let's finish this video, or we can finish it tomorrow. We do a part 2 or something like that, man. I'll let y'all decide. I'll let the panel decide, man.
It's your show, Joshua.
It's YAHUCHANNAN show.
No, I mean it's our show. I mean, I don't care. We can go on. It's up to you. I think we're about
Bring the brother on. Bring him on.
All right, man. Daryl, you asked for it. You wanted to get your ass kicked. Here's the place to do it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Daryl, click that link, man. Since you wanted to bring up a biblical topic, go ahead, man. Click that link. We waiting on you. Don't get cold feet now. You can get cold.
Right. Don't get.
This brother thought about it. This brother
great
thought
show,
about
by the way.
Yeah, yeah, man. I'm glad YAHUCHANNAN came through. Brother Anonymous came through. The brother said, "Let me turn on my laptop." All right, Daryl. All right, man.
Turn that thing on, bro.
Well, yeah.
Like
when you get in here, I'm gonna mute my mic and let you present your information, and the brothers is gonna commence to jumping you in. You know what I'm saying?
Jumped in the source to get in the source, to be in the source.
Right.
Have your Bible app and your concordance up too. Don't come in here half stepping and slipping. Talking about, hold up, give me a minute. My cookies. Just person with you, Darryl. We're trying to shake you up a little bit.
Yeah, man.
How y'all day been going, man?
Shoot, you know how it is. You know how it go, man. Every day.
Yeah.
Hard work, man. But I had to get on Garfield's grass because he pulled some stunts on these brothers, man. I want to expose it. But these brothers forget we got channels too.
Right. Garfield.
We can spread some propaganda too. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So, yeah, man, had to get on his case for a minute and expose him as the bozo he is. And I will give him this. He's a consistent bozo. Like, ever since I've known him, he has been a bozo.
Hey, that's all it takes. That's all it takes. You gotta be consistent. That's all we need.
Right. He's not wavering, brother. He's not a wavering brother.
Well, ain't that bad when these brothers get over 40, 50 years old and they just, oh my God.
Man.
That's
he just stagnated. His growth is, he has no growth at all.
High school.
Man, he the exact same person we met 10 years ago. I promise you.
Jeez.
Is that Daryl? There he is. All right, Daryl. I'm gonna mute my mic. You can bring up your Mystery Babylon topic, sir.
All right, so I want to thank you for me. Hello guys. So I wanted to bring up a Bible topic. So, who is Mystery Babylon, the great harlot of Revelation?
Wait a minute, pardon me. You said who is Mystery Babylon?
Yeah, the great harlot of Revelation.
Did you mean what is Mystery Babylon?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm trying to help you out, bro.
All right. What is Mystery Babylon, the great harlot of Revelation? What is? You want to go first? Anyone?
No, it's your bill, bro. I'm gonna help you start off right. That's all.
All right. So I say it's Jerusalem. Do you guys? Anyone object?
I object.
Who said that?
Daryl, you in a live show. This is on YouTube. This is the Source Debate League.
Yeah, I've been on there before.
You're gonna have to go ahead and present your information. Okay, brother? This isn't a debate. But I think that between Yahuchanan and Anan and Joe Yashar and Jihad and the Scholastic Bully and myself, along with your audience, I think you should probably get to the point.
Because of nervous. Hey, first of all, hold on. Can I say something? I thank you for coming up here because I know, being in the chat and coming up with things that take big guts. So you sound like you're a little nervous. So don't be nervous. Are you asking us questions or is it something that you want to present like you have information?
Both. But all right. All right. So I gotta get my verses. I should have got this before I presented the question.
Hey, Daryl, this is messed up, man. You on the comment talking about you want to talk about this. I give you the chance to, voice your opinion. You embarrassing me right now, Daryl.
I wanted spice it up, So all right, so
bro, we had the sauce on already, man. You wasn't spicing up nothing, man. It was already spicy. You know what I'm saying? How you gonna tell the chef how to prepare his meal, brother?
Right. Hey, Daryl.
Hey, what's up?
Let me question, Daryl. What is Babylon?
Biblically, it's a name for Babylon that was over in Mesopotamia, around that area where Nebuchadnezzar was the king of that area.
Nebuchadnezzar.
Yeah, king. Yeah,
Who was
the
king of Babylon?
Nebuchadnezzar.
So, okay. Nebuchadnezzar was the first and the second king of Babylon. Okay. That's interesting.
I wouldn't say the first and second. I wouldn't say that.
Isaiah 14:12. Are you familiar with it?
Probably.
Isaiah was prophesying against the king of Babylon, prophesying their downfall. Could you tell us exactly which king was it that Isaiah was referring to?
Let me go. I pulled it up. Hold on, let me go see.
We're going to talk about Mystery Babylon on this show.
We yet choose, and the people shall take them and bring them.
No, go ahead and read it out loud, Daryl, so everybody can understand what you're reading, brother.
All right, Isaiah 14:1. For the Lord will have mercy on Jacob and will yet choose Israel and set them in their own land. And the strangers shall be joined with them, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob. And the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids. And they shall take them captives, whose captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors. And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall give thee rest from thy sorrow, and from thy fear, and from the hard bondage wherein thou wast made to serve.
All right, stop right
That-
there, brother. Does that sound like Mystery Babylon?
Mm,
Okay, go ahead. Continue to read, brother. Go ahead.
And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall get. Oh wait, no, I already read that. That you shall take up this proverb against the king of Babylon and say, "How hath the oppressor ceased? The golden city ceased. The Lord hath broken the staff of the wicked and the scepter of the rulers. He who smote the people in wrath with a continuous stroke. He that ruled the nations in anger is persecuted, and none hindereth. The whole earth is at rest and is quieted. They break forth into singing, yea, the fir trees rejoice at thee, and the cedars of Lebanon, saying, Since you art laid down, no feller is come against us. Help from beneath is moved for thee to meet thee at thy coming. It stirreth up the dead for thee, all the chief ones of the earth. It hath raised up their thrones, all the kings of the nations. All they shall speak and say unto thee, Art you also become weak as we? Art you become like unto us? Thy pomp is brought down to the grave, and the noise of thy vials. The worm is spread under thee, and the worms cover thee. How art you fallen, how art you fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? Art you cut down? Cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations. For you have said in thy heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will also sit upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. Yet you shall be brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit. They that see thee shall narrowly look upon thee, consider thee, saying, Is this the man that made the earth to crumble and didst shake the kingdoms?
So who is this brother? Who is the chapter talking about?
This might be the king of Babylon.
Might be the king of Babylon.
Yeah. Whoever was king of Babylon during this time when.
Brother, read verse 4 again.
You shall take up a proverb against the king of Babylon and say, how hath the person. Yeah, so.
You didn't read it right. You said, take up this proverb against
the king of Babylon, yeah.
You said the might be king of Babylon. That's not what the text says, is
it? No, but.
So why you add might be into it?
Sometimes
if you didn't know who this was and you wasn't sure about that, how are you going to tell us about Mystery Babylon in Revelation?
I'm saying, you know how sometimes.
Can I ask the brother a question? And can I just know really quick, like what, where, who, what do you consider Mystery Babylon is?
I said Jerusalem.
So you feel like Mystery Babylon is a place?
Yeah, it's
okay.
Yeah.
But we clearly see that Mystery Babylon causes the entire world to do something, right?
You said the entire world to what?
No? It causes the entire world to fall into some form of harlotry. We agree with that?
Yeah.
Right. So then all of these other quote unquote harlots, they come under the yoke of Mystery Babylon, correct? Otherwise, why would they fall into the same punishment or judgment? So I guess I would ask, like, either make your point for it being Jerusalem, make your point for it being a system. Like, I think it's important to understand, if you're going to have this conversation, you need to know all the various arguments that preside around Mystery Babylon. There's some people that say Mystery Babylon is a system. There's some people that say it's one particular country. There's some people that say it's a people. Honestly, I've heard all of these arguments. Like, make your argument clear. We don't waste a lot of time, and we know where you're coming from. So you're saying that it's really Jerusalem. Prove how it's Jerusalem, so that way we can address it.
Her was found. Okay. All right, Revelation 18, right? 18 and 24. So I'm gonna read. It says I'm gonna start from.
You know, brother Daryl, I'm gonna allow you to finish, but I want to set you up. I want to get you in a nice dialogue with brother Craig. I think you and brother Craig have a nice dialogue, man.
I agree. I second that motion.
Who's Craig?
We'll definitely make sure we introduce you to.
Yeah, we're gonna introduce you to him. Yeah, now he's up and coming. I think you can learn a thing or two from him.
I'm bad with finding verses, so but I know these verses, but I'm bad with locating them. But all right, I'm gonna start from Revelation 18 and 9. It's
brother. Do you know? Do you study the Bible, or do you just?
Yeah, I study it. It's just
Yeah, you took my question.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
I'm better at responding questions than presenting mine. But I'm gonna start. So, and the king, Revelation 18 and 9, and the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her shall bewail her and lament for her when they shall see the smoke of her burning. So we know this is after Mystery Babylon is burned, standing afar off for the fear of her torment, saying, Alas, alas, that great city Babylon. So it's a city. Mystery Babylon is a city. That mighty city, for in 1 hour is thy judgment come. And the merchants of the earth shall weep and mourn over her, for no man buyeth their merchandise any more. The merchandise of gold, silver, precious stones, and of pearls, and fine linen, and purple, and scarlet, and silk, and all thyine wood, and all manner vessels of ivory, and all manner vessels of most precious woods, and of brass and iron and marble, and cinnamon and odors, ointments, and frankincense, and wine and oil, and fine flour, wheat, and beasts, and sheep, and horses, and chariots, and slaves, and souls of men. And the fruits that thy soul lusted after are departed from thee, and all things which were dainty and goodly are departed from thee, and you shalt find them no more at all. The merchants of these things which were made rich by her shall stand afar off for the fear of her torment, weeping and wailing, and saying, Alas, alas, that great city that was clothed in fine linen and purple and scarlet and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls. So if you you go read what is it? You go read the books of Moses where the temple is adorned in these gold, scarlet, purple. I think the veil was made those colors, but hold on. Keep reading. For in 1 hour so great riches has come to naught, and every shipmaster and all the company and ships and sailors and as many as trade by sea stood afar off and cried when they saw the smoke of her burning, saying, What city is like unto this great city? So Mystery Babylon, once again, is a city. And they cast dust on their heads and cried, weeping and wailing, saying, Alas, alas, that great city wherein we're made rich, all that had ships in the sea by reason of her costliness. For in 1 hour she made desolate. Rejoice over her, heaven, and ye holy apostles and prophets, for God hath avenged you on her. And let me skip down to. Well, I'm gonna skip down to 18 and 24. It says, and in her.
No, bro. You have to read. Okay.
All right.
I love y'all brothers. I can't do this. I'm just gonna give you a quick lesson on what we call hermeneutics or whatever you want. Just basic reading. Okay. You stopped at, if I'm not mistaken, you stopped at
20.
Was it 5? You stopped. What verse did you stop at?
Revelation chapter 18, verse 20. I read that and then I
Okay.
went down to 24. Yeah.
How familiar are you with Revelation 17?
Be familiar.
Okay. So when you get to Revelation like 17:5, right? Yes, it gives you this concept of Babylon, but then it starts to break down Mystery Babylon. And so it talks about this woman that's drunken with blood, and then you get to 7, and it talks about why marvel, and I'll tell you the mystery of the woman. And then you get to 8, and it says the beast that thou sawest was and is not, and shall ascend out of the bottom of the pit, this is all allegorical, and go into perdition, and they shall dwell on the earth, shall wonder, whose names were not written in the book of life from the foundation of the world, when behold the beast that was and is not yet is, right? So at the time of John, this is not yet, right? So we understand we are living in that time. Now watch, here is the mind.
Oh, you made a big jump on that one. But
I'm
keep
reading
going.
scripture. I'm reading the scripture. So just follow me up, right? Just follow me. And here is the mind which hath wisdom. The 7 heads are mountains on which the woman sitteth. So it explains to you now this city that you're looking at, this woman, she sits on 7 heads, 7 mountains. These mountains are governments. That's a yes or no. Do we agree?
I don't agree on that they're governments.
Got you. So you need to understand mountain talk in the Bible. Move on, right? So these 7 heads, what are the mountains? You feel that these are 7 literal hills?
Maybe not. I'm not sure about that part of it. Yeah.
10 is going to make this clear for you. And there are 7 kings. So we got 7 mountains with 7 kings. Kings, mountains. Once again, this is allegorical talk in the Bible for
I agree.
government, right? This is why Abraham is supposed to bring forth a mountain or a government of justice and judgment. We learned this in Genesis, right? We understand this. And there are 7 kings. 5 are fallen. 1 is, and the other is not yet to come. And when he cometh, he must continue with short space. 11. And the beast that was and is not, even he is the 8th, and is of the 7th, and go into perdition. Right? And then it breaks down to 10 horns. And then it says they all have one mind and shall give their power and strength to the beast. This they are kingdoms. You have to understand that while, yes, we see a city of Mystery Babylon, but Mystery Babylon then permeates to various kingdoms, thus creating a system. You have to understand this, right? Just like ancient Babylon was a system. This is what the Bible is showing time and time again, that these systems take control and permeate. When the Assyrian kingdom takes over, when the Babylonian takes over, all of these things are systems. The last great system that we fight is the Babylonian system. Now, if you want to say that Jerusalem or America is the capital, have that debate. Honestly, it really doesn't matter. The concept needs to become, are we arguing and fighting against the system? And how do we defeat that system? And we've been told already how to defeat that system. The first thing is we come to this law. Once we get to this law, all of us start to get an agreement, and we begin to overcome the system by our faith. James tells you faith without works is dead. Our works then become practical, and we overcome this system. Am I making sense, or am I moving fast?
Making some sense on some things, but
got you. Okay, so understand that governments are ruled by laws. Many of these governments have moral laws, especially according to the scripture. It is our job to bring morality to the globe. I'm gonna simplify it for you. So even when Christ, or what we call Yeshua, say YAHUCHANNAN, when he comes on the scene, or some say Yahusha, forgive me, some brothers that say Yahoo and Yahusha. When he comes on the scene, his
arguing not against the law, but against those who have added other nonsense to the law. It is our goal and our job to bring back true, proper morality to this system and overcome the Babylonian system. Once again, if that starts in America, I'm not going to argue with my brothers. If you saying that starts in Jerusalem, I kind of would push back. But once again, if you saying it's Jerusalem, I'll leave that to other brothers. But the goal in itself is to overcome the system of Babylon, which is oppressing the entire world, which is placing things on the entire world that should not be. This system, and you should read some books. I'll get you these sources for you to understand how deep Babylon goes. Babylon goes beyond when they were in Babylonian captivity. Right? It goes as deep as to understand that it is a system that is bringing oppression to the entire world. That oppression is what the law teaches us how to overcome. And if you can't receive that, if you can't understand, I pray that you will go and study and get a deeper understanding of that. Because if you're saying that Jerusalem is the Babylonian system, while I will admit that these certain people over there have some form of influence, if you know, America sets the standard right now. So your best argument would be America. But in my position, because of Psalm 83, we know that they are all Confederate. So if you're looking at a confederation, it doesn't matter who says the head of it. We still got to deal with the entire confederation. And the only way we beat that is through Daniel 2 and Daniel 7 by destroying that image. And so I'll yield it there. But to me, and this is what I brother asked you earlier, are you reading the entire Bible? Because if you are, this is really not even if you want to argue whether or not it's Jerusalem, we can have that. But
Yeah,
that's
what
I'm
sorry, but I was just presenting a thing. But I'm gonna finish what I was saying, because I'm sorry I'm taking so long to get to the proof that it is Jerusalem. But all right, it says in 18 and 20, it says, rejoice over her. So this is them rejoicing over Mystery Babylon the Great being destroyed. Rejoice over her, you heaven, and ye holy apostles and prophets, for God hath avenged her on you. And a mighty angel took up a stone like a great millstone and cast it into the sea, saying, thus with violence shall the great city Babylon.
Quick question, Daryl. Didn't you just say Babylon the Great was destroyed?
Yeah.
You just read that?
Yeah.
Okay, so in your understanding, because initially you stated that you felt like Babylon, Mystery Babylon would be is Jerusalem.
Yeah.
So are we talking about the same thing? Is Jerusalem destroyed?
No, not. I'm saying it's ancient Jerusalem, 1st century Jerusalem.
Mystery Babylon is 1st century Jerusalem.
Yeah, when after Jesus was crucified.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, you see, you didn't say that initially. Okay.
Yeah, well,
Really
sorry if I didn't clarify. Yeah. So,
I mean, either way, you know what I'm saying, you still got an issue, but I'm just saying you got to clarify what you mean.
Yeah, I'm going to clarify. So, it says, ye rejoice. I already just read this. So they're rejoicing over the people that killed the holy apostles and prophets over the city where the holy apostles and prophets were killed. For God hath avenged her on you on her. And a mighty angel took up a stone like a great millstone and cast it into the sea, saying, thus with violence shall that great city Babylon be thrown down, and shall be found no more at all. And the voice of harpers and musicians and of pipers and trumpeters shall be no more heard shall be no more at all in thee. Shall be heard no more at all in thee. And no craftsman in whatsoever craft he be shall be found any more in thee. And the sound of a millstone shall be heard no more at all in thee. And the light of candles shall shine no more at all in thee. And the voice of the bridegroom and of the bride shall be heard no more at all in thee, for thy merchants were the great men of the earth, for by thy sorceries were all nations deceived. And in her was found the blood of the prophets and of saints and of all that was upon the land. So you go to Matthew, right? Where Jesus told them, let me grab it. Let me see what verse this one is. Where he told them,
just so I'm clear, your debate though is to try to figure out what's the source of Mystery Babylon, not the entire system, but where it's all coming from, right?
no, I'm saying what it is in Revelation.
And what is it?
Jerusalem.
Okay,
No,
and
brother.
Hey, hold on. I don't want to laugh at you. Forgive me for chuckling. I chuckle a lot. I'm not being disrespectful. Forgive me. Because I really have to understand this, and I want you to be able to make this clear to the brethren. So even though Babylon sits on a hill with other people under it, other mountains or other systems under it, however you want to view this, you're saying that the only Babylon that we're dealing with is Jerusalem, and it has nothing to do with the entire rest of the world?
No. Jerusalem had Jerusalem. All right, so Jerusalem was a Roman province at the time, and Rome ruled. You know, so they ruled the known world at the time, the inhabited earth. So
let me interject for 1 second. I'm going to narrow it down to 3 choices for you. First of all, there's only one city. No, there's 3 cities that has 7 hills: Rome, Jerusalem.
I wasn't even finna take him here.
And hold on.
yeah, I know about the Rome 7.
Can I finish?
Hills.
Let me finish. The city of Rome, Jerusalem, and Constantinople, I think, Turkey. Now, the reason why it cannot be Jerusalem, because Jerusalem only has 6 hills now and not 7. Do you know why Jerusalem only has 6 hills now and not 7?
Why?
Mount Zion was actually molded down.
By the Romans?
No, not by the Romans. The Israelites molded it down for tactical reasons. Okay. It's the Catholic Church. It sits on 7 hills. It actually has those colors, the scarlet colors that are described in the book of Revelations. Those are the colors that the cardinals and the popes wear. Also is drunk with the blood of the saints. Go ahead.
All right, so
you definitely are conflating 2 different ideas here.
Biblically speaking,
you're definitely conflating. One thing is, it is Jerusalem, Jerusalem, thou that killeth the prophets, not the Roman Catholic Church that killeth the prophets.
Yeah, that's what I was going to go to. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, you that killest the prophets and stonest them that are sent unto thee. How can I blah, 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 you know the rest of the verse.
They've been doing that for 450 years. So that don't have nothing to do with what you're reading in the 17th chapter of Revelation.
It does, because
now you're calling Jerusalem the land, the beast with iron teeth. You can't do that, can you?
Not the beast with iron teeth. They're the woman that sat upon the beast. They're not the same as the beast. It's 2 different entities, but one sits.
That woman is the Catholic Church. The beast is the Christianity.
No, the woman.
No, that's
the woman is Jerusalem, and the beast is Rome. Woman sat upon that beast. Rome was ruled by Jerusalem. I mean, Jerusalem was ruled by Rome before they went in and destroyed. You read Revelation where it says the beast shall burn the woman. If I'm misquoting that, shall burn. What is it? What's that verse?
He shall burn.
No. I mean, I'm misquoting it, and it shall hate the harlot.
I know you're a little nervous, but that's okay.
Let me grab.
Just forgive me, brother, because you gotta forgive me. I'm trying to keep up. So,
Revelation 17
of mystery. just real quick, understanding of Mystery Babylon. Does Mystery Babylon influence everybody else, or does everybody else influence Mystery Babylon? And if you could, please, yes or no.
It depends on who you mean by everybody, but I'd say Mystery Babylon.
Let me rewrite the question.
They influence everybody around them. I'd say
Got you.
Okay.
So Mystery Babylon influences everyone else. Now, question: even as it pertains to today, are you saying that Jerusalem influences America?
No, no, not today. I'm talking about ancient.
So are you saying, Dean, that at the time that this was written, or whenever you're equated with it, because you even said that Rome was influencing or in charge of Jerusalem? Yes or no?
Yeah.
You just said that, correct?
They were yeah.
Remember a time in history after we go into captivity to the Persians, and then we come back, and all of it, we see everybody come back, and we see Ezra and Nehemiah and everybody come, and they start resetting everything. They have to go to Artaxerxes to get permission to even do anything. And then as they come in, we move forward into first century BCE. First century Jerusalem is then they're under the control of Greece, and then they're under control of Romans. I understand the time where Jerusalem, so even when we get to the Balfour Declaration and quote unquote the Jews go back to the land, they have to come to America to get that help. They have to come to the world nations, the nation world, or what we know now as the United Nations. I'm trying to understand when there is a time where Jerusalem actually dictates the prescribed popular culture, or the agreed upon modus operandi, or the agreed upon mode of operation of the world. We don't see Jerusalem doing that. Even with Jerusalem, even if you want to say that the Rothschilds are in charge and all of that, they still don't dictate and determine. They were sitting back waiting for America to determine and declare Jerusalem the capital. So I'm trying to understand, or they, they wanted to put their, excuse me for misspeaking, they wanted to put the help me, they put the ambassadors, and they put what am I trying to say, family? Forgive me for not knowing this. It's late at night, but they wanted to put the American there and all this, right? One with Jerusalem. But there's never a time when we see Jerusalem dictating moves. So at best, you can say that America dictates, and there's some that will push back on that. But I'm trying to understand how, if Mystery Babylon is the one that has influence, you just agreed that Mystery Babylon has influence on the rest of everyone else. We don't see Jerusalem doing that. How do you arrive at the decision that is Jerusalem? YAHUCHANNAN just explained that they don't have the 7 hills. So even if you want to make it literal, we never see
did.
Actual.
Back in the day.
But John is speaking just for back in the day. John is speaking for end time prophecy, and the reason we know this is because when you Christ, Luke 24, he's speaking of end time prophecy, that you will be spread to the 4 corners, right? I weep for you, and he talks about how you'll be spread to every nation. You have to understand that when we deal with Revelation 17, 18, these are true end time prophecies, end time of the end of the age, if we really want to get into this. So once again, I'm trying to understand, unless you are what we call a full preterist, doesn't sound like you are a full preterist, but correct me if I'm wrong. Unless you are a full preterist, so you're a full preterist.
Yeah.
Let's go. All right, finish. Bet. That's what I want to hear. Finish. All right, that's what I want to hear. Go ahead and finish.
So
it still presents an issue, though. You still hadn't probably identified Mystery Babylon.
No.
He's not going to, because he's a full preterist.
No. I am.
Preterism don't even fit here. Not yet. Because he hadn't identified what Mystery Babylon is. before we even get into the preterist part. Isn't that correct, Daryl?
I didn't bring up the preterist thing, but
that's okay.
Yeah, I was gonna talk about Mystery Babylon.
Before we even get to your
But
to your interpretations, well, fulfillment or not.
I'm saying when Jerusalem was burned by Rome, that was the fulfillment of Revelation, because Mystery Babylon the Great harlot, is Jerusalem, that was to be burned by fire by the beast, which is in the harlot would be hated by the beast and would be burned. I had the verse up, but that beast that burned her was Rome. And that's what I'm going with. And I was trying to prove that Mystery Babylon the Great is Jerusalem.
So let me I'm asking you, why are you calling the land, the dirt, and the water, and the streams, and the wells? Why are you calling Jerusalem a Mystery Babylon?
Because Jerusalem was the one that killed the prophets, according to the Bible, according to Jesus, what Jesus said, Jerusalem.
The dirt killed the prophets.
Yeah.
The dirt.
No, wait, no. The Jerusalem, the woman of if you read in the Old Testament where Jerusalem is called the mother, and then the two daughters is Aholibah and I forgot the other one's name, which stood for Israel and Judah. You know, if you know what I'm talking about. Woman, their mother is Jerusalem. So this Jerusalem that's called the mother of all harlots.
Hello? Is he still there? Or did he freeze out?
I hope he's still there.
Yeah, we lost him.
We lost him? Okay, must be a delay on my end. I still can't quite figure out why is he calling Jerusalem. I don't understand that. Nobody in the history of theology ever refers to Jerusalem as the mother of harlots. I mean, you know, that is so far. That's such a far stretch. I really don't even know where to start with that one. That's a good one. How can dirt, rocks, and water be the mother of harlots? It's not even possible.
But see, this is the thing about 70 AD. Jerusalem been lost that mountain, Mount Zion, before 70 AD. So that's why I was trying to tell him it's not Jerusalem.
And he really doesn't understand mother of harlots at all. You know, sometimes again we get to a place where we get to hearing stuff and we just run with whatever we hear. Mother of harlots, that don't begin with Jerusalem at all. Not at all. There's two mothers in the Bible when it comes down to allegorical, figurative speaking, and that's what's going on here. There's no woman or no beast, because the beast is a world ruling system. Number one, that's the beast.
Write that down. Break that part down, because I think that's the part he missed.
Oh, he's missing. He's missing. He missed his kill shot because he left right on time, right on schedule. No, he
said, put me back in. My net acted up. He said, bring him back in, he said.
That's convenient.
So I'll say this point. I have heard before.
My bad.
Everybody that I know that have brought that before, they have abandoned that. They have been abandoning that. And mainly because you're bringing up Jerusalem, according to the prophecy of Christ, will be trodden down of the Gentiles until the time of the end. So if we understand that, right? If we understand that Yeshua Christ, however we want to say his name, he prophesied it, that now this will be trodden down of the Gentiles. That means that it will not be in a position to influence anyone. It's trodden down of the Gentiles. Like this is why we've got certain elders. I ain't gonna say this brother's name. We got certain people running around here teaching that the law is done away with, teaching that Paul taught against the law, all this nonsense, right? Because it is trodden down. Everything that we know to be true as it pertains to this entire book has been trampled on and destroyed by the Gentiles. So it's impossible. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and say that we don't have wickedness happening by Jerusalem in the first century, right? They killed Messiah. They killed the Messiah. So yeah, they got they weight in that. But if you understand the story, they didn't even have enough power at that point to kill him. They had to go to the Romans at that point in time. So I don't understand how you're going to tell me that Jerusalem is the mother of harlots and they are under the rule and influence of another nation. Even today, they're sitting there watching, waiting to see what happens with the American elections and so on and so forth. Everybody watches America. Now, I'm not going to get on my soapbox of America being Babylon and all that, right? I believe Babylon is a world system. We can have that conversation or whatever. This is why we learn about a confederacy. If we want to talk about who runs the confederacy, we can have that conversation, but it really doesn't matter because it's a world system. That's why we were spread to the four corners of the earth in order to be able to overcome the world system. Deuteronomy 30 teaches us that we seek ourselves in the land of our captivity. That means in the four corners of the earth. That's why you see it happening in Australia, America, Europe. We are the hottest thing going everywhere right now. I know this because I travel. I'm trying to understand how you can make this Jerusalem when, if I'm being honest, Jerusalem is all of Iran and all these other places.
You said the Gentiles will trample it. Jerusalem will. Well, no. You said Mystery Babylon the Great will be trampled.
No, I said that Jerusalem will be trodden down by the Gentiles till the time of the end. So I'm trying to understand how Jerusalem then becomes the mother of harlots when they are under the rule of everyone else.
Okay,
like,
so
we don't even see. Hold up, they don't even run Jerusalem now. Netanyahu can't do too much without America. If he do, Russia will knock him down. You understand that, right?
His whole
They're
point
not down right now.
That's his point. He's showing you that they couldn't be Jerusalem.
Yeah, that not modern day Jerusalem. That's
It wasn't even first century Jerusalem. Now, before you left here, I was going to explain this to you. And since the audience might be watching, I'm explain this to you, give you some better understanding. Babylon is, I would like for you to get Ezekiel 14 at verse 21. I want you to read that for us.
Damn, Don's gonna go for your neck. Oh, bro, Rizzo gonna come at your ass. All right, my fault, that bro. Hey,
yeah, the Lord.
All right, I'm gonna watch. Shut up.
I can hear the fear of the Lord.
But thus said the Lord God, how much more when I send my 4 sore judgments upon Jerusalem, and the sword and the famine and the noisome beast and pestilence, to cut off from it man and beast.
See that? The sword, famine,
pestilence, yeah.
Pestilence. And what he sent last was the beast. He sent the lion. He sent the bear. He sent the cat, the wild cat, the leopard. That was Alexander the Great. The bear, Medo Persia. Cyrus taking the forefront. And the lion was Nebuchadnezzar. That was Babylon. Notice I said Babylon. Babylon. That comes from Babil. Babil. And there's various spellings of that. That is the gate of ill, or gate of God. That was started by Nimrod. And that began at the Tower of Babel in Barashit so-called
Whoa,
Genesis.
whoa. I think they missed that. Who was it started by, brother?
Babylon. Started at Babel. When you say something,
Nimrod. He said the perk like, then y'all got to get this, man.
Nimrod.
Giving knowledge right now.
Yeah, Nimrod the Cushite.
That is the sun. That is where we get the sun worship, Christmas, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That started. That's where Christmas demons began in Babel. That's where the garden is. Demons began in the garden, and demon is idols. I won't go into that right now tonight. The word is shedim, shade. Ain't got time to go into all of that. But I will send my four sword judgments: sword, famine, pestilence. Israel eats their children. When you read Lamentations, you find that out. They were arguing over that.
When they eat their children?
That's right.
They do that in what's that? It's in the Deuteronomy 28, where they're at the woman would eat her child.
Yep, Ezekiel talks about that in Lamentations. You find it in Lamentations.
But where was that fulfilled? Do you know?
That was fulfilled. You find that in 70, somewhere around 70 CE. You'll find that too.
Yeah, you will. That's all right. So
you'll find it as well.
When the Romans went into there was a woman named Mary, and she, because the zealots, the rebellious Jews, what they was doing was they was running around killing everybody and taking everyone's food. So what she did was she was so hungry, famine got to her, so she decided to eat half of her little baby, and she saved the other portion for later. And then the zealots came, those rebellious crazy Jews came and tried to they smelt food, so they came to her and asked her what she had, and then she showed them the little baby, and they were horrified at what they saw. And this is recorded by Josephus. But and it was written way back in when Moses, Deuteronomy 28, when he said, your woman, your men and your women will eat their children, the fruit of their own loins, in the siege wherewith something during a siege, and this was during the Roman siege when it was fulfilled. But back to Jerusalem, because all right, so there's a verse that Jesus he says, a prophet cannot perish outside of Jerusalem. What he says. So he already said, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, you that killest the prophets and stonest them which are sent unto you. Jerusalem was the people in Jerusalem were the ones who killed the prophets and the saints. So you go to Revelation where it says that the great city Babylon, in her was found in Revelation 18 and 24. In her was found the blood of the prophets and of the saints and of all that were slain upon the earth, which in my personal, when I do word studies and I see earth, it's the Greek word gay, Ge. And I think this is an actual mistranslation. I think this word is actually it's talking about land and not the earth, because this word is also used in other places where it'll be in, like, let me give an example where this word gay in the Greek is used.
I'm sorry, I'm not to cut you off. Explain to me again what you're saying. So you're saying that earth does not mean earth, it means what now?
It means land. It's talking about land. It's they translated it as earth.
What you understand from a Hebraic perspective, Eretz is earth or land. Right?
Yeah, he's talking about.
I'm talking about the Greek.
He's talking about Greek.
Yeah.
Hold on. Even when you get to the Greek, you understand that the Greek has to come from. If you stick to the tradition of the Septuagint, it comes from Hebrew and is translated into Greek. Yes.
Yeah, but I agree. But the English translators, the people that translated it into English, is the issue that I have with, because these wasn't people that were, they made errors. These wasn't Jews that translated it into English.
I'm finna go ahead and knock this down. I can't with this no more. All right, let's go to Revelation 17:1. You with me? I honestly, I got love for you. Like, I
You're not gonna let me.
can't with this no more. I promise you, I'm gonna let you come back. But you're skipping past a lot of pertinent information. Okay, and so I need to address these things before you get to one.
Okay.
Right? So Revelation 17:1. And there came one of the seven angels, which had the seven vials, and talked to me. This is the Revelation of John, right? Saying unto me, come hither. I will show thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth on many waters. This is pertinent right now. Whoever Mystery Babylon is a whore that sits on many waters. This is allegorical. Number one, so we have to find this person. And when we talk about whore, this is not talking about somebody who's sleeping with somebody. This is somebody who is basically perverting the world and giving them a different doctrine, right? I'm gonna give you hints right now. You either have to say if you go with the realm that you're going with, and say this is Rome or this is America. I'm just gonna help you out right now. Right?
Can I provide a different perspective on what great whore means?
I'm gonna give you all of that. I'm gonna give you all of that in a minute, right? But and I come back and tell you when we talk about the virgins, those are those that are not defiled by any other religion. So I'm just giving you heads up of where I'm going, okay? But let's keep going. Right? You understand? All the New Testament, you have to read it in its entire context. You can't take verses and make some type of doctrine. Verse 2.
I'm reading it.
Verse 2.
Go ahead.
The kings of the earth have committed fornication. Jerusalem ain't influencing this. Once again, Rome or America. If you want to take this perspective.
I'd say that word means land, but keep going.
What word? Fornication means land?
Earth.
Right. With whom the kings of the land or land have committed fornication. Right? Yeah. And inhabitants of the earth or the land have been made drunk with wine of her fornication. This fornication has everything to do with false idol worship. Can we at least agree there?
I agree on that. That's what I was going to say. What the great whore thing meant. Yeah.
Got subversive.
Spiritual.
So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-colored beast, full of the names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. First, what are these 7 heads and these 10 horns? Because the Bible makes it clear in the Tanakh. So what are these 7 and these 10 horns?
7 heads are... Hold up. 7 kings. Or
right?
the 7 heads is the 7 mountains, which are 7 kings.
7 governments. 7 governments, 10 horns, 10 provinces. That's really what it's talking about. Now
when you say governments, are you talking like different, like say a king of Rome and then a king of Greece and then a king of
sure. However, whatever areas you want to place it right now. I'm just trying to get a general understanding of what you're saying. Because now it's time to start playing, right? So having 7 heads, these heads are what we call kings or rulers. Now I could go into prophecy about bruising the 7 heads and bruising the 7 tails and all of that. We're not gonna bruising the head and bruising the tail. We're not going there right now, right? So having 7 heads and 10 horns. What are the 10 horns?
It says 10 kings.
You say what?
It says 10 kings in verse 12.
I'm in Revelation 17:13. It says having 7 heads and 10 horns. 7 heads we agree are kings. What are the 10 horns?
10 kings.
So it's 7 kings and 10 kings. So we got 17 kings right now.
It says it right in verse 12. And the 10 horns which thou sawest are 10 kings.
Gotcha.
So yeah.
So we agreeing with each other though. These are heads of nations, because a king is the head of a nation, correct?
I wouldn't say heads of different heads of. I would say that they're all the head of one nation, like, but they're different kings. So, like, say Caesar dies and then Vespasian takes over, et cetera,
I got
blah
you.
blah
So
blah.
now,
Yeah,
so you go into progression of rulership. Got you.
yeah, yeah.
It's really not gonna matter in a minute, right? So he carried him away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-colored beast full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns, right? So now, verse 4. And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color and decked in gold and precious stones and pearls, having a gold cup in her hand full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication. Now, verse 5. And upon her forehead
Hold up. Don't skip past that. So,
okay, I was trying to help you. Let's sit here. All right, so let's go. So, full of abominations.
Yeah.
And filthiness of her fornication. So you're telling me right now that Jerusalem had the ability to influence the rest of the world with abominations and fornications when she is under the influence of everyone else. It doesn't matter if you go back to time. Hold on, listen, because you agreed to this. At the time that John was writing this, Rome was in charge. If we go to today, the Vatican or Rome, or you want Latin, however you want, they are still in charge of Jerusalem.
I don't know about that.
I can show you how Jerusalem owns the land. Hold on, Jerusalem owns the land. We can deal with that, but I'm sorry, Rome owns the land. The Vatican owns the land. We can get into that, right? More importantly, they have to look to America to make certain decisions. Now, if you want to look, and I'm not saying that Rome is Mystery Babylon. I can make a great argument for it. Everyone goes up and kiss the pinky ring of the Pope. There is no one in this, and there's no king of the major countries around this world does not bow and capitulate to the Roman Pope. So I'm trying to understand what you are saying, that Jerusalem has influence over the world. Jerusalem has not had influence over the world. If we start from 1st century AD to now, I need you to show me where Jerusalem had influence over the world. Even when we deal with, like I said, the Balfour Declaration, which is the most influential time of that land. This is when everyone says that prophecy is fulfilled. If you deal with the Christian church, when they are brought back into the land, they couldn't do it without the help of America and what we know now to be the United Nations, or I guess within the World League or something like that. I'm trying to understand.
That was Britain's doing with that they gave.
Whomever you want to say is in charge of it. It's not Jerusalem.
I'm saying Britain gave the Rothschilds that they promised to give them the land after what was it, World War?
Are you missing my point? If you want to say it's Britain, they still had the American to understand this, right?
Saying in the Balfour Declaration, Britain gave Palestine to they promised Palestine to the Jewish people, and that's how they ended up getting it.
Am I speaking another language to y'all? I'm trying to understand. Okay, so okay, cool. Let's say Britain was in charge of this, and they got to give, Jerusalem the attack order or the ability to come in there. They still used America to do it, but that's not the point.
Yeah,
regardless of the situation, Jerusalem has no power. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm not talking about modern. I'm talking about ancient Jerusalem.
But you have to. Even in ancient Jerusalem. Okay, let's deal with this. And I want you to be honest. How was Kyle? Did Jerusalem get the order, or was it from Rome? That's a simple answer. Jerusalem.
Repeat the question.
Jerusalem or Rome? Who gives the orders for Christ to be killed?
The Jews wanted him killed, but
Jerusalem or Rome? Who gives the order? I'll help you. Rome gives the order. Now,
no.
Now let me help you. No,
The
let me
Romans
help
were
you.
not.
If you want to
The Romans weren't. The Romans weren't blamed for killing Jesus.
I'm not talking about who is to blame. I'm talking about who gives the order. See, you taking this and moving to some spiritual doctrine. Let's deal with this. So Paul, the same thing with Christ, right? They're all brought before the Jerusalem council, and they have to take them and go to Rome in order to get the ability to do anything. This is why Caiaphas says it is necessary that one man be killed. They were shook that Rome was going to get them out of their kingdom because Rome was in charge. They didn't have any power even at that time. That's why you have two Sanhedrins. You have one that is put in place by the Romans, and then one that is out somewhere else that is dealing with the Qumran community and all of this. Brother, you have to do more study to have this conversation. I'm not even trying to be disrespectful at this point. No, hold up. And I promise you, I'm going to turn it back over to you. But you are not making any sense. You are clearly telling me that somebody else has been in control of Rome since 1st century AD, and honestly, I can go back further. But we just going to deal since the turn of the millennium, right? 1st century AD. Somebody is in control of Jerusalem. How does Jerusalem then have the power to make any of this happen? This is what Pro Rizzo was trying to get you to understand. They have no power to make any of this happen, even till today. They have not had any power to be the main progenitor of mystery Babylon. And you have not presented any forces. It doesn't matter how much I'm going to let you talk. I'm trying to understand how you're telling me that Jerusalem is mystery Babylon when they don't have any power. So I need first, before you go any further, tell me when Jerusalem or the leaders, the city, the seven hills, or whatever it is that you believe in Jerusalem have the power to make these decisions, because we do not see that. This is why Stephen is killed. This is why Paul is in prison. This is why Christ is killed.
Who killed those people?
Because the Romans. Now, why? Why did they kill Stephen? Why did they kill Stephen?
Because he was preaching. Who was they? They was preaching the gospel. He was preaching.
Okay, let's cool. Let's say it's Jerusalem. Let's say it's Jerusalem, right? Let's say it's the people in Jerusalem. Let's go to Acts 6, fam. Let's go to Acts 6, right? So watch this. I got you right now. We're gonna stop playing. Acts 6, starting at verse 12. And they stirred up the people and the elders and scribes, and came upon them and caught him and brought him being Stephen, to the council. Verse 13, and set up false witnesses, which said, this man ceases not to speak blasphemous words against this holy people and the law. For we have heard him say, this is a lie, that this Jesus of Nazareth shall destroy this place and shall change the customs which Moses delivered us. Verse 15, and all that sat in the council looked steadfastly on him, saw his face, and as it had been the face of an angel. We clearly see that they brought in false witnesses. They had to do this in order to be able to do anything like this. Now, let's go deeper. When they deal with Paul and lock all up, this is why Paul is able to say, you are not allowed to judge me. I want to be taken to Caesar. People say, oh, why did he do that? Because these cats was dealing falsely. They were not dealing with the law. They had to go to Rome in order to be able to do anything. The people in Jerusalem didn't have any power in first century. Please show me where they had power, and we can have this discussion.
They had power. They had power to kill Stephen. They stoned him to death.
Okay.
I hear
They
you, right?
they were the ones responsible for Jesus getting crucified. Pilate washed his hands, and they themselves said his blood be upon us and our children. So they he told them, you see ye to it. He told them, you do it. And all he did was give them the means to do it, but they wanted it. He didn't want it. They wanted it. So it was their decision. Because if they didn't want it, it wouldn't have happened. Not if it didn't, if Pilate made the decision. No, they made the decision for Pilate because Pilate allowed them to. So nobody allowed, they didn't make no decision. No, they didn't have to go to Rome to kill Stephen. They killed Stephen on the spot.
Okay, so real quick, because this is the main reason why they got cast out in 70 AD. Evidently, you understand. Were they lawful when they killed Stephen?
No.
That's a
No,
yes,
they
no.
weren't. No.
Exactly.
I said no.
Exactly. All right. So they violate the law. This is one of the main reasons why they get kicked out. They violate the law when they cried out for Barabbas over Yeshua to the Roman authority. We agree with that, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So they had to go to Rome in order to be able to have Yeshua killed. When it comes to Stephen, they just owned him unlawfully. We agree with that, correct?
They killed Jesus unlawfully too.
I agree, but they took him to Rome and had Rome do it. But with Stephen, they just decided we're going to get his. But when it comes to Stephen, they just decided we're going to get him out of here. Yes or no?
No. Well, Stephen, yes. Jesus, no.
Got
What
so
you
when
said
it comes
about
to,
Babylon.
but when it comes to the Christ, when it's Yeshua, they had to take him to Rome, right?
Took him to Rome, but they made the decision. They made the decision for Pilate.
They didn't make the decision. Pontius Pilate made the decision for him.
No.
And I'm gonna
Pontius
tell you,
Pilate said,
hold up. I'm gonna tell you how he makes the decision. Because he comes to them and says, look, it's law that once a year I give you a prisoner that you can set free. Yes or no?
yeah.
Right. Pilate takes the decision. He says, I give you a decision once a year. Hold up. I give you a decision once a year. You kill this Yeshua figure, or you can kill Barabbas. They say, we want to kill the Christ, kill the Yeshua dude.
Who was we?
They let the Jews. Right.
All right.
Hold on. Who is in charge of these Jews? Who's in charge of the Jews?
Pilate.
And Pilate is a what?
A Roman.
Say that again?
A Roman.
So who's in charge of Jerusalem?
Romans.
Before the Romans, who's in charge of Jerusalem?
The Greeks, if I'm not mistaken.
Before the Greeks, who's in charge of Jerusalem?
Medo-Persians.
Before the Medo-Persians, who's in charge of Jerusalem?
Babylon.
Right. So I'm trying to understand when Jerusalem is in charge once again to make the decision to be mystery Babylon to influence everyone else.
They were the spiritual leaders. I could say that. They went out.
So they influenced Rome.
They influenced the people around them. They taught Judaism to people. They had their Judaizers go out and create proselytes that were two times as damned as them, because they were those Pharisees. They went out and made converts and whatnot. So I can call that committing whoredoms with other nations that allowed making people drink of the wine of their fornication, because what they practiced themselves was falsehood. And then when they went and made their little proselytes, they proselytes practice falsehood. So I could say that yes, they did in fact make other nations drink after their the wine of the cup of wine of fornication. So I could say that.
So all right, so let's deal. So I got to do you like this then. I love
do
this with you.
But hold on, let me finish.
No, because you're not being honest. So let's deal with this, and then
That is being honest. They did in fact do that.
I'm gonna tell you why, okay, and I'll tell you why it's not being honest. Even though Jerusalem was able to do this, it was because Rome allowed it. In other words, when you deal with the Greco-Roman Empire, the entire empire was based upon an amalgamation of religions. This is why if you go to Ephesus, Galatians, Corinth, it doesn't matter. They all have what we would call a mutt doctrine. In other words, there was all type of different beliefs and everything going on in Ephesus, Corinth, even Rome. This is what Paul's teaching against. He's telling people, get away from sun god worship, get away from Talmud or the oral tradition that was being brought about by the false Jews, all of this stuff. He's doing all of this. So once again, these people still have no power. Explain to me why Caiaphas says, or even with the Sanhedrin, they're saying we got to deal with this, otherwise the Romans are going to remove us. Who put the leaders in place in Jerusalem in the first century? Was it Jerusalem or was it Rome?
The Romans.
And so these Romans made sure that they understood that who was Lord? Was Christ Lord or was Caesar Lord?
Caesar at the time. On earth, at least.
Family. Thank you. I agree with you, right? So this is the point I'm trying to make, and I got much love for you. And the reason I'm doing this is because everybody else ready to chop you up. I'm trying to get you to look at this practically and understand that as it pertains to this conversation, Jerusalem cannot be the mother of harlots because Jerusalem has not had any power. Now, I know you're going to come and give me a bunch of scriptures, but can we at least agree before you do that I've proven a case that Jerusalem did not have any power?
Yeah, spiritual power. Physical power, no. Spiritual,
got you.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and bring your case. I'm going to let everybody else deal with you. I believe that this case is done, but I'm going to give it to you.
All right. So the woman, you read it in Revelation 17:4. The woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand full of abominations and filthiness of fornication. Now you read the only place where all these materials and colors are mentioned are mentioned is in and where who was it? Moses is talking about the things, what to build in the temple, the table of showbread, the purple and scarlet that they set up in the temple being decked with gold, what was it, the golden gate, I think it was, and the stones that were inside the ruby and all the precious stones and the pearls. Let me read some. I'm gonna pull it up, and it says, Revelation 17:5, and upon her head was a name written, Mystery Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. And in Revelation 17:6, and I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. And when I saw her, I wondered with great admiration. This is the great city, the mother of all harlots, drunken with the blood of the saints and with the blood of the prophets and martyrs. It doesn't say prophets in this verse specifically. With the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. Now, we know the Jews in the first century, they killed the saints. They killed the martyr. They martyred the disciples. We all know this. They did it to Stephen. Let me see. Jesus says it in Matthew 23:37. I had already read it. O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, you that killest the prophets and stonest them which are sent unto thee, how often would I gather thy children together, even as a hen gathereth her chickens under her wings, and ye would not. Behold, your house is left unto you desolate, which is exactly what happened to Mystery Babylon. It was made desolate by fire from the beast, which is in which was Rome. That beast that she sat upon was Rome. Jesus also said a couple other things. He said, oh wait, Matthew 23 and 35, Matthew 23 and 34. Wherefore, behold, I send unto you prophets and wise men and scribes, and some of them ye shall kill and crucify, and some of them yes ye shall scourge in your synagogues and persecute them from city to city. So these were the Jews that he's talking. These are the Pharisees and the Jews in front of him that he's talking to. Those prophets that he would send them, and the ones that he already that were already sent way back when in the Old Testament. Those got killed by the Jews. That upon you may come all the righteous blood shed upon the land, from the blood of righteous Abel. So that's from Abel all the way in Genesis, unto the blood of Zacharias, son of Berechiah, whom ye slew between the temple and the altar. Now, this was more debated of who this person is, but there was a guy in about 60 AD named Zacharias, the son of Baruch, which is just the Greek version of how you spell Berechiah. And they killed this man, the Zealots, the rebellious Jews, after Jesus was crucified. They killed a guy named Zacharias, the son of Baruch, basically in the middle of the temple, just like he said they would. And I don't know if he's probably quoting the older Zechariah from the one who wrote the book of Zechariah. That Zechariah was, but it's a double prophecy. But it says, "Verily I say unto you, all these things shall come upon this generation." And there's another verse. Where is it? Oh, it's in Revelation. Let me see. Great city spiritually called Sodom and Egypt. That's what the verse is. Let me see. That's Revelation 11. It's talking about the two witnesses. It says, "Rise and measure it." And there was given me a rod like unto a reed like unto a rod, and the angel stood, saying, "Rise and measure the temple of God and the altar and them that worship therein." This is talking about the actual temple. "But the court which is without the temple leave out, and measure it not, for it is given unto the Gentiles. And the holy city shall they tread underfoot 42 months." Now, this is the same 42 months in Daniel, where it's talking about the times and a half, which is the 3.5 years, which is this
Hey,
is
could
the
I just
same
ask you one more quick question?
What's
Are
up?
you a Seventh-day Adventist?
No, I'm not.
Can I just know what your belief system is?
I said full predators. That's what it is.
But you don't attend like any type of congregation or anything?
No.
Got you. All right.
I'll be doing all that. Some people be right. Some people, some people have some. I'm more of a if what you're saying is right, I'll agree with it. If what you're saying is wrong, I won't agree with it. Type to me, wrong to me, I won't agree with that. I don't follow each one of the denominations, but it says, "And I will give power unto my two witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,203 score days, clothed in sackcloth. These are the two olive trees and the two candlesticks standing before the God of the earth. And if any man will hurt them, fire proceedeth out of their mouth and devoureth their enemies. And if any man will hurt them, he must be killed in this manner. In this manner be killed. These have power to shut heaven, that it rain not in the days of their prophecy, and have power over waters to turn them to blood, and to smite the earth with all plagues as often as they will." Now, I say earth is land already, but all right, let me continue. "And when they shall finish their testimony, the beast that ascends out of the bottomless pit shall make war against them and shall overcome them and kill them." Now, I'll say this beast was Rome. Wait, no. This beast might. I'm not gonna say that, but and this is what I wanted to get to. "And their dead bodies shall lie in the streets of the great city, which is spiritually called Sodom and Egypt, where also our Lord was crucified." Now we know that this is talking about Jerusalem, because Jesus was crucified in Jerusalem, and Jerusalem is also called spiritually Sodom and Egypt. And I could pull up those verses. It's in the Old Testament. What is it? It's where they. It's an Old Testament verse. Yeah. I gotta remember where this. But we know
the conversation. I'm gonna
we
shut
know
up. I've dominated the conversation.
we know at least that where also our Lord was crucified. We know where Jesus was crucified in Jerusalem. So, but their dead bodies will lie in the street of the great city. Now, the great city, that phrase is only used in reference to in Revelation, at least in reference to. Let's see. In Revelation, the great city is referred to as Babylon the Great. You read it in Revelation 16. It says, "And the great city was divided into three parts, and the cities of the nations fell, and great Babylon came in remembrance before God to give her the cup of the wine of the wrath." Let me see. You see it when what was it, Revelation 17, where it's also called that the great city. Let me see. Revelation, what is it? It might be 18. Hold up. The great city decked in scarlet and. Let me grab it. And then Revelation 18:4, and I heard another voice from heaven saying, "Come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that ye receive not of her plagues." We know who the Lord's people are. It's the Jews. This was John telling the Jews to come out of Jerusalem. And you read Jesus told them in Matthew 24, he said, what did he say? He told them to flee into the mountains, and if they're in the midst of Judea, depart out. If they are, what is it, in the surrounding countries, don't come into Jerusalem. Basically, telling them to flee out of Jerusalem. This is what John was prophesying before Jerusalem was destroyed by the Romans. But let me see. Where is it? She's called the great city. You see, it says Revelation 18:10, standing afar off for the fear of her torment, saying, "Alas, alas, that great city." You see, so this is the same great city, and that's where also the Lord is crucified. That it's being called the great city in Revelation 18, the great city Babylon. It's Jerusalem, and then this is where the prophets and saints were killed. I already read that, but there's a quote. Jesus says, "It's impossible for a prophet to perish outside of his own." Let me grab it. It is impossible for a prophet to be killed outside of Jerusalem. That's Luke 13:33. So if it's impossible for a prophet of the Lord to perish outside of Jerusalem, then that means that when Jesus is telling them, when Revelation is saying, "In her was found the blood of the prophets and of the saints," if it's impossible for a prophet to perish outside of Jerusalem, then it couldn't be no other place but Jerusalem that in that place, in that specific place in Revelation, was found the blood and the saints. That great city has to be Jerusalem, based off of what Jesus said, that it is impossible for a prophet to perish outside of Jerusalem. And I
Can I ask you
believe.
one more question? Do we just prophesy what you're talking about? Do we see this prophesied anywhere else and it's not in the Old Testament?
What prophesied?
I mean, okay. All right. First question: do you agree that whatever we read in the New Testament, we should at least seen as prophesied in the Old Testament? Yes or no?
Agree.
Okay. Can I read a passage of scripture for you real quick?
Yeah. I said, you hear me?
Okay. Awesome. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is Daniel 2. I'm going to start at verse 36. If you want to go back and read it, I strongly suggest, right? But I'm going to just break it down, right? So this is the dream, and we will tell the interpretation thereof before the king. Thou, O king, art a king of kings, for the God of heaven hath given thee a kingdom, power and strength and glory. Verse 38. And wheresoever the children of men dwell, the beast of the field and the fowls of heaven hath he given unto thine hand, and hath made thee a ruler of them all. Thou art the head of gold. So he's interpreting a dream that this king had. Now this is talking about Medo-Persia, this next verse. And after thee shall arise another kingdom inferior to thee, and another third kingdom of brass, which shall bear rule over all the earth. Now this next part is a prophecy of Rome. And the fourth kingdom shall be as strong as iron, for as much as iron breaketh to pieces, and subdueth all things. And as iron that breaketh all things, shall it break in pieces and bruise. Verse 41. And whereas thou sawest the feet and the toes, part of the potter's clay, and part of iron, the kingdom shall be divided, but there shall be in it of the strength of the iron, for as much as thou sawest iron mixed with miry clay. And as the toes of the I ain't gonna say it. As the toes of the feet were part of the iron and part of the clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken. Watch this. And whereas thou saw iron mixed with miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. And then now we get to this divine kingdom. And in the days of these kings shall the God of heaven set up a kingdom which shall neither be destroyed, and kingdom shall not be left to other people, but it shall break in pieces and consume all these kingdoms, and shall stand forever. Verse 45. For as much as thou sawest that the stone was cut out of the mountain without hands, and that it break in pieces the iron, the brass, the clay, the silver, and the gold, the great God hath made known to the king what shall come to pass hereafter. The dream is certain, and the interpretation thereof is sure. I can finish to 49, but I just want to know real quick. Do you understand anything that I just read?
Yeah, I understood what you said.
Right. So my concern is, do you understand that last kingdom before the divine kingdom comes into place is the kingdom of Rome?
Yeah, I agree.
Right. So I'm just trying to understand, and I'm coming to you out of love, but like what I'm saying, like ain't a problem. But I'm just trying to understand. If we understand
Rome.
this kingdom is Rome runs everything.
No, they don't. Not today.
So Jerusalem, so I'm clear then. The current Jerusalem is in charge of Rome. I'll gladly give you a chance to explain, but are you saying that current Rome today runs Jerusalem? And that, if you
No,
could please
no, no.
Okay. So, I have no problem with the scriptures that you're reading. I do have a problem with the interpretation of it, but if we look, so I'll just make the last point. To my understanding, Rome is influencing all this, and we can see the amalgamation and the transformation and the metamorphosis on morphase. We want to deal with the Greek word, but Rome morphs into all of these other kingdoms. Do we agree or disagree?
I didn't understand that part. Rome marched into other kingdoms. What do you mean?
So understanding prophecy. What is your understanding then of what happens to Rome, right? So this first century Rome, where are they today, and how have they morphed, or have they just disappeared?
Well, they fell in about 400 AD, around there, by the was it the it was it was European peoples who conquered them. I forgot what barbarian people who conquered them in like 400. And then we had you know, the Byzantine Empire that came after them. Holy Roman Empire that came out a little bit after that. So, you know, Roman Catholicism, you know, that stuff took over. And then
Wait, stop. Roman Catholicism, the Roman Catholic Empire, has that ever really been defeated in 2021?
And it says they were dissolved in 1806.
So today, like the Vatican, for instance. Okay, here's a quick question. Now I'm testing your knowledge, and I'm not being rude. So all of these branches of Christianity, Anabaptist, Protestant, all this, are they or are they not branches of Roman Catholicism?
Yeah, they came out. Yeah, they came out of Roman Catholicism.
So everything that we have today dealing with the Bible, mainstream, comes out of Roman Catholicism, right?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, more or less.
So to be safe to say then that Rome would be the mother, I ain't saying harlots at this point, but the mother of all these Western religions, at least.
You said Eastern?
Western.
Let me see. Yeah, majority of America is Christian, more or less.
I mean, we didn't even talk about America. When we go to Europe,
That's
right?
Eastern.
It depends on how far. So we could agree though that, like, okay, England, you know, Britain, all these areas are Roman Catholicism areas. Would you agree? They're definitely not practicing. So England and these are definitely not practicing some form of Eastern religion or Eastern Christianity or Eastern belief system.
Some of their things. Some of their things are correct, but
I'm talking about the majority. The majority of
yeah,
these areas
majority of them
adhere, right? They adhere to some form of Roman Catholicism, right?
Yeah.
Now, let's have this quick conversation. Where is the Jerusalem form of religion that's taking over the world?
They?
Your phone is my phone is breaking out. What'd you say?
Today?
Yeah, today. And even from first century from now, this is the form of Jerusalem belief system that is taking over the world.
Back then they had their Judaizers. Today
they didn't take nothing over, but I'll give you that. I'll give you that for right now.
Not physically, but spiritually, they was everybody was trying to get. They had people from other nations be come to their festivals.
I'm not saying that they weren't influential, but I am saying.
Hold up, actually, they had the Romans offer sacrifices in the temple, which the Romans did that nowhere else. So, and Rome controlled the world at the times, and they not only Rome, they had other Greek capped nations of people that came.
Are you really trying to tell me? And I want to be honest right now. Are you really trying to tell me that Rome influenced? I'm sorry, that Jerusalem influenced Rome religiously?
Religiously, they had a footing in the table.
Okay,
I'd say
what happens in 70 AD, fam?
Romans destroyed. They didn't even want that. The Romans yeah, they burned down the temple and
Now, okay,
the
so
whole
let's
yeah.
deal with before 70 AD. Were all the what we call believers of the way, were they or were they not completely ran out of Rome?
They ran out of Rome.
Got you. Okay. So
Yeah. I
I'm
mean, they
not
ran
gonna
out of
belabor the point. Got you.
Jerusalem. My bad. Not Rome. They
Yeah, I'm
ran out of
sorry.
Jerusalem.
I said one ran out of Jerusalem. So I'm not
Yeah.
gonna belabor that point, right? So the only point that I'm making is once again, scripture shows that this is not Jerusalem. History shows that this is not Jerusalem, right? Is anyone else there pro Rizzo, Joshua? Anyone else? I've been talking a lot.
Well, I was saying that the scripture said
I'm
what
still here, bro. I'm letting y'all rock.
Jesus said a prophet could not perish outside of Jerusalem. Now, in Revelation, the great harlot was responsible for killing the saints and the prophets. And also in Revelation, that great city was the one responsible that got avenged on because it killed it had the blood it killed the prophets and the saints. If Jesus said it's impossible for a prophet to perish outside of Jerusalem, and he said that they would kill the scribes that he sent them and the prophets and the wise men, etc. Well, I'm paraphrasing, but the holy men that he sent them, the disciples. And it says in Revelation that the martyrs um were found, the blood of the martyrs and etc. were found in that great city. And then where it's used, it says the great city where also Jesus was crucified. The only time in Revelation where the great city is used is in reference to the great city, mystery Babylon, the great harlot. That's the only, and the colors of the what's the word, the clothing that this city is adorned in, this great mystery Babylon, purple, scarlet,
All right,
etc., etc.
wrap it up in 10 minutes. I'm gonna shut the stream down, man.
All right.
Get
This
real.
is the same, the same colors. This golden cup. These are the same things found within the temple, which is the main site of Jerusalem, basically the main area that people go to. This is a clear cut description of Jerusalem. And any Jew in the first century who read these descriptions of what this mystery Babylon the Great is, they would have understood. Oh, this is talking about the temple. This is talking about
Whoa,
Jerusalem.
stop. All right, look, we got 10 minutes left. I promise you I'm gonna give you the rest, right? Because I feel like I made my point throughout the conversation, right? If you understand Daniel 2, even if you understand all these other chapters, we go to Daniel, do all these things. This is the only point I'm making. Mystery, quote unquote, mystery Babylon has to have influence. I'm not talking about where people was killed at, any city, or anything like that. I'm talking about who has influence over the world. It is not Jerusalem. Now,
Spiritual influence.
even as it pertains to spiritual influence, because these people reject the quote unquote spiritual influence of Jerusalem. Hear me out. Right? Because the spiritual influence of Jerusalem, as we know today, is the Talmud. Right? It is the Talmud. No one around the world, other than people that live in Jerusalem, adhere to the Jerusalem Talmud. They have no true influence to the point of they have people come and defend them. And the people aren't defending them out of prostration or out of I am in servitude to Jerusalem. They are defending them simply because they're giving them charity, if we're being honest. The United States gives them money because of the Holocaust. All these people give them money based on the Holocaust, not because they have influenced them to the point of, oh, you need to prostrate yourself. While I will admit that you make some points about, oh, the prophets killed here and things of that nature, none of these things have anything to do with the influence. Rome. And once again, I'm not definitively stating any particular nation, but according to the Bible, Rome influences all of these areas. Right? Even John's day, in the 1st century AD, Rome is the alpha dog as it pertains to any stuff. There's a reason they're fighting these things. It has everything to do with Rome. Rome disappears and then comes back. Right? Everything we see has everything to do with the Greco-Roman Hellenistic Empire, because it is an amalgamation of all religions. That is not Jerusalem. Right? It doesn't matter where you go to in this Bible and what prophecies you try to mark for this. Rome is the prescription for today of what is the influence over the world. Roman Catholicism. You said yourself that Catholicism runs the majority of the world. That comes from Rome. Everybody bows down and capitulates to the Pope. That is Rome. I need you to be scholastically sound, at least as it pertains to that conversation. I'm opposed to the conversation. But I'm very frustrated at the fact that you keep hearing me say, and you keep agreeing to say, that the Roman Empire not only was the influencer of back then of 1st century AD, but is now even
physically they were back then, and today I'm saying that they're not the king Mamu today. And if you can't say that, well, no, I'm not gonna go into that, but back then,
just push back. Where do all these religions, what we consider Western religions, where they birthed out of?
came out of Judeo-Christianity, and that became Roman Catholicism.
No,
and that
they came out of Rome. Because Judeo-Christianity, what you're saying is the Talmud. You understand, right? Like the Judeo belief system, and I should say Judeo-Christianity, but like Judeo belief system that we know is based off the Talmud, because this is what Christ is arguing against. Hold on. Do you understand that Christ comes and he's arguing against the oral tradition of the Jews?
I know that. Yes, no? I agree. I said Judeo-Christianity.
So
I'm not talking about Judaism.
Right. Okay. So then, as we deal with Judeo-Christianity, right? So then let's say Judeo-Christianity is the prescription for the day. That does not come from Jerusalem. That comes from Rome. That comes from Rome influencing everyone. Because here's what happened. Rome takes on what everyone else is doing and prescribes and creates. You even just talked about the Byzantine Empire. None of this, once again, you have not shown me in antiquity, in history, where Jerusalem, the belief of Jerusalem, right? Because I agree with what you're saying, the Bible said, but I need you to show me in the world where Jerusalem influences all of this. And that really is the end of the conversation. Where is Jerusalem attributed in history now to have influence in all of this?
If I could show you where the Romans deemed the temple important, that they didn't even want to destroy it, that they held these Jews, their God, as someone important, would that count?
No, because even then, the Romans still influenced their religious beliefs. You
No,
understand that, correct?
it's them looking at their
No.
gods.
That's a yes or no. Do the Romans then adopt their God and influence their religious practices on the Judean God? That's a yes or no.
They did that after, but
It doesn't matter
before
what time.
they thought
Throughout
it was
antiquity, from antiquity to now, Romans have influenced the quote unquote Judeo Christianity.
yeah.
They
I
just
agree with that.
okay. So I'm trying to say once again where Jerusalem influences the world. We see Rome influencing the world because even if you just stick from the Judeo perspective of the Talmud, then that would taken over the world. Or we look at from the followers of the way, the believers of the way, the followers of the way of the Nazarene, that would have taken over.
Didn't it start?
Neither one of those belief systems have permeated in the world. Roman Christianity has permeated the world. Do you agree or do you not?
I agree, but it started
The
with
rest of it
Judea.
is, I hear you, but the rest of it is null and void. So you can say whatever you want to say. I'm sure that's going to give you another 8-9 minutes, but I prove my point that the at the end of the day, Roman Catholicism has permeated throughout the entire world, and I've been very, very nice. Everybody else would have probably beat you up, but I wanted you to get this out, but I wanted to know if you were going to be scholastically honest.
Well, I pulled out verses out the Bible instead of my interpretation. I told you, I showed you the prophets could not perish outside of Jerusalem. Now, you didn't say anything about that verse. Um, it it's in Revelation. It says what it says about the blood of the saints and the prophets being found in that great city.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Daryl, man, before we shut it down. Because you said the prophets can't perish outside of Jerusalem. Where did the prophets get killed? Because can you give me some documentation showing that all the prophets perished or died, or in Jerusalem? Can you provide that?
Well, Jesus was crucified, and we know Jesus was crucified in Jerusalem. We know
That's one.
we know a great number of the other. Hold up, yes, sir. Stephen. Well, uh, the, a lot of the disciples fled out of Jerusalem before the war took place, and we don't know what happened to them after they ran out of. What is it? There were Jews running. Paul killed a good number of the Christians before he converted. Let me see. Martyrs.
So you're implying that if you're a prophet, you can only die in Jerusalem.
Yeah, that's what I'm implying.
That makes no sense, brother.
At least what Jesus said. That's what Jesus said.
I would like to look at it and examine that, because if you can't give me any historical context to that, I'm just not going to count. I'm not going to count that interpretation.
Stephen died inside of Jerusalem. The saints, we know this. A lot of the saints were killed by the Jews inside of Jerusalem. We know that.
So,
what up to the panel, man? How y'all feeling?
What's going on, David?
Ain't much. I got a quick question for you. Actually, for you, Scholastic Bully. What verification do we get that Egypt is real, or the Egyptian civilization? It doesn't it seem as if like the Greeks have to verify the Egyptians, and then the Romans have to verify the Greeks. Like what is this you know, like basically who are these people's descendants today? I'm talking from all three civilizations. Why is it that they don't speak for themselves? Why are they not, you know, even a remote piece of their history is being used today? Like where are we getting this? These three civilizations are real. Like where are we getting this from?
Archaeology and paleontology. I mean, they have writings,
Why you say
nomenclature,
Pyramids, all that.
art.
Yeah.
That's how we know they're real.
So who are their descendants today?
Well, if you're talking about Egypt or Greece, that's if we're talking about the ancient Grecians, we have to know what period you're talking about. And if you're talking about ancient Egyptian, you got to know what period you're talking about, because you had a multiplicity of nations or ethnic groups going in and out of those areas, right? Like the brother brought up, Higher Be Praised brought up that Ramesses III was EV38. You know what I'm saying? And most African Americans stem from that subclade, right? So, but then you got evidence that the Nilos were, I think, A32B, a different haplogroup or clade or different people, you know, in layman's terms, that have an ancient presence in Egypt. So, I mean, there's different groups that were there at the same time. I mean, at different times.
I think the Nilo Kushite people. That's what I hold in my
Hey, Daryl, did you just admit that you're not a Hamite inadvertently?
No.
You did, because you're not a Nilote. You're not a damn Nilote, man.
I mean Nilotes. I'm not a Nilo. I know that. Like Nilotes, like sneeze and
Okay, brother. The original Nilotes would be haplogroup A.
Yeah.
I'm willing to bet my money on you that you haplogroup E.
Yeah. But I'd hold that the people, you know, they say haplogroup haplogroup E originated somewhere in East Africa or they say
Western Asia.
Western Asia, yeah. But Egyptians, you know, North, you know, right up in, so maybe because I mean I don't know. When I look at the statues of the Egyptians, those look like black people. But you know that's not enough evidence to, you know, prove that blah 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 blah. But the noses and the lips on those statues, you know. So you know, I hold that one of my pick for Ham's children is either Cushite or Mizraim. But I hold that the Cushite, original Cushite people are the people like Sudanese, which is the Nilo people. So Nilotics from the Nile. The
So
black.
they don't have anything to do with haplogroup E, the original Nilotes and Nilo-Saharan people are A.
Yeah, I agree on that.
But you know, to put more perspective on what David said, that even if you look at America, he's like, who are the descendants of the Americans? What period of time are you talking about? Because okay, during colonial times, you might be talking about Western Europeans, but you know, prior to colonial times, you may be speaking of Incas. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's a whole nother ball game, because you know we're you know if we're gonna do it that way, you know, 240 some years, that's not really that long of a time period. You know, I don't really see a massive invasion of, you know, Europeans, or you know, people, melanated Europeans from Europe come. It's not a massive invasion. I'm not really seeing that.
They did. It was, I mean,
I
they was
know they're
Native
here.
Americans over here.
I know.
They not over here.
I'm not denying that they're here. I'm saying during that time period, it does not look like to me a massive invasion.
I don't think I think they just had a lot of children, man, and they brought people from a lot of other nations here to America. So those people had children, and that's what we got today. There was definitely Native Americans here before, or Pino Indians and them before we got here, and you know we reproduce. So
Are your
that's
people not from here?
no African. There's there's a debate that black West Africans came over here before, but everyone has that Chinese people, blah 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 blah. But the people that generally is said to have been here were the Native Americans. So it is what it is. But definitely, there's not that many Native Americans anymore. But
Nah, I mean, being that I know who my family is, we've never even encountered anything like a Native American until recently.
it's like
So
because they got a lot of them died. A lot of them were killed, and them diseases that the Europeans brought over. Then they did numbers on those Indian people. So
I ain't buying that story, dude. I'm sorry.
no, because they brought some people from Africa over and that were isolated, and as soon as they touched, soon as they just died because of the diseases that they're not used to. So those diseases is an actual fact. What killed a lot of them, and then you have
That's the same thing that happened to the that's the same thing that happened to the American Indians that went over to colonize Liberia. The majority of them died once they actually got to Liberia.
I mean, I was surprised. You're not ready for those diseases. Your body not ready. You'll just die. So
Yeah, I think that whole, and I don't know if you're using the Bering Strait ideology or whatever. I think
I
that's
don't know about the Bering Strait. I know where I know where they said it was, but they could have just got some ships and came over here. Shoot, but I don't know. You had the Australoid people, Aborigine. They definitely went over to well, that's if you believe that they came out of Africa and went on boats or something and went over there or whatever they did. But I don't.
I don't buy that. I don't buy that whole Asians was over here. I mean, we don't have it. We don't have any Asian culture over here for
No,
them
no,
to
no.
be.
It's they a lot of it's just they become a subculture now. A lot of them died. A lot of them were killed. We have books when Christopher Columbus and them said he wrote about these people. He thought they were Indians and stuff. And I mean, you know, they claim that they was over here first, and I don't see why they would lie about it. And our government gives them money. You know, we give them millions of dollars in reservation for land. So I don't think they would just do that for no reason.
Yeah, a reservation even in the essence of the word is no different than a place for people who are not from that landmass. That is
No, no,
not
no.
that
It was
that is
because they give it to them because they was here first,
no, that's
and
not true. That is not true.
that is why they do it. Because if they was not from this land first, they wouldn't do it. Africans wasn't. We wasn't from. Black people wasn't from this land first, but they don't give us no reservations. They
So
literally give them
your family is African, fam?
yeah,
Because I could be wrong.
yeah. I no, the Hebrew Israelite people, they'll say that their family is are Hebrew, but I'm on the African. We come from Ham side, but they brought us over here, and whichever
How
if
you
it's
gonna say you
Hebrew,
come from him, but you just said you're not a Nilote, brother?
Nilotes don't include Bantu people. They don't include
Okay,
Bantu.
Bantu people can't be Ham if if they don't have anything to do with the Nilotes.
I would that no.
Okay,
Because
give me the three paternal markers. Now since you hard pressed on this Ham thing, I'm gonna make you prove it. Give me the three major paternal markers
in Africa,
Bantu.
the Bantu?
Yeah.
I know one is E. E1B E. I don't know the other two. But
Man, I'm gonna tell you right now, there's 4. Only one of them is B. The other 3 are all E. They're all E, man.
what name them for me? E name the whole
E38 is one of them.
that's E1B1A, right?
Yeah.
All right, because I looked up these haplogroups before, and I was trying to, do a little research into what these who belongs to which haplogroup, and yada yada yada.
You do understand if you come from an E marker, that means that you share a common male ancestor with an E marker.
Yeah, I understand the whole.
You can't share the same male ancestor as a B and an A.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they share the.
Okay, in order for us all to be from Ham, that would mean we would have a common male ancestor that would be Ham, and we do not share a common male ancestor.
What if that common male ancestor? You don't think that Kush created his own separate You don't think a mutation happened in the like? All right, so say Ham is, I don't know what it would say. Ham is A, right? Ham is A haplogroup.
Mm-hmm.
What would his children be?
A.
His children would be A.
Yep.
But we know. So you said what 3 haplogroups are in Africa, right? What 3 did you say? What 4? What 4?
4 that are dealing with the Bantu. It's 3 of them are E and only 1 is B, and that's only because the reason why you have 1 is B is because we took over a lot of the pygmies, and the pygmies are majority B markers, right? So we assimilated them. See what I'm saying?
But how would like say you go to Adam, right? Adam had children, but they don't have the same main haplogroups as he did. So you come from Adam to the whatever Adam's haplogroup was, or whatever haplogroup he had. Say he had, I'm gonna just give an example. Say he had B haplogroup, right? So how would his children have different haplogroups than what he had in the beginning? Is what I'm saying.
It's called an ALU insertion. When a new mutation comes, it creates a new haplogroup.
But that's what I'm saying. It's just a separate mutation from.
It's not a separate mutation from A, B, and E. So that would mean you related to C. Now you're gonna okay. Now you related.
Hold up. I hold that.
C.
Huh?
What about F? You related.
I hold that Asian people are Canaan, and that was what I never got to explain why I hold that belief, but I hold that Asians are Canaan, and the reason why is because of a couple. They're called the Sino. If you ever look up the study of their history, they're called the Sino-Chinese, which Sino is short for the Sin people, the people of sin. And if you look in the scriptures, it's very small reference to people called Sin come from Canaan. And then there's another reason, another name for the Chinese called the Kitte, which is from Hittite, and that's if you look at the Hebrew, it's spelled kind of in that way. Kit and the Kitte, the Cathay, China is called Cathay, and in one language, I forgot which language it was, but if you Google it, it's a name. It's the ancient name for China, Cathay, and this word, and there's another word, Catan, and this word is I at least hypothesize that this was what Kitte was, the Canaanite son of the Hittites, basically, so that the Asian people, and this would explain, if you look back in their way back in their history, and their Buddha statues and their and why they're closely related to, well, at least in the how ancient the people are, the C haplogroup, and before that's B, which is the B haplogroup is Africans, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. So
And
okay, A and B are the
are
Paleo
African.
Africans. Yes.
Yeah. And then C is the Chinese, and I held that those Chinese come from
C is
some
not Chinese. O is like the most predominant Y DNA marker in China. Is O.
hold up, let me see.
There may be C over there. There may be like small. It's not the majority, man.
It says, yeah, it says East Asia, Central Asia, Siberia, North America. Yeah, population. Let me see. Let me see the whole the main.
It's not the majority, brother. You want me to help you out and pull the source on you?
You pull up the source. I'm gonna look at where they say the majority of the people that hold this haplogroup.
Hey, you ain't slick either, man. I'm trying to go to sleep.
Hey, I appreciate you guys both, man. Thank you. I just learned about your channel watching a guy named Medicine Man. Are you familiar with him, Scholastic Bully?
Medicine
Man.
I don't know. It doesn't ring a bell right off.
Okay. He just shared some of your work. That's how I was able to find you.
Oh wow! Well, shout out to Medicine Man.
Yeah, definitely. I was also wondering. This is my last question. I know you're trying to go to bed. Do you guys do genealogy? Like, do you trace your own family and their origins, or like where they come from?
I haven't traced mine, but I'm pretty sure where my people come from. At least in the people that my peoples are related to.
We sure that you're not a Nilo, brother.
Yeah, I Nilo as in Sudanese. Oh, it's a weird, very odd. A lot of Nilos are like, super like Nubian, like ain't like there's cause Sudanese people is my idea of a Nilo. If you understand what I mean, they're the darkest of the African people.
I'm talking about the original.
Yeah, these are I believe the Sudanese are the original Kushite Nilo, Nimrod, and he was one of them. He had to be an African at least. We can agree on that.
Man,
but I believe
I did my DNA 23andMe and Ancestry.com. As far as genealogy, I just know my father and my grandfather. I know a lot about my mother's side, but it kind of like the lines get blurred after a while. Like it won't like my family history don't go past as far as just asking my family about it and knowing who they descend from or who they descend from. It don't go past like 1940, 1930, to be honest with you.
Really?
Yeah. They don't.
Yeah, that's very common for slave people. it's pretty common for those type of people.
Wow, man, that's crazy, man. So do you know what time your folks actually got here? Like, do you know what area in 1940? Like, let's say 1940 is the line on your father's side. I'm only saying it just to clear things up. Do you know what area it was?
Texas, but on my father's side, my grandfather, his parents came from Mexico illegally. That's why I don't know anything about them. You know what I'm saying? I don't know anything about them because they came over here illegally. And as far as ancestry extended to the time they were in Mexico, I don't have any records on that or nothing. I don't know anything about that. I can only tell you when they got here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you use or have you used this? It's free too, by the way. It's called FamilySearch.com. Have you heard of that?
No.
Oh man, you might want to check into that, man, because you might get more answers. FamilySearch.com. All they need is an email. That's it. And they have lots of records. Lots of records, bro.
But
yeah, I'll look it up, man. My grandfather, his name was Joe Vasquez. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
yeah, man. You like I said, man, FamilySearch.com, yo, it's free. They have a lot of census records. They have a lot of birth records. You will not be able to get copies. They will show you the actual census record. You'll be able to see it. You can see the neighbors. You can see the other people on it. But as far as getting copies, of course, you're going to have to pay for that. But you can screenshot it from off of there. That's how I was able to track on my grandmother's side. I got all the way up to 1772. And I think, yeah, man, yeah, you can definitely and be wary of certain counties changing names. In specific, and it's funny you mentioned Texas. Have you ever heard of a place called Austin, Texas?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay, the guy who started Austin, Texas, he brings up 300 families. His last name is Austin, Austin. But the other family is an Alston family, Alston. And I found out my people descend from a guy named Felipe Austin. He's an impresario. He was supposed to basically help establish Mexico, but he turned on him. And the president actually killed him. Sorry, it was a president who killed him. I can't remember off the top who's the one that hung him. But he actually intermarried into the Chickasaw tribe. So yeah, man, you can find some serious records, bro. Like I said, FamilySearch.com. It's free. It is free, yo. And hopefully that could be some assistance to anybody who's looking, for family records, bro. But that's it, man. Thank you guys for having me.
Hey, no problem, man. Appreciate it.
Awesome.
Yeah, man. That it's I don't know if you ever considered that Asian, because Asians are like the last people to be put into the little table of nations, and some people say come from Japhet, but I don't agree. I'd say the European people came from Japhet, and then that Asians they're kind of African, and it's a very stupid reason why I say that. Well, at least the names of their ancient names, Sino-Chinese, and Cathay, which is Kithay, which is Hittite, and Hebrew. But yeah, huh?
Look right here. This is from Ancestral DNA by Rain J. Herrera. It says specifically, several bound to specific Y chromosome markers have been identified. These mutations include E1B1A, V38, E2M27, M75, E1B1A1, M180, and B2A150. So you only have one B haplogroup. But that's as a result of introgression. Because what we were doing, we were sweeping through Africa during the Bantu expansion and pretty much colonizing and taking over because we had advanced technology, we had iron, you understand? We understood agriculture, which means we didn't have to rely on foraging and hunting animals and, pretty much dying out during the lean months. A lean month is when you can't get that much game. You can't hunt. You can't kill as many animals to feed your stock. So you're going to die out. You're not able to have population growth. So we were able to do that. And that's why EM2 dominates Africa to this day because of the Bantu expansion. But anyway, you see B right here, right? it says conversely, non-Bantu groups A, you see that?
Yeah.
B2B M112 represent the signature of hunter-gatherer groups. B2B M112 is thought to signal pygmy ancestry. The residual presence of these markers represent remnants of the paternal genetic composition before, you see that? Before the Bantu dispersal. All right?
Yeah.
So the A and B groups don't have anything to do with you, man. And
No, I didn't say A and B. I know A and B. It doesn't have it. It's pretty.
But you keep calling yourself Ham.
Ham has at least should be.
Let me get another source on the Chinese too while we at it.
Well, haplogroup C and D was the Chinese. It was the more Chinese, but the Japanese, a lot of them have which they're from the same people. You know,
All of the Ainu people are DM174. Let me see if I can find.
It says haplogroup C belonging to many peoples indigenous to East Asia, North America, and Australia. So it's
right. I'm not saying C is not there, right? But
yeah, and then D is
predominantly China is O, bruh.
Haplogroup O.
Yeah.
Is that the male or is that the female?
Y DNA. The Y DNA is on the male.
Haplogroup O. Let me see. O1. Let me see. Which one? Let me see. Yeah, China, Korea. Oh, yeah, you correct about that one.
Told you. Look right here. Look at my book. Languages and genes in northwestern China and adjacent regions. Haplogroup O M175 is the largest haplogroup in East Asia, comprising roughly 75% of the Chinese and more than half of the Japanese population, and therefore associated to the Neolithic migrants. You see that? Oh shit! This computer doesn't want to stay on one screen. Where were we at? What page was that? Yeah, right here, page 20. So yeah, man, 75% O3M122 is the most common haplogroup in China, and this is why I wanted to debate particular Israelite. They're gonna say a name on it, man. Well, he was like, the Chinese people are Canaanites. I'm like, bro, Chinese people will be Japhites, majority of them.
It's I say I say Canaanites too, but
okay, so haplogroup O is Canaan now. But this is what I'll be trying to get y'all to see, that y'all theories don't match genetics at all.
Haplogroup D, high frequently found in Tibet, Myanmar, Qinghai, and the Japanese archipelago and the Andaman Islands.
So haplogroup D is Canaan, right? Let's say that.
I'll say C and.
Wait, so how the Nilotes Canaan then if they're A and B?
No, I didn't say Canaan. I said the Nilotes were Cush, and that would.
So how would the Nilotes be Cush, which would mean they had a common male ancestor, right?
Yeah.
And then the Canaanites be D. If they share a common male ancestor, they should share the same macro haplogroup. That's what you're not understanding. Because if you have the same macro haplogroup, that means you all descend from a common male ancestor. The Bible is teaching common paternal ancestry. Ham, Shem, and
mutations occur, and this is where all nations came from, according to the Bible. Those three. So we should, if all people had the same ancestor, and you're saying that they should still have the same paternal haplogroup as their ancestor, then we shouldn't have separate haplogroup. I'm saying these mutations occurred, and that's how we got these different
Okay.
haplogroups that we
Let
got
me
today.
help you out. Let me help you out. B is not going to mutate into D. A is not going to mutate into D. So that don't work. It doesn't work that way.
I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm saying that
You don't know what you're saying.
it's we have different haplogroups, okay?
Let me help you out. Let me help you out. Let me help you out here. Look at the string. See this word? Monophyletic. See that?
Mm-hmm.
I want you to read it. I'm not gonna read it for you. You gonna
Group
read
of
it.
organisms descended from a common evolutionary ancestor or ancestor group, especially one not shared with any other group.
Okay. So you can't be D and be related to someone that's B or A. Makes no sense.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. Good night, brother. You learned something. Also, get your book game up. Look at it. Look at that. Look at that. You see how many books I purchased? 199, man. One purchase away from 200 books. And that's just on Google Play. That's not even the Kindle and the Nook app.
So you hold that the Chinese are Japhet.
Majority, not all of them, majority. Some of them could be of Shem. I'm not even saying they not. I'm just saying, like, if you're dealing with majority of Japhet is, majority of China is O. And O comes from F, and F is Japhet in my model.
But J is, I mean, not J, but C and D are
C and D are what?
C and D are older than O, right? Or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, according to secularists, C and D is older.
So wouldn't it so it's would it be accurate to say that peoples of C that no.
You don't know what you're trying
maybe the modern day Chinese are, you know, it is what it is. But I hold that because I don't think the modern day Chinese are the same the ancient Chinese, because you know how their culture is, where they mix, they have a white is right culture.
Well, no, you are right. You are right. I believe C was there first, if I remember correctly. It's been a while since I read this. This is a good book on that. Let me see. I think C was there first, and O was like right here it says Neolithic migrants. So they came in a new Stone Age period.
Yeah, so
O came in a new Stone Age. And I want to say C and D might have a more ancient.
But I had seen a little chart where it was like C and D came out of Africa, or at least C came out of Africa. But
yeah. I mean, that's one of the models. Again, these are putative models. These models are not known. They don't know exactly how people migrate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if they did come out of Africa, as well, it would lend to them being from Ham's because Ham's descendants went into Africa first. Out of they went over, and after they came out of Mount Ararat, out of Armenia, they went up down into the land of Ham, or Ham. They named it, they named Africa. Blah 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 blah.
But those first Africans will have to be haplogroup A and B.
Yeah, I agree. Haplogroup A is the Khoisan people. If I'm not
Yeah. You're right.
I don't know when I look at, and I heard you had said one time where you was like, don't just look at the people and make an assumption. But I don't know, the Khoisan look Asian.
They do. I mean, they genetically diverse. But that doesn't mean just because you look similar to another group, and you quoted me doesn't mean that you directly related to them. I keep trying to say quit making that mistake.
Their language, you heard them speak.
Wait. The Khoi people are known for the click language. Are you saying Chinese people have click language?
No, they don't. They're not. I'm not saying that. But if you've heard them speak, have you ever heard of? It was a video I watched. It was a Khoisan man speaking his language.
All right. I want you to do this. I want you to do this. Stop watching videos and start reading.
No. It was just they were demonstrating he was demonstrating his own language. It wasn't I read some, reading some of what I'm trying to see the table of nations through the what these geneticists are finding, because they're not going to always find everything that's correct. No,
I mean everything. The principle in science, you have what you call the uncertainty principle. Everything has a degree of uncertainty to it. Our model has a degree of uncertainty to it, but guess what? It's a theory backed up with good evidence.
It has good. I'd say it has good evidence. Yeah, the datings might be off a little bit, but yeah, I'd say it has good evidence.
I don't think our dates are off. I think the secular dates are off because they're trying to push this.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Crap.
Yeah,
they're trying to push this evolutionary crap down our throat that we came from apes. So you need long periods of time to make that BS up.
That's what I meant.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find when C came. Here it is. Haplogroup C M130 may represent one of the earliest settlements in East Asia. Okay, yeah. So C was the earliest. Haplogroup C has the high moderate frequency in Far East Oceania and lower frequency in Europe and the Americas, but it's absent in Africa. Yeah.
But they modeled it, so it is what it is, man. But I hold that they're not Japhetic, but I don't know about it's like it's stupid, but white people can't dance. We know this.
What?
Asian people can dance.
So if I show a video of white people dancing, then what?
I mean like on their own.
What do you mean on their own? If I show you a video of them dancing on their own,
I mean they go to school and they practice.
Social cultural. So listen to me. Social cultural traits have nothing to do with genetic traits. No, be honest, because some people think that's true. No, you absorb culture while you're living. It's not something passed down directly to you. Culture.
A lot of Asians have high cheekbones. Well, not a lot, but not the possibly.
And
whatever
a lot of Asians take shits outside. So everybody that takes shit outside is the same?
No.
All right. So why are we using? Never mind. Man.
I'm talking about phenotype. Like they have thick. Some of them, a good number of them have Koreans more show this phenotype. They have they have African noses, a good number of them, and they have thick lips, high cheekbones, like African people, and I don't know, man. They for them to be related to European people, at least it like how they operate, it don't add up to me.
All right, let me get a phylogenetic tree out because we gotta know haplogroup F.
At least the we'll see.
Let me see if I can find one where it has all of the branches. F is the most numerous.
But which chapter? I didn't get it down. Well,
what the Lord say? He shall enlarge Japhet.
Japhet, yeah.
F. Look, hold on. Let's gonna get it right here. That's just the wiki. Yeah, haplogroup F, also known as FM89, and previously as haplogroup FT is a very common Y chromosome group. The clade and its subclades constitute over. You see that?
90%. Yeah.
90% of paternal lineage is outside of Africa. You know what I'm saying? And then they have a map here. I hate going to maps and stuff like that, but these are all the descendants of F. J, G, R, P, K, N, O, O, N, M, S. You see that? R, Q, R1A, R1B. These are all the children of F. That includes O, brother.
Not C and
No, C comes before
C
F.
and D. C comes before F. All
Yeah,
right.
CT. I believe CT created DE and CF, and then that created F.
So who were those? So the Ainu were part of D or C. I don't remember.
No, DM174. They come from haplogroup D. They're
So how
they're more related to us than anything.
exactly? How are they? I'm pretty sure those are the original peoples of Japan, the Ainu. So why are there two Asian groups of people? Is you know what I mean? If you understand what I'm trying to say, like
Yeah,
there's
one's Japhetic, the other's Shemitic.
not Shemitic, Hamitic, I'd say.
No, bro. Okay, again, let me get the definition of monophyletic again.
Hold up. How is he Semitic? Which group does he belong to that you say he's Semitic?
Well, if we're saying E is Shemitic, E comes from DE.
I'm saying E is Hamitic, is what I'm saying.
E can't be Hamitic because A and B, you just admitted that A and B would be the first Africans, quote unquote, or Paleo Africans.
I said that there's some of the first, but they're not the only ones. I was gonna include E in that group.
How can E be how can E be Ham if they don't share the same? Oh, let me read this again. Monophyletic of a group of organisms descended from a common evolutionary ancestor or ancestral group, especially one not shared with what? Any other group. E does not share the same common male ancestors A and B. I don't know how many times we gotta say that before we get right. Matter of fact, write that down 1,000 times on chalkboard so you can know that you cannot share the same common male ancestor as A and B groups. It doesn't work that way, brother. It doesn't work that way. Get it in your head, Daryl.
So let me say they share the same shares the same ancestors, and at least they split from D, right? And we can agree with that.
I gotta get you, man. I gotta get you because you don't understand. What? Yeah, hold on. I gotta get you, man.
I actually have those glasses.
The more people vaccinated,
Spelled my name wrong, man. Oh wait, no.
vaccine.
Damn, why he look? Oh man.
They got ghetto and all over, man. But see, my grandma, she always hosts the church fashion show. I'm gonna do my impersonation of the church. Y'all pray for her, cause she tried to make it seem like they begged her to do it when really she hooked it up herself. I ain't gonna do it. This my last time. I ain't doing it no more. But I'm gonna do my impersonation of the church fashion show. So when the models come out, I want y'all to clap for them. All right, you ready? All right, here we go. Thank y'all for coming out to the old Lord. Hold my mule while I shout missionary Baptist Church Episcopal Church of God in Christ, brought to you by Budweiser and Hennessy.
Lady was looking at him like he was crazy.
I want to get right to the part.
Our first model coming out, he's our head deacon and trustee. Y'all pray for him. Y'all give it up a rep for the Deacon Jones. Give it up.
Hey man, I want to.
What is that dude that was?
Our next model coming out, y'all showing
He
some
got
love.
old.
He's our minister of music, and he made his own outfit, Antoine Jackson.
He the fruity one. He gonna get you in a second. Oh,
Our next model coming out, I want y'all to show him some love. He coming out to say his Easter speech. Don't laugh at him because you know he retarded. Y'all give it up one time for Lil Darryl. Give it up.
Bro, this was that dude with the.
This you. Trying to make Ham and Shem the same. This you.
My name Lil Darryl.
That's you.
My name Lil Darryl. My name Lil Darryl. Leave me alone.
That's you.
My name Lil Darryl. My name Lil Darryl. My name Lil Darryl. I'm gonna say my speech. Leave me alone. Okay. I didn't come right here to stay. All I came to say, happy Easter Day.
That's you, man. Hey, man. Next time you do that, I'm gonna play the Lil Darryl clip. All right.
You gonna have a clip specifically for me, man?
Yeah, man.
All right, I'm gonna come with some more sources next time. All right.
Your name Lil Darryl.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna outsource the Scholastic. All right. I got you, man.
I don't think that's possible. hey, man. Haplogroup, say it with me. There it is. E and D are brothers. They don't descend from no A and B. They descend from DE. That's it.
All right. I'm gonna pull up the whole. We're gonna go through the whole thing next time. All right.
I mean, it's right here.
We gonna go through the whole thing next time.
DEM1.
I'm not. I
Well, we said, and it's associated with a short black Asian physical style.
the same. Well, no. We gonna. I'm gonna bring. I'm gonna get you, man. Don't worry.
I don't know how you gonna make A and B the same as D and E. I don't know how you gonna do that again, brother.
I won't say they're the same. I'm gonna say they part of the same.
Let me put this in the chat because education. Shout out to Mad Lib and what Freddie Gibbs on that song, Education. Hey, let me put this in here, man. Yeah, everybody dipped out after that. Somebody hit the laugh thing. Yeah, man. Monophyletic, man. Law monophyly. It's a law, brother.
Got you, man. I'm gonna use that law. Don't worry. I got you.
You gonna use it? I don't know how you gonna use it against me. I'm in full support of it.
No. I'm gonna connect some dots that these little researchers ain't.
If the Bible be true, then Ham, Shem, and Japheth, the three patrons or patriarchs, if you will, would have had children, and their children would have had genetic markers. Now, the genetic marker, you can't have a J marker and be related to somebody with an A marker. That's just not how it works, man.
You human. That counts.
You see the definition on the right there, man.
Yeah.
So you can always just come back.
You are related. You're human. You come from.
No. All people would be related, right? In the Bible, because Paul said it. We're all of one blood, which is scientifically correct. Anybody saying the Bible ain't one with science, that's scientifically correct.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We all are one blood, but we are different through our paternal markers, man.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing.
Because you don't see the Bible just going around saying we all Adam, we all of Adam. No, they say these are Hamites, these are Shemites.
No, it says it does say they all.
Okay, so show me the verse where it says we went to the land of the other Adamites.
No, it doesn't call them
we went to the
Adam.
other land of the Adamites.
It doesn't call them Adam, but they all come from Adam.
We understand they all come from Adam. What I'm saying is they distinguish them by their
Yeah.
father. Yeah. Okay, so it's a paternal culture.
Yeah.
It's patrilineal.
Yeah, I agree. They're but those are those haplogroups that we have today. Those that they come from, whatever group of people came from which group of people, that's the haplogroups we have today. Y A B C da 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 da. It's just that the oldest that we have today is the Khoisan, and then whoever branched off after the pygmy people, and the pygmy people to blah 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 blah. It goes.
They're the oldest because of the mutations, but really, a person can a lineage can get numerous mutation accumulations quite quickly. It doesn't have to take 100 to 200,000 years ago.
Yeah, I don't believe in that 100 and 200,000 year nonsense.
Yeah, that's just a bunch of BS.
I'll bring more sources next time, man. You go to sleep. It's late.
No, man, you want me to go to sleep because I put the whooping on you, man.
Oh no, I got you, man. I got you next time. Y'all come up.
Man, you ruined the show, man. Talking about let's talk about this instead.
Hey, that prophet verse was solid, man. Perishing outside of Jerusalem, no prophet could perish outside.
Oh my God, man! Where did Paul die? Where did Paul die?
I don't know where he died. I don't know. It doesn't. It's not recorded in history.
Where did Clement die? Clement of Rome. Where did he die?
Was he a legitimate what am I call the follower disciple of any of the disciples or?
What about Polycarp? We know he was, and we know Clement was too. So I'm not going to even play that.
I don't know. Polycarp was. It says he was born in like 65 AD. So.
Yeah. So that means what? That he would have knew those that survived, and he would have been a part of that first wave of Christianity. He would have been the first ones. That's why I take his word over anybody else because he was there.
Not Josephus got it. Let me start. Where did he die?
Josephus is not a Christian, bro.
I don't know. He called Jesus the Messiah. But
we also said he had a humpback and all that. Like, come on, man.
Wait. What do you mean? Who said that?
Josephus did.
Nah, he did not say that.
Josephus pretty much depicted Christ.
I read that whole book.
Oh, do I got to pull that source too, brother? Are you serious?
Well, that's the last source you pulling up today.
Oh my God! I gotta sit here and take it.
I gotta see that, my friend. Hold that up. Hold up. Pause.
You know where I first seen that Josephus described how he described Christ?
Where?
And J.A. Rogers' book, Nature Knows No Color Line, he was talking about it. And I was I had the book of Josephus and I looked it up. I was like, oh yeah, he did say that. He said he was black, but
I never seen that description. I want to see that, dude. Humpback. He couldn't have been. Well, I'm not gonna say what he couldn't been, but I know he had to be a perfect sacrifice. So this meant he had to be spotless. So the perfect lamb sacrifice, how the lamb was supposed to be sacrificed and stuff.
Let me see if I can find it.
He had no cuts, no bruises, except when he was being sacrificed, which was when he was getting crucified. At least that part is I don't know.
Seems like black, short.
There is no. I had never read that. I read his whole. I didn't read all of Antiquities.
Short, black skin, mature, hunchback Jesus with a unibrow. That's what they said.
Ooh. What? I seen a photo of him where he did have a unibrow, like the ancient drawings that they draw of him with the, but I don't know if that was accurate. But they do have the dark skinned pictures of him before the Renaissance and the whitewashing and all that. But those pictures aren't. Even the black pictures aren't accurate. But they were dark skinned. Everyone thought that they were dark skinned back in those days. But
I'm looking for it now. Right now,
you ain't gonna never find that.
I did find it. No, I own the book of Josephus, and I looked at it. I said, "Well, damn, he said this shit for real."
Nah, there's no way. I had never came across that, and I researched all through his I was trying to find the descriptions of Jesus. Let me see, description of Jesus, Josephus. Let me see. This I ain't never heard of that.
Type in hunchback.
Hunchback. What was the book called?
It's in the works of Josephus. It's the I can't remember what part of the book, man.
No, I'm saying who you said you read it someone who said that's what
Nature Knows No Color Line by J.A. Rogers. Now, when I read his book,
he said it.
He didn't say hunchback. He didn't say hunchback. He just said even Josephus said Jesus was black or something like that. And I was like, oh, okay. And then I how I have the reference where he got it from, and it was Josephus, and I forgot what part it was. But I got the big black Josephus, the big black book you buy from like the store. So I went to it and read it. It said hunchback. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, I'm gonna find it. Hold on.
All right, let me see. Because I know one thing Jewish people did. They was all on Josephus' barn because of he mentioned Jesus as Messiah. He mentioned James, and they was like, these people didn't exist. These people are fake. Jewish people was all on that, man. And they hate Josephus actually. Because he traded over to the Romans and stuff.
Right. But if he didn't, we'd never have that history book now.
Yeah. If he didn't, yeah, that's true. He was supposed to do that. God told him to do that. Them people was crazy. Them Jews were crazy. Let me go see.
Yeah, I'm still looking for it. He said that nigga had a hunchback. Like,
I don't know, man. I ain't never heard of that, but I heard that from they quoted a verse. He has no form of comeliness, and blah and et cetera, et cetera. It's something like what is it? I don't remember where it is. I just know these verses. I don't know exactly where they are.
Yeah, small hunchback, long nose.
Where that's at?
Hold on.
A Hunchback of Notre Dame, like
the Hunchback of Jerusalem.
Hold up, I think I might have found it.
Yeah, even the church fathers say that he said that. Yeah, Andreas of Jerusalem says, but Josephus the Jew also records the same way the Lord appeared with joined eyebrows, beautiful eyes, and long countenance, humped over, well grown.
Put screen share real quick. I gotta see that.
Yeah, I'm on a blog that's like they got all the sources on it. That's what I'm looking at. I'm using the cheat code.
There's a lot of cheat codes, man. But I had never heard that. I did hear some physical descriptions of him. It was one letter by some dude, um, a Roman, in the first century. It said,
It said, but Josephus the Jew also records in the same way that the Lord appeared with joined eyebrows, beautiful eyes, and long countenance, humped over, well grown.
oh, it's saying according to Hieronymus, the Jew Josephus recorded that Christ was seen having connate eyebrows, goodly eyes, long face, crooked, well grown. Where does he say that? Oh,
Here it
holy
is.
mackerel.
The Messiah, Jesus, and John the Baptist, according to Flavius Josephus, recently discovered, captured Jerusalem and other Jewish Christian sources. Yeah, a man of simple appearance, mature age, small stature, 3 cubits high, hunchback, with a long face, long nose, medium eyebrows, so that who see him might be affrighted, and scanty hair, but with parting in the middle of his head after the manner of Nazarites, and with an undeveloped beard.
They quoted that from, hold up, Robert Messiah Jesus, according to Flavius Josephus, recently rediscovered. And what the hell? I have never heard. Oh, wait. That's the Slavonic Josephus. That's why. I read the Josephus, but I did not see that verse of what he, but basically what the Slavonic Josephus is, where they found this Slavic version of Flavius Josephus his book, and in there in the book that you buy at like on Amazon or anything, it doesn't have the Slavonic verses that the Amazon version has, because some people claim that these books were fakes. But in the Amazon version of Josephus, there's he mentions Jesus. He calls him the Christ. And for you to have been a Christian in the first century, you had to call him Christ. But that's basically the only mention of Jesus in his book. But then there's the Slavonic Josephus that they say is a forgery and it's a fake.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But man, somebody must have went back in time and altered history, because I remember reading this, because I read J.A. Rogers' book.
No, he quoted the Slavonic Josephus, and when I read the Slavonic Josephus, I actually liked it, and it sounded like, but they don't want Josephus to be a Christian. This is the problem. They didn't want Josephus, Jewish people especially. They if you look up the people commenting on Slavonic Josephus, it's mostly Jewish people saying, no, this is a forgery, it's a fake, blah 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 blah. He also mentioned not Paul. He also John the Baptist in the Slavonic Josephus. He mentions John the Baptist, Herod, a couple of the other Roman. Pilate mentions Pilate in his edited version. But I don't it when I read the Slavonic Josephus, it seemed real. At least but they say it's fake, a forgery. But I don't hold that it's a forgery. I think they're saying it's a forgery because it includes more descriptions of Jesus than or it talks about Christian stuff. Basically, they just took it out of his edited version, which is what we have today mainly. The Slavonic version, they was like, that's a fake. So I didn't know that. That's news to me, that hunchback thing, because there was people.
It is. This is where I read it from. Okay, look.
Jesus depicts them as black or dark skinned. Says Josephus, the first.
Said that Christ was a man of simple appearance, mature age, dark skin, and with little hair. 4.5 feet, 54 to 58 inches tall, hunchback with a long face and an undeveloped beard.
That's crazy.
He says this appears in the reconstruction of the original of Halosis II.
Yes.
Oh, that's where it came from. I thought I
So
read it from the book.
nah, but it would who is this Halosis II? That's crazy because if that's basically a first century description of Jesus, if it's true, and it's saying he's dark skinned,
Mm-hmm.
which Jewish people they would be like, hold up, no, that's like it's like hold up, pause. He's dark skinned, so you can see why this wouldn't be a public information. So whoever this Halosis person was, and I doubt he's a recent person. Like I think he was back like during probably the 3rd or 4th century, but Salamatinus is his name. I'm a put his name in Google because I'm first hearing about this. Because when I went to go read the Slavonic Josephus, it didn't say nothing about this. Oh, it's 11th century. He's an 11th century. It's an 11th century Greek manuscript. So, and apparently it had Josephus, and for some weird reason they had Josephus inside of it.
Oh, okay, I see now.
But I don't know, man. That's crazy. John of Damascus. Who's this John of Damascus? John of Damascus was born in 675 AD. So they had an older Josephus that was going around. And
the Halosis is a Greek rewriting of Josephus.
It's a Greek rewriting.
Josephus' original Aramaic rough draft that was made almost entirely by assistants hired for the purpose. Since Josephus did not have adequate knowledge of the language at this initial publication, it was continually revised and then republished in a new form during the reign of Emperor Domitian. Oh, okay. Oh, this is a theory by Robert Essler's theory about the Slavonic version of Josephus that it was translated from manuscript of the first Greek edition of the Jewish War, which is called the Halosis, or the Capture of Jerusalem. And was published in 87. Oh, okay. So they're trying to say it was the 1st century.
It's even worse.
They're trying to say it's a 1st century rendition.
But that's even better. If it's 1st century, then that means it's that description might not be far off. Shoot, I heard another. It was by a Roman who seen Jesus apparently, and it was you can't even find it anywhere because it's like, if you had a description of Jesus, like, people and it's skin color because how they treat those type of that type of stuff. Like they'll trip if Jesus was dark skinned or melanated. Like people would trip out. That's what they did in
Well, the earliest depictions of Christ are black.
Are black, exactly. So it doesn't make any. But now I'm talking about now. Like people back then, they knew that the Jews were dark skinned. Like that's why they drew all those paintings of them dark skinned. But I'm talking about now. Like they completely whitewashed all of the,
Right. You know how it goes.
It's more of a, like, if you say Jesus was dark skinned, they pull out that little garbage. Oh, it doesn't matter what skin color he was, and then they either pull out that or they'll just flat out deny what you're saying. Like
I must be tripping because I thought I had read that in Josephus after I saw that because I went to the.
It might have been the Slavonic Josephus you read, and that might have been that might have been true. To be if I you know,
I can't remember, to be honest. I thought I did.
because I don't have the I have the Amazon version of Josephus, and in there it doesn't even mention Jesus's description or John or anything like that. But in the Slavonic, it mentions his John, at least John the Baptist and stuff like that. It adds details and that and it adds more details in about Jesus too, but I didn't read that. And that would explain all the early black dark skin photos of him, because all the early photos of him, you can see him some have a unibrow with dark skin, and his face is long and his skin is like a reddish brown color, but the beard is crooked, like cut in the middle. If you've seen any of those photo, and his hair is parted in the middle. Um in the early
Wait. So was Jesus a Hamite?
Oh, he was dark. He was a Semitic. He was dark skinned.
All right, then.
I'm saying I never said Semites weren't dark skinned. I hold to the fact that Semites skin, but I'm saying that they weren't black people or African Americans, what they call us at least, are Semitic. We're Hamitic because Hamites are also dark skinned as well. So, but we could argue that some other time because you need to go to sleep. But I'm gonna pull up more sources with this whole
Hey, SPL, you late, man. It's like 2:40, bro. You late. Talking about a link. He in the comments talking about, oh, let me put this up here where the link is. This nigga, this our drunk uncle showing up at the party talking about, so where the liquor at. Man, I'm finna go to sleep, man.
Yeah, he about to go to sleep. So
We went on for 6 hours, 45 minutes. If you get on here, I'm gonna have to argue with your ass for
nah,
now.
don't do it. Man. You finna be on there. But
yeah, came on here earlier, man. What's wrong with brothers? Shoot.
I guess. But all right, man. We'll finish this. Well, y'all probably gonna have it, but I'll try to bring some more sources because. Hey, but that Slavonic Josephus, I like that. I'm gonna go read that, reread it because I didn't find all that description in there. But
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I was introduced to that passage.
Do you think it's wrong though? Like, do you think
it might be? Now I'm looking into it. I'm like, maybe it is. I don't know. We just need early manuscript evidence.
No, I know we didn't get all of what Josephus wrote that we have now. I know that. So, and I know that there's Jewish people who hate Josephus and everything Christian, and they would die to keep all that secret. And I'm just fine.
That's why a lot of our history is destroyed by other Jews, because other Jews were like, no, that ain't the right way. You know what I'm saying? And now, 2,000 years later,
they not Jews, man. You know, them Europeans. But
you know what I'm trying to say, like sectarianism, like the nigga not from your sect, so he's like, man, we're gonna destroy everything he got going. You know what I'm saying? Now we don't. Now, since you destroyed that history, now 2,000 years later, when we needed to do research and validation, we can't even access that shit because it's destroyed.
Can you imagine, like, a Jew saying that Jesus was dark skinned, which would further imply that all the Jews were dark skinned in the first century, and how that would, like, if what Josephus said was correct, then that's proof from a Jew, a first century real Jew, when we knew what Jews were, that the Jews were dark skinned. And you know the
branch that said the Jews were boxwood, which is brown skin.
exactly, like,
I don't know,
and
white people look like boxwood.
but that's way later. That was way later. But the other dude that said it in the first century was Tacitus, and he said that he thought that they were Ethiopians, basically implying that they was dark skinned.
Right.
Which I don't know why people just look past that. That's a first century Roman who saw the real Jews.
Then you have the Petri papyrus that have physical descriptions of Jews before that period, saying they're golden brown and they're dark.
See, but look, when it says golden brown, they'll think olive. You ever heard them say olive skinned?
Yeah, that
Wait,
shit.
it says dark though.
Yeah.
Pff,
Yeah,
It probably
put it
was a
on Garfield and smacked him up with it in the
It
debate.
probably was a mistranslation of golden. I think they probably
It was
translated.
dark. It was dark. It wasn't even golden brown. It was
Yeah,
honey colored. It
that's
was
what I.
honey colored, and then the other descriptions were they were just dark. It said dark.
But they'll try to use that honey because honey is yellow. That's when you think of olive skin, you think of that color. Look, they say
I don't think of that color. I
I
think you see Don's picture. I think of Don's skin complexion. I think of my skin complexion. I think of honey color.
yeah, but other people think like you've seen an olive, right? It's like light green or like it's tan. They'll say that this is the color of modern Jewish people, which don't make no damn sense. Like Jews are not white; they're tan. They're olive skinned. That's what they'll say.
Every Jew that they bring up look pale as shit though. They look
Exactly. That's the point. Look, if you Google olive skin right now, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. That's the color that they say Jesus was, and I'm like, this is not the color of his. It's when they say olive skin, they're being disingenuous basically. They're not. They think olive skin means what you Google. Basically, that's the yellowish tan color. That's what I'm talking about. So when they say that he's olive skin, see the honey they'll try to use that same thing with honey too, because
look at the color of it. Like
look they play these games, man. Trust me, they'll try to use that. So you got to go to Tacitus, and you got to go to if Josephus, whatever Josephus said was correct. When they confuse them for Ethiopians, there's no excuse for them being light skinned or anything.
That sort of honey colored Jew. What was it? The Petrie?
Petrie, yeah.
Petrie papyri.
They'll play games, man. They always do this with translations.
Shit, I'm spelling it wrong. I'm half asleep.
You're not really gonna be able to find it either because they hide this type of stuff. They hide Slavonic Josephus, Tacitus, all that. So,
papyri.
I'm gonna go reread that Slavonic Josephus. That's crazy.
Here it is. See, these are the descriptions of Jews during the Ptolemaic period. They were honey-colored skin,
bright eyes. Look, they'll try to say bright eyes mean like blue eyes and stuff like that. All that crazy nonsense.
Yeah, honey-colored skin. Look right here. There's another Jew, Pythocles.
Tall, dark. I never heard of this But what does honey mean? That's I don't.
I know exactly what honey color mean. I'm not confused.
A reddish brown color, right?
Well, yeah, like I don't know.
Boxwood, exactly. But they don't like to admit that. They'll hold you that it looks a yellowish color and that it's tan.
All right, let me pull up Ashkenazi and see if he look like honey.
They won't even.
This shit retarded.
It is. They don't look nothing. They whiter than white people. But they'll argue you up and down that they're olive skinned, and I'm like, these are white people. These are European. They look exactly like I ain't put you.
Let me ask you a question. Does she got honey colored skin?
No.
Okay.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm arguing the view of those.
What about this one? You got honey colored skin.
But you gonna argue with other.
No, you're right. What about this one?
They'll say he's olive skinned, man, and he's whiter than. You know what's funny? You know what haplogroup that they the J haplogroup.
Uh-huh.
The Ingushitia people, if you ever looked them up, it's INGUSH. people of they basically in the Caucasus Mountains. They said the Khazars came from the modern day people who have the 98% J haplogroup. I think it's J2 though. 98% is up in modern day. It's basically it's where the Khazars next to Georgia and
Look,
between the Dead Sea and the Caspian.
that's what honey color looks like.
Yeah, I'd agree. But if you because the J haplogroup, the people who the J2, the Ingushitia people of the northern Caucasus, south of Russia, in the Ukraine and Georgia, these people have 98% J2, and these are complete European people. These are the most European people. These are the most Caucasian people in Georgia.
I told you, Jaffe.
Yeah. No, J haplogroup, definitely Jaffa. There's no arguing that. Based on these Ingushitia people who have no relation to the Middle East, up there in the Ukraine, they live over there. 98% J haplogroup. It's crazy. And I'm like, these people share the same DNA as modern day Jewish people, what they classify as Jewish people. How can those be? Look, it's crazy, man. And
look at this gradation of honey color. Which one of these match the goddamn Ashkenazi?
They gonna say the first one.
That don't even match it. That's like a light. That's like a light. They're not even a light bright brother. He still got a lot of melanin, man. That don't make no damn sense.
They're gonna make up some excuse, man. They do it all. These people, them Jewish people, is white as Christmas. They're white as Santa. And how they confuse ancient Hebrews. They can't even. The skin cancer rate. You heard about. You got Hebrew Israelites saying that a lot about the skin cancer rate in Israel. I mean, that's fact. 2003, second highest skin cancer in the whole world. Like, how can you argue that? Like, how could those be the original people of the land when they can't even stay out in the sun for more than 15 minutes without catching melanoma or something crazy? How can they be slaves for 400 years, working as slaves or whatever in the sun, building cities for Pharaoh when they can't even stay out in the sun for 15? Hey, come on, man.
Yeah, can we see any depictions of white people
being slaves in Egypt? Like, no, you're gonna find melanated people. But no, this is what they do. They take those photos, whitewash. They whitewash. They do that. The Egyptian. They try to paint them as yellow. Do that same bull crap. That's what I'm saying. That you can't. You got to get away from that yellow thing, that honey. Because as soon as they think of honey, they're gonna think of olive skinned yellow people, and then they're gonna think of Jewish people, white people, basically. That's how it worked. But when you go to Josephus, if what he's saying is true, as dark, and Tacitus, which we know is a fact, what he said, he thought that they was Ethiopians. You can't. That's a first.
You can't argue with the honey color, and you can't argue with the fact that they said he was dark color.
Yeah, you got that
Those
dark
physical descriptions
of Jews. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the majority of them is honey colored. You see, so, but only one of them. They'll argue you with that too. So that's what I'm saying. You gotta go to.
Look, Daryl. I'm from I Don't Give a Damn committee. I'm a chairman of I Don't Give a Damn committee.
You gotta shut all of it down, man. You can't give them no leeway. You gotta shut it all down. Them Jews was dark skinned.
1,000 times, man. So it's so much. Even in the damn what's it called? The Talmud said the Jews' faces were black as pots. It says that in the goddamn Talmud.
Something else.
It's silly, man.
All right, man. Go to sleep. You've been up too late.
Yeah, man.
I got orientation tomorrow.
We got 18 people still watching, man. Y'all
yeah, they crazy.
Yeah.
But look up the Ingushitia Ingush, Inguh. I'm literally reading it right now. 89% J2. That's the J gene. And they live in Caucasus Mountain. No history of Judaism at all.
Mm-hmm.
European people.
That shit.
All right, man. Get some sleep.
All right, well, hold on. I want to wait 1 minute so we can be live for exactly 7 hours. We didn't pull the goddamn shift on here, man. Y'all tripping.
I'll be bored. That's why I come on
bro,
these talks.
18 people. It's 18 people in here. Why my channel ain't got 18 likes, man? Y'all playing games. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the Source Debate League on YouTube and join the Source Debate League Facebook group. And all you keyboard warriors out there, instead of clickety clacking, jump your ass in the ring and do a debate live.
Better end it at 7.
I'm gonna end it right at 7, bro.